All right, it is time for the second match day here of Week 8 at ESL Pro League North American region, I guess would be the proper terminology. Anyway, I'm your host, Donna. This is Vendetta, and we're here to lock this one in, or at least walk you into it, I suppose. Yeah. We've got some good matches for you tonight. One a little bit more of a heavier one-sided bout than the other. But I believe we're going to see some good Counter-Strike. Yeah, there's still plenty of storylines to go around as well. We're going to see the return of a player we haven't seen in too long in Ruru, and obviously, as you mentioned, the battle of complexity versus CLG, which is obviously of great importance for both teams going this late into the regular seasons. You know, you say importance. Let's actually take a look at those standings now to see where these teams are in this sort of playoff race that we find ourselves. We see Immortals jumping up 2 spot as of yesterday after securing 2 Ws over complexity. And then I think even at this point, we've got a 4-way tie throughout the middle pack here. Yeah, that 5th to 8th spot right now, heavily contested. As you can see, NRG sitting in a tight, slightly better spot in that sense. They could actually, get away from that pack today with their matches against Rush. So, it's on them really to kind of separate themselves from the pack. Otherwise, it's still a very hot contest as to who's going to get those final 6 spots for Dallas. Now, in case you didn't know, those 6 spots are going towards the the finals in Dallas of this Pro League. We've got $1 million prize purse encompassing 28 teams across the globe. And, well, to be fair, you got to be top 6 to get down there and play the big games with the big boys. Yeah. Well, I mean, you only have to be top 6 if you actually want to play there. But if you want to watch, then you can actually, you can do that. Tickets. You can buy your tickets, or you can actually buy them from Vendetta on the side. He has quite a few stacked up. Yeah. I don't know what he was thinking when he did all that, but hey, you know what? That's not my problem. Investment, man. I suppose you're right. Yeah. Let's take a look at today's matchups, though, because we do have some pretty good ones here, and that Complexity CLG should pan out to be at least a pretty even strength game. Maybe CLG with a little bit more of an advantage. And then we're also going to see Rush and NRG as our first matchup of the day. Yeah, CLG versus Complexity, I guess the closest teams to each other in that sense out of the matchups we have today. Would favor CLG slightly given the fact that they've had really solid form as of late. They're also one of the teams who are still in contention for that playoff spot, that 6th spot, so we have to keep that in mind as well. As for Rush Energy, obviously a bit of a bigger gap in terms of where they sit on the tables or the standings, but I still think that there should be, some hope for Rush, given the fact that, both teams are playing with new players. Not necessarily going to be the most, coordinated game in that sense from both of the sides, and I think that's going to favor the underdog. Well, our second game of the night is actually what we're going to discuss first. We're going to have Complexity and CLG facing off over coL and Cash. Yeah. And the North American Classic is what we're going to call it. Anytime you've got that duo, it's the North American Classic. And I'm not talking about the 2 teams playing. I'm talking about the map selection. Yeah, no, that's we've seen a lot of coL and Cash over the season. And I guess, that's just going to lead you into, higher probability of a good match between the two, because it's not going to be unknown territory by any means. Absolutely. Let's take a look now at that CounterLogic Gaming roster. We're going to see Cutler, Ethan, Ricky, Kusta, and Mr. Pujan himself calling the shots over there on this side. Now, the CLG lineup looking considerably better than we thought they would at the beginning of the season. I do believe that they're coming in with that sort of wild card feel that even NRG has now. But this CounterLogic Gaming lineup able to find some success at Star Ladder, coming out over Immortals 16-8. Says a lot about where this team's going and the direction they're heading. Yeah, no, headed in the right direction. Very much different kind of trajectory from what we saw them before they made the lineup change and brought Ricky into it. They managed to work around the fact that Ricky's, not just an operator, but he can also be a very proficient rifler as well. So I think FNS has done a really good job of that, making that team actually work together and mold them into a solid roster. No, absolutely. And we have a player here I think we're going to highlight that definitely he's been through a few things. Yeah, he's seen some things in his day. Let's talk about New Kusta. Yeah, so New Kusta pretty much has seen the the highest of highs, lows of lows. Pretty much came out from Enemy, making the move over to Team Liquid. Obviously, massive move for him in terms of career perspective and so on. That didn't quite pan out, as we know. And oftentimes when you hit that kind of a rough patch, when you're playing, especially when it's your first step into the pro leagues in that sense, at that level, you wouldn't be too surprised if never heard of Kusta again. But he's just shown so much mental fortitude to come back into it, and now being kind of the guy who's leading the forefront for CLG in many ways. Best performing player in terms of both impact and obviously just general rating. But he's kind of getting back to his old groove, and that's super fun to see because you can tell how skilled of a player he is. And he's not one of those guys who's
only efficient if he has an op in hand. Obviously, that's when he's at his best. But you can see by the from the highlights, he's also able to do stuff with a rifle in hand too.
Well, the versatility of Kusta. I mean, for me, it speaks volumes of his perseverance to come from, say, where he was at within this Liquid team.
Yeah.
Prior to joining CounterLogic Gaming. Even before that, to the enemy days, where he was actually slaying it. I do believe they played a lot more around him, like the decisions he wanted to make on a map or in a match, and they really catered to his play style, which I think is a situation and a setup where Kusta can thrive.
Oh, it definitely is. And we've talked about it. We touched on the fact that, what some of the aspects of his game that makes him so good. The fact that he's able to work with close range battles, even with an op. The fact that he's very common in hectic situations, and you'll see him actually take his time. Instead of being the guy who goes for the, 0.millisecond shot, he's going to take that extra little bit of time to actually make sure he hits.
The methodical approach.
Yeah, methodical, wild, in all sorts of chaos around him. Just very calmly, seems like a very calm player in that sense.
A calm player indeed. One of the coolest cats I know, one of the calmest ones actually, is Slimmy, as we're going to look up Complexity right now. Desi, Android, Depp, and Surreal at his side. Now, this lineup had quite a turbulent season. Saw not as much success. Now we bring Slimmy on board. They're looking a little bit better. There's a little bit more promise within this lineup. What's going on in this Complexity camp?
I mean, there's signs of hope, at least, sense of promise for Complexity. But as of right now, after bringing in Slummy, what we saw yesterday versus Immortals was actually pretty positive in that sense, at least with their T sides in mind. Their CT sides obviously could still use quite a bit of work considering how the game's played out. But I think this is a step in the right direction for the team. They're getting a guy who's known for bringing structure and set executes and that kind of thing, and having very defined roles within the team to them. So I think that's only going to be beneficial for them, considering how much of a mess, honestly, they were.
Yes.
Leading up to this, up to the roster move so far in Pro League.
Well, we did see them play coB last night against Immortals. We know the outcome there. Immortals walks away with the W, but a considerable amount of more fight than I think we anticipated from the Complexity side of things here.
Definitely so, and if it hadn't been for their own CT side kind of faltering on coB, it actually could have been a pretty competitive game in the sense that Complexity had such a big mountain to climb. As you can see in their score, obviously being 12-4 and 12-3, etc. But they wrecked, a number of rounds together in a row here, and they were doing it in, a pretty convincing manner as well. It's not just fluke rounds where one guy goes off and that's all they have to base things off of. But it's, the expected approach where they do it slowly, they do it methodically, and they even throw in a couple of fakes there, showcasing that they actually understand what's going on in terms of, the rotation that Immortals were making, the kind of advantages that they're sitting with when they're getting an opening pick and so on. So for the better part, just very promising signs coming out of Complexity yesterday.
Absolutely a lot more to look forward to with this team, at least. I mean, we do know they have the veterancy and a coach, which is Warden. And then even Slimmy's been around for a while. Yeah. So it's kind of a situation where you would like to see this one kind of come together and blossom, because there have been many iterations of this roster. Yeah,
actually so many iterations that I think if this doesn't pan out for you, you probably have to hit a reset button if you're Complexity. I think they've had plenty of chances, and again, you got to give credit for them to actually, sticking with that team and giving them opportunities to improve. But I think if this doesn't work out, then you kind of need to look elsewhere.
Well, definitely something to note here, at least on the other side of the equation, is CounterLogic Gaming's current situation. If they 4-0 tonight, they find themselves tying or moving up to the 5th spot, I believe.
Yeah, and obviously we do have that 11-win club kind of duking it out from 5th to 8th spot as of right now, and CLG do have the opportunity to actually basically skip rope past all of that and establish themselves in the top 6 and that playoff spot on their own, which is not inconceivable either. They have the matchups today, obviously, versus Complexity, and then they play Renegades tomorrow, and I think that's 2 matchups that they definitely can get away with 2 wins in.
No, absolutely. We're going to note that they're playing coB and Cash.
Yeah.
That is our second matchup, but we're going to walk you into the first matchup now. And I believe this one's slightly more one-sided in the NRG and Rush equation.
Yeah, obviously NRG kind of being the dark horse of the season so far, and the wildcard that's been performing above expectations in many ways. And even though they've had a couple of lackluster qualifiers and offline tournaments, they're still doing really well in Pro League.
Well, let's take a look at NRG right now. Daps, PTR, Fugly, Breeze, and you're going to note Lil Man in there in this lineup now.
Yep.
In the door, Marky's out the door. And I believe Little Man has, in case you're just now hearing his name for the first time, I believe he's ranked for several teams. I do know that he was playing over at Rush. He's definitely filled in for Counterlogic Gaming before. I think at a LAN. It was probably Northern Arena several iterations ago.
Yeah. No, Littleman's definitely been around the top scene of NACS for quite some time. And he was also the best performer on Rush. So, you know, it's kind of funny that the first match he has to play, you know, the debut for NRG is going to be against his old teammates.
It wouldn't be North American Counter-Strike if we didn't have those sort of perplexity, weird situations going on anyway.
Yeah. No, that's definitely true. But you know, it's still not going to be necessarily too beneficial for either side, obviously, because both have gone through roster changes. But in the end, regardless of how you know the surroundings are for this matchup, I think you have to favor NRG going into it.
Well, definitely. Do we see Lil Man as an upgrade to Marky? Or, I mean, Marky's on his way out the door right now. Actually, we do have a little bit of stats here on Marky, in comparison at least. I believe Copenhagen Games was a rough time for him.
Yeah, he did not have a great time at Copenhagen Games. You could tell he did not, you know, first off, he's not, you know, sitting at a positive KD ratio. And given the kind of role he has within the team, that's something he probably should be able to do. Also consider the fact that they're not necessarily going through the toughest of opponents throughout that tournament as well. It's a BYOC lane. You can qualify in, you know, you can basically show up with your PC and 4 friends and qualify into the tournament and end up playing NRG. That is, you know, that is actually how it works. So, without going through the hardest of opponents, you definitely would have expected a bigger impact from him as well. So it's a bit of a shame to see, but I don't think you can blame NRG for making that kind of a roster move as they did, because if they obviously they know what kind of situation they find themselves in sitting at 11-5. That's a brilliant spot to be in right now. So if they want to make a roster move, things had to be pretty dire within the group chemistry if they wanted to make a roster change. And I think at that point you kind of have to do it sooner rather than later.
Exactly what I'm thinking as well. I mean, we have a team that's a potential playoff contender.
Yeah.
And for them to make the roster move now might be smarter, provided they qualify for the LAN.
Yeah.
Gives them a lot more prep time, a lot more load in. But in the same fashion, I mean, they are sitting 11-5. So we talk about things behind the scenes and that sort of stuff, but you kind of got to wonder what was going on that side.
You know, it's curious, and obviously we can only speculate. The closest thing to any insight we can get is Dap's statement. He was talking about players, you know, not necessarily being able to communicate that well and so on. And I think obviously that's a necessity for a player to be able to well-rounded enough to actually have proper comms if you're going to play at the top level.
Well, we talked about Lil Man coming into NRG. Let's talk a little bit about the team that he's coming from. Let's take a look now at Team Rush. Blade, Toy, Silent, Poyo. I mean, I guess Alabama and me wants to say Polo, but it is what it is. Poyo, and then we're going to see Ruru up here slothing it up at the top.
Yeah, Ruru, it's a name that we haven't seen in quite some time, actually. Fun to see him being brought back with his Rush lineup and the 4 other, I guess, usual customers in that sense in the lineup. But yeah, no, it should be interesting to see. One of the big things that we highlighted about Rush whenever we saw them play previously was the fact that they actually hadn't changed lineup this season, and they actually showcased, even though they didn't necessarily stack up individually versus a lot of the teams, they had the benefit of actually being working well as a unit. That it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out now with Ruru back in the lineup.
Well, we talk about Ruru joining this lineup, coming back into play. Let's kind of touch on the reason why he wasn't there to begin with. So I believe it was last year, 2016.
August,
yeah. There was a considerable amount of flooding there in that southern region, primarily a lot of damage done in Louisiana. I'm actually from Alabama, and it gets a little wild down there when it starts raining. We're talking biblical proportions in terms of rain sometimes. Anyway, so the news breaks. I think there's a post on ESEA by Few stating that, there had been some flooding and, just an insane amount of damage. So they come together, they build a GoFundMe, they rally around this idea to helping Ruru and getting him back on track to coming back to play. And I believe they raised $12,000. The goal was $10,000 initially. So, I don't always have faith in the community around us. I don't. But, as of late, it's stories like this. It's stories like Loop, which has been in the news a lot lately.
Yeah.
The top of Reddit and whatnot. It kind of restores a little bit of faith.
It does.
In ye old Counter-Strike community. It's not all toxic out there in matchmaking land.
Warms up that cool heart.
Yeah,
it does.
I was trying to have a heart-to-heart with my matchmaking fellow companions out there. But yeah, nonetheless, we do see Ruru back into play now. And, it's funny because we're going to kind of compare him now, I think, to Stewie 2K head-to-head. These guys used to play on a team together.
Yeah, SKDC, right?
Yeah.
So, as you would expect, Ruru outshining Stewie in every facet of the game. No, yeah, this is actually how it looked. I think this is roughly a year and a half ago.
Yeah,
something
right.
around that area of time. And you can see Ruru was doing pretty well for himself. He was balling out, and Stewie, still kind of learning the ropes at that point. But it's kind of fun to see how, obviously, 1.5 years can do a lot in terms of your improvement as a player. That's obviously evident by how Stewie's doing in Cloud9 right now. But for Ruru, he kind of showcased that he already had talent back then, and obviously we don't know where he would be if he hadn't to have to take that extended break from competitive play. But he's got it in him to be a pretty good CS player.
He definitely has the fight in him. He's definitely a player that we could see sort of re-blossom here.
Yeah.
Provided the situation's right within the team. I say there's serious chance for growth there. Now another player with a very explosive potential. We got to talk about PTR.
Yeah, Peter, for the better part of the season, has been the best performing AWPer in all of Pro League, really. And yeah, as you can see in the lower third there, he leads the entire league actually in AWP kills. He's been pretty much the biggest reason as to why NRG are doing so well as they are, sitting in that 5th spot with an 11-5 record. And the cool thing about him is that he has in the past been extremely inconsistent. We've seen him have very high highs where he can drop 30+ frags, being dominant with the AWP, and then completely disappear for the next game as well. But for the better part of this season, he's just been on point the entire time. And one of the things where they've actually, NRG have been remarkably consistent is in Pro League as well, because they've faltered a couple of offline qualifiers here and there, and then obviously didn't have the greatest tournament in Copenhagen last week. But in Pro League, that's where they've found their footing in so many ways, and Peter is probably the biggest reason for that.
Absolutely. PTR, a player that often stays off the radar. He was, I think X Games several years ago was really his breakout tournament, and then a PTR now, definitely a stat leader, a leader amongst his team in general.
Yeah, no, he's basically topping every side in terms of, if it's damage, if it's not only the fact that he's topping in AWP kills, but it's also the fact that he's doing it so much more than any opposing AWPer that they're facing against, and that's a massive advantage to have if you're NRG.
It's funny you say opposing AWPer they're facing against, because we actually have it pulled up now. Tonight he's going to be going head-to-head with Silent. Now Silent, not on the same caliber as a PTR in this equation as the numbers are told. But you can see right there, PTR slinging the Lapua around.
The Lapua, yeah.
If you understand that, then kudos.
No, you can definitely, obviously, there's a disparity of 21 ADR. Pretty much, that something's gone either horribly right for someone or horribly wrong for the other guy. And I think it's a bit of a mixture. Peter obviously having a great season overall, but Rush haven't really had too much to really show for so far, and obviously it's going to be tough to be an AWPer in Silent's position when your team is not necessarily able to win that many rounds. It's also going to affect your economy long term, but I don't think there's any doubt that Peter's going to outclass Silent in a head-to-head matchup.
Most definitely. Do we think now, though, if we're looking at this, do we think the NRG has the potential to lock in a top 6 at this point with these wins this week?
I mean, it definitely goes a long way, but they can still mess things up. They can still stumble because, they have fewer games played, which if you want to look positively at it, it just is, more room to climb. But it could also be their downfall in the sense that, they could go on a losing spree. I don't think that's going to necessarily happen today versus Rush. So they're already going to have a chance to break out of that 11-win club and kind of solidify themselves as one of the top 6 teams. Yeah,
at this point, none of these teams in this middle pack, in this tie, even at the very top rung, can afford to catch too many L's, if any, at that point, because they all count at this point. Yeah. We're going to see Mirage and Inferno tonight between these two teams. Is there anything that stands out to you looking at Mirage?
Not necessarily. Obviously, you'd like to think that one of these maps is going to favor Rush, but obviously because that would be their map pick and so on. But for the better part, NRG just a tiny bit stronger on every map pool or every map in the pool. Really, I think it's fair to say. The only thing I would have hoped to see really from Rush coming into this would have been Overpass, but then again, they make a lineup change. That team synergy that we've seen them have previously in Pro League on that map might not be there anymore. So yeah, overall, it's just a pretty rough matchup going into this for Rush. And on Mirage, I think we're going to see a lot of the standardized play on the T side. It's going to be about mid control, and on CT side, I think we're going to see a lot of fun times for Peter actually just being able to roam around with that op. Well,
let's take a look now at Mirage. From the Rush perspective, but we have DeBears bringing it to you.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm here to take a look at Well, guess stronger strategies. We're going to take a look at Rush on Mirage. Lil Man, I'm sorry that you had to leave your team, but you know what? You guys had some good things going right here. I like taking this pistol. I like new innovations on pistols, guys. This isn't completely new, but it's a little twist on it. I like the timing. I like the cojones that they bring. You see Silent and Blade. They're faking the A. They're nading the ticket booth. I love the nades on ticket booth. It got them to 10 HP BSA, and they had to fall back. But Lil Man, in this time, they're rushing up cat already. Thug Waffle, he's like, wait, they're up here? I'm dead. Whoopsies. And so now Lil Man's being just crazy, hopping and having some kills. Now it's a 2-on-3 situation, but the position advantage is so strong for Team Rush. They're able to take over the market area, and now they took a 5-on-3 situation. It's now a 2-on-1 in favor of Rush. They're playing it smart. They're baiting each other. They're not over peeking. You can see a little elbow peeking from the toy, but you know what? That's okay. It's as long as you play it safe, play it cool. And right now, they're shooting around, having a little gallery, having a little fun. Eventually, they win the round. Good job on them. You just see from VSA's point of view, you know, this is a very common spot in pistol, guys. This is a very common spot. So a nice thought-out plan by Rush. As the nades right there, 10 HP, he's not peeking again. So he's out of the equation. Ace, though, and Moose kind of like sandwich this area. So by the time they call out, they're not A. It's too late for Thug Waffle. He's in a very bad spot. He gets ran over. Buju didn't even expect them to push that either. And from Lil Man's point of view and the rest in Catwalk, they're smoking A right now. It pulls the guy from window. Look at this, all the way up. And there's already smoke on the other side of the connector, so they can't be seen and spotted. Thug Waffle, you know, really bad spot. Easy cheesy. And as you saw, Lil Man doing pretty awesome, and it kind of upsets me, guys. It kind of upsets me because Rush, they got in the big league, but you know what? Instead of trying to work it and make it happen, they just get their players poached, you know, just like Self. It's just people just... You have to start practicing. It's long nights of crying and yelling at each other to get better. You can't just throw out players and get new ones and expect to be as good. It doesn't work that way. That's why NA scene, you're kind of behind. You have to work together. You have to work on problems, overcome each other. Otherwise, it's not going to work, as is shown in over the years. Back to you, Stunna.
All right. So
there we have it.
I mean, he's getting a little more spicy with the things over there. Ever since we get him out of the tracksuit, I think he's starting to. You know,
I think we're hitting a lot of like his passion projects. Like we're like his passion's right there. And then talking about roster changes in NA, that really gets him going.
It really does get them going.
Yeah.
You know, I think at this point it's fair we can bring our commentators in. You know, they're standing by, eagerly awaiting to have some input. How you guys doing over there?
Doing pretty good. Ready for another great day of games over here?
A great day of games. Well, is that what we're going to have kicking off right here, Sam? Are we going to see a Rush come out with any sort of tenacity here, or is this a one-sided affair?
I like how that we had to dig very deep in the archives to find those Lil Man highlights. Was that like a ESEA scrim and they left the demo on or something? Like, not sure who they were playing there. So maybe an ESEA pug. They're all queued up together. You guys were like, this guy, let's get a clip from here.
You might as well, right?
So in other words, you have high hopes.
Very high hopes.
Okay.
No, I think Lil Man is, I think he's very talented, but he's just, and he kind of fits the mold of what they need, right? Almost all NA teams need these players that can kind of go in first and attack and be the point of entry and whatnot. Like, there's very few players in NA that want to sacrifice statistically, especially, in order to do that and put themselves in uncomfortable situations like we see Taco do, where a lot of the time Taco's just dying without getting a kill, but he's creating space for everyone else and allowing his teammates to trade. We don't have that many players, and Lil Man will definitely take it upon himself to do that. The problem is that you don't want to look through that throughout the entire round, which is kind of what I get from when I play against and when I see Lil Man play, is too much of that. So if he tones it down and he does it in a type of aspect within the system that Daps has, and when Daps wants him to do that, then all of a sudden it's going to probably make the team better. Although, I mean, Marky, you know, for all the drama around him, like, he was insanely talented. And honestly, a lot better of like an individual than Lil Man. But in regards to what the team needs, not Markey doesn't fit that bill.
Yeah, and I think finding that middle ground for this team is definitely something they've been searching to do. They've had a decent season up to this point. And then hopefully with the addition of Little Man, they will be able to take that next step if they can, train him right, get him in there through the system right. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're jumping right into the action. We've got Rush and we've got NRG, so don't go anywhere.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first map of the evening here on Mirage. We're going to be going into Rush versus NRG. Kind of like yesterday, in terms of the overall expectations here, should be pretty straightforward. NRG has been looking hot. They've got a nice core of players. Little Man, interestingly, being hot swapped over from the Rush roster as of yesterday. So a bit of an interesting turnout there. But overall, still leaving NRG as the stronger team overall here, right?
I mean, that's what you think. Don't put words in my mouth.
Well, elaborate then.
Well, Rush players are going to be coming out with fire. All right? Fire? Man left them playing with NRG. I mean, they're going to be pissed. They're going to know his every move. They're going to come out swinging, man. Doesn't matter if
it's going to read him like a book. Just a little bit.
Doesn't matter if they're 2-98. All right?
Wow, I didn't even know it could get that bad. Well, we are live now, folks, and NRG is going to be starting off on the CT side here with Rush jumping onto the T side. Let's take a look at how their pistol is going to be working out here for the first map. Pretty standard buys. No utility for Rush at all. Just buys.
Do you know if Rush is an org, by the way?
I've always been really confused about this because I heard from one of them, I think I heard this properly, that they are an org, but they're not really active at all. And then I heard from someone else that they're not an org. So I honestly have no clue.
That makes two of us.
Just what I've heard.
Just a straight contact. B, Dabs gets the spot. He's going to drop an HE grenade, but he's out, like, so out of position right now.
Yeah, now we can see Dabs actually escaping in there for way longer than I expected. Little Man training out at least one of them, so down to a 4v4 very quickly. And the pinch is coming in from not only on Cat, but also is going to be in for Market here in a moment. They don't have anybody going through Underpass, and actually both the Cat players have been dinked. 13 and 1 HP sitting on Little Man and Peter there. Fugly going down. These are good positions from the Rush guys. Now they just need to not get boxed out of them. Nice shot from Breezy, though, to be able to find Silent, but Ruro and Akis bouncing back. Breeze is still in this one, however, and is now brought it down to a 1v1 where he's going to push forward. He's got Ruro edged back out, pushing him back down below, but he's got to find him as he retreats over to Get Right. Can't hit the shot, though. Ruro clutches it out, and we'll see Rush take control of the pistol.
Yeah, straight off that contact V play, Dabs really misplayed it. If he would have gotten into that back pillar and just stayed alive, they would not have been able to push him since they had two players on Catwalk. The players pushing him probably would have just died to the players on Catwalk. Instead, just kind of running around the, the boost box there, doesn't get anything done, and it's tough to play retake on that site.
Well, now we are going to see Rush splitting their players up here now into the second round with the victory in their hands. We can see NRG again also doing something fairly standard as they go for the second round force. They are trying to center the pressure around mid currently.
Nobody towards B though, and it's just going to be an absolute free site. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. I think especially if you just have like a Deagle or any of these angles, you could usually get a kill, like just a freebie against someone like this, kind of scouting it like so. So they're going to be able to just take the site for free.
Yeah, and we're going to see Rush starting to deploy out here in a moment now. Still no signs of anyone from NRG going for the rotate over towards B, so this is still going to be just at an open site. Easy to take control of. The mollies or smokes might have been heard by Little Man, and they'll start to move over now, but they're still, much like the pistol round, they're kind of going to be late to the party here, and unfortunately, by the time they actually are in positions to retake, NRG, or excuse me, Rush will already be posted up in their post-plant positions there, so it's pretty much impossible.
I mean, yeah, just don't go for the round win. Try to get exits, maybe get a couple guns, and play for the next round. And that's exactly what they should do. And then all of a sudden, even though you stacked the site and you guessed wrong, you could salvage something and still have a chance to win the next round.
So Ruru actually finding quite a few of these players in the back B halls early on as he tries to kind of escape from outside. He's not going to pressure it, though, for good reasoning. Obviously, quite a few of them stacked up there. And now we can see the rest of the team just trying to slowly retreat back out. Peter trying to push his way back in. See if he can knock any of them out, but he's the one with no buy into this round at all, so unfortunately he's going to be the easiest to take down. Everybody else does escape successfully over here into this into the back portion of the B halls there, and I don't think we're going to see any more contact made. So all the 4 remaining players from NRG do manage to save those pistol armor force up buys.
Yeah, now here's the question: if you're Rush, do you do the same thing, or do you kind of switch it up, or maybe fake it? We usually see people when they do the anti-eco and it works. I want to say it's like pretty 50-50, man, whether they do the same thing. A lot of people just do the same thing if it worked. So NRG, they do it a little bit differently this time. They have 2 towards connector, 1 catwalk, and 1 towards B. So they're actually playing pretty much as a default setup, although PTR is kind of running back and forth.
And Ruru trying to sneak his way forward here up the ramp now as he wraps into it. There's actually nobody paying attention to this at all, and Breeze is not really paying attention, you know, to a sandwich push either. So unless Peter spots him, if Ruru was to go for that cross and check on it, then it could go bad pretty quickly. Thankfully, Breeze is the one that checks for it. However, Ruru is still given time to react. Literally none of those CZ bullets end up connecting on him, so he's still got 100 HP. Good trade coming out from Fugly at the very least to take him back down. So we're into the 4v4, and there's still a lot of players from NRG stacked into this site yet to reveal themselves. You still have Dap sitting on the steps over there, along with another player by his ticket booth over here, which can spring back out and really make things interesting. But the bulk of the players from NRG are still playing over here around the jungle steps in connector area. Peter did try to swing back out, not a whole lot of success being found. Little Man trading out for one more kill, but that's all they're going to get. And Rush do indeed clean up onto the third round here as we push into the first gun round now.
Yeah, pretty clean anti-ecos for them. It's going to allow them to have a couple buys here before they do get resets, depending on if they get the bomb down, how much money they actually save, like if they keep a couple umps here. So they all upgrade, actually. So 4 AKs, 1 ump on silence, all but 1. And now it looks like it's 3 towards B halls, 1 towards middle, and 1 outside of A. No, 2 towards middle now.
Yeah, and Rush taking that first push over there towards mid, has the safety smoke to allow him to cross over to behind the boxes. He'll hold that position probably for a few more seconds before he does go out to investigate a little bit further. A few other players in those back B halls could lead itself into an underpass play, or another crunch into mid, depending on how they want to play this. That drop down from Ruru should have just been heard, however, by Little Man, so they're going to know that there's presence in these back halls and probably leading into underpass in a moment. So he's going to re-smoke off connector, prevent them from going in for a quick push there. Toy just trying to pre-fire into the position in connector, but not going to be hitting the mark, unfortunately. Molotov actually getting wasted as there's a little bit of smoke, it looks like, that spread up onto that top part of the platform. So it ends up going into that, and the whole molly just wastes itself away. Not that it would have hit a player anyway, but still. Peter actually the first to strike this time, though, as he does catch one from the connector, taking down Blade. Still really waiting to see if Rush are actually going to be able to make a move here now. They've got mid control, but they're really struggling, it seems like, to figure out a path which they can take onto one of the sites. As time is getting lower, down to 45 now, they're going to decide to execute instead over towards Cat and bring the bomb along with Ruru inside of the halls to execute out through the apartments instead. A very slow process for the Cat players to move up here and take control. And again, continuing to run that timer down. In the meantime, though, NRG, they haven't seen anything on A, so they have started to send a few more players over towards the B-bomb site. So they've got 2 on site, 2 more waiting inside of the market, and 1 more on A that can very quickly rotate over. So he's already over a ticket right now. Dap striking first, picks up a kill, does lose a teammate, however, just a moment later, and it's 2 for 2 traded back out. Akis taking heavy damage, however, and this combined with the earlier kill from Peter leaves the guys on NRG with an advantage, and not only that, but the bomb just went down. There's only 7 seconds remaining. There's no way Rush is going to be able to pull this one back off. Peter seals the deal, and it's NRG to claim the first gun round.
Yeah, still those 2 kills were pretty big. They're going to have another crack at it here in order to reset their economy. They might even have another one after this, as again those anti-ecos went pretty well. So they might even buy after this. Even if they lose this round, they'll still be able to have a pretty decent buy, maybe with a couple AKs if they want it.
Well, now we are going to see Rush going for that same style of top mid control probably early on here after they get the smoke out. Peter is available on Cat to challenge it, and he has the ability to peek through the smoke a little bit because he take the position on Cat. However, he was spotted apparently, so Akis is going to spray into that. Find Peter. Won't get the full kill, but he does bring him down to 16 HP, and that should pretty much isolate most of the mid pressure for right now, allowing again for Rush to get really, really control of it. Now beyond that, just
this round's going much smoother for Rush. They already have connectors control. They have full mid control, 4 in mid, 1 towards A. Bomb's kind of out there though, but they have, again, like, they're just running all across the map. NRG is like, PTR goes now to spawn, another player goes towards catwalk. Like, they're just all over the place on the mini map. So a little bit of confusion on NRG, but they do get into their setup, and Rush isn't able to take advantage of that confusion.
Yeah, and Dap's even pushing into the apartments a little bit there now, so he's going to be able
I would be amazed, though, if Blade doesn't molly under Belk, so this could be problematic for Breeze.
As he's going to be waiting it out now for the rest of his team to get in position to execute here. Rush is getting prepared for it. Blade still looking right to that ladder to see if anyone from NRG is going to pop back up and check for it before he himself does start to move back in, but it's not looking like we've seen that Molotov get deployed just yet. He's jiggling out, not so much so into the op, but there's the molly going down below, the nade as well, but Breezy already moved outside of it, and he's now just outside of Firebox. Peter's supporting him too. Problem is both of them are looking over here towards Palace. Peter's gonna get that first shot. Breezy there after it gets trades onto one, but then he also goes down to Ruru, pushing in for the connector here. Now, Peter's the only one stuck here, but he's only got 16 HP, and a Molotov is easily gonna send him out. Little man back into the fray though, trades out 2 more kills, and again, I think they're out of time. They're not gonna be able to plant the bomb. It's way too far away from Aegis. He's just gonna have to pick up the op, sit in a corner, and try to save it. His NRG are going to win this one out. Aegis just runs away from nades. He does survive the round, though.
That was just absolutely perfect positionally from Rush. They had a player ladder, they had a player connector, 2 players A ramp and 1 A halls with a molly underneath bow. They had everything positionally speaking that you want to win that round. The lurk though doesn't do great. Fugly jumps out of window. They get 1 kill on the lurk from the ladder room player. The connector player comes up and gets 1 kill, but they should have won that round, positionally speaking. Like, that's exactly what you want on Rush.
Yeah, Peter as well taking an early battle here on Cat. Finds quite a few players, but just can't hit the mark. He's tagged slightly through a wall down to 66. And after that, backs himself away from it. So again, we're going to see that mid-control rolling in from the Rush squad here as they take it just within the first 15-20 seconds of the round. And they're not just doing damage to Peter either. Little man's been dropped out 80 of his health and now down at 20.
Yeah, and I mean, NRG doesn't have much utility. I mean, Rush, if they could just like do what they did last round, they could very easily win this round. A big problem the round before, if you notice, Blade actually went out of the halls and died. If he would have just kept jiggle peeking and showing his gun, I bet they win the round. That's a big deal, because Breeze and PTR were both watching, just sitting there at the A halls.
Well, we have Rush trying to sneak their way in through connector again. There's going to be no ramp presence this time. Fugly spots the play over from mid, and is really just going to back away from the site for right now, actually.
Yeah, Breeze went aggressive into A halls, so they're going to think it's B, and they're all rotating out, and Bomb's just coming up towards connector.
So the bomb itself is yet to move in. We are seeing the rest of Rush try to move in towards jungle in the window room to take control there to prevent any early flanks to shut down their attempt to plant before they go for this.
It just doesn't... I don't know why they take such a massive risk like this, though. Like, if they just had 3 towards B, you don't trust your teammates enough to hold that, you really need that 4th player there? It doesn't... It's ridiculous.
Yeah, so now Fugly, in an attempt to rotate back early, he already got smoked back out. Can't really do much until Rush themselves get aggressive, which they did, granted, to NRG's own credit there. They're going to find 1 kill. Unfortunately, it means very little when Toy is able to just trade another one back out, down to a 4v4, and they're set up for the rest of these players that are trying to move into retake here. So there's not really going to be much of a successful effort from the NRG side of things. Even these last 2 attempting to retreat, they're very low. Silent wants to take the risk. He can more than likely get the kills. There's 1 retrieving it up now. Little Man, I think, crept through without being realized, so he's probably going to make it out alive. And same for Dops, but the round itself very much goes into Rush, and they don't even have to do much.
Yeah, I mean, you have a 3rd player towards B in PTR who could also watch the window and CT spawn flank. There's no reason to have Fugly there as well. Like, I understand sending the 3rd person there. You do not need to send the 4th person there. You know, PTR could watch double duty. You don't need, like, just because somebody pushes halls doesn't mean that A all of a sudden cannot be taken or anything like that. You know, there's a connector and there's also an A ramp, and they could easily, you know, throw a fake towards B and go towards A. Like, you don't need to take those type of risks. And quite frankly, NRG has good enough players where if they have 3B, they should be able to hold it against anybody. They do not need that 4th player there.
Well, NRG are going to be back to a more default setup, a 3-2 split. They are keeping only 1 in B and 1 in the window room for right now, and it's none of them the first kill. In fact, Breezy, nice angle here to pick up a kill. Just a little bit of sight while inside of that underpass area there, and he's able to catch 1 on top of Tetris. Unfortunately, massive trades roll in from the Rush players as both Ruru and Toy pick up 3 kills combined. Toy getting himself the 4th now out here in mid as he eliminates Peter. So it's just going to be Daps trying to clutch this, but he gets himself a double. So now we're in a 1v1. Minute and 10 left. Toy has all the time in the world to play with this. And he is just going to be slowly creeping up towards A to look to find that plant. Well, Daps looks for another flank over here towards the murder hole. We'll have to wait and see. I'm not sure if there was a whole lot of action over here, so I'm not really sure if he's going to be able to find an upgraded gun or anything by going through that path, but we'll find out in a moment as he does creep into it. And there's going to be an M4 on the ground, but finds himself in the battle, and Toy will end up winning it out.
Yeah, huge lurk. Ends up with 2 kills on the lurk in that 3v4 situation with Ruru dinked as well. Ruru somehow gets another kill from under Balk. But this is a mistake by Rush. Whenever you're in situations like this, you never want to force the plant. They force that plant. Toy can't watch jungle and connector from his position. So that player on default, yeah, he only has to watch CT spawn, but again, like, a flash happens, anything could happen, and the round could happen like that, where it plays out, and forcing NRG on a save now. But what you want to do there, Blue, is you want to kind of just jiggle peek and get the information and just kind of hold a little bit. Don't force the plant. He could be flanking. He could be kind of anywhere. Hold a bit, get the information, and then once you find him out, as long as you play smart like that, then it's really easy to plant, and you're going to be in a 3v1.
Now we do have Rush trying to go for much faster control here towards B, at least distracting it with Blade, while the rest of the team swings into A. And while NRG, they had a big stack at B, but now they've got to roll it over to the other side as Rush are once again walking into A to take free control. This is like the third time in this half we've seen them do that. Toy, a little bit of lag there, like for a second, allows Daps to get that kill, so...
Oh, no.
Oh, now they're going to be able to move back in to cut site control, but Rush is still trying to hold this off a little bit. Down will go silent, though, and Angus as well.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, my goodness. A near team ace from NRG on what was just upgraded pistols for the most part. And they'll win it out.
Oh, there were some USBs in there.
Yeah.
They just won a 4... They have 4 alive at the end there.
Yeah. I have no clue what happened either.
Wow.
So, big mistake from Rush. Multiple mistakes, actually.
Yeah. That's that is a giant swing.
And that's going to give NRG a huge advantage, assuming they can carry it through a Rush. Still has the cash flow to buy back into it, but NRG...
After a round like that, Lowman's like, thank God I'm not on that team.
Yeah, and NRG basically get a free gun run out of it. I'm pretty sure 4 to 5 of their guns are coming from the last round after they killed players. So they're going to try to swing now over here towards B. Defenses are somewhat light, but rotations are going to be quick. In comes Little... Oh! Great swing kill from Toy. Little Man was right in his face at a 90-degree angle, but Toy still finds his mark and gets that kill. 5v3, early advantage to Rusher, and they're continuing to get aggressive here. More damage done to Peter now as he's dropped down to 18 and a slight peek towards window. Rush should have this held. And I'm pretty sure NRG aren't even going to attempt to move outside of the market now. They're already falling back into window and whatnot. They'll be saving, and this is going to be a 6th Rush as they recover off that last loss there.
Yeah, and Daps at B just having troubles kind of as the hunt is going on. And Breeze and Fugler are just going to try to save these guns. We'll see if Silent kind of gives them this free kill in the murder hole. But you know, Daps is kind of letting them run up on him, and he's not getting into like a back left pillar or back right pillar or something like that, and that's really where the troubles are coming from.
Well, off of that Rush, still getting to hold the advantage here on T side now. With NRG falling behind, they are thankfully going to have enough cash to be able to buy into this next round. Keep in mind, again, their last buy round was essentially for free. I think everybody except for Little Man managed to get themselves a free AK, or the op in the case of Peter, off of killing Rush in that huge eco upset. So they can still actually buy into it themselves. But, you know, Rush also back into the fray now, so this match continues to have quite a few gun runs in it because of slip-up mistakes in the economies from both teams here. And now Rush back to their old tricks, essentially prioritizing top mid control early on. They've got a few players in the back B halls that can go through underpass, take the control there, you know, within just a few seconds notice if needed. And for the most part, Rush have not really struggled with getting this control, so I doubt they're going to be worried about this in the early round. It's transitioning it onto a site where things have sometimes been a little bit rocky. It's actually been NRG that have over-rotated off the sites, which have given them the ability to push through and win out rounds more times than not here. But we're going to see in a second as they do swing up towards Cat to take a tad of control. Little Man spotting it on the jump, and Fugly, along with Peter, and then Fugly again. 3 quick kills. That entire squad that was moving together in a bulk just gets completely destroyed by NRG. And Daps already hears them coming out from the apartments, so the guys on Rush need to move quickly. Thankfully, they catch the first 2 kills here on the B bomb site. So an attempt to swing back is now alive, forcing the plant quickly so that they can try to get, at the very least, that bonus cash now. As NRG themselves move in for the retake really quickly, and Fugly, he's going to be lurking on a flank here. Peter and Breeze probably patiently waiting for Fugly to get into a position, but it is going to be slightly suspicious now. As Blade also starts to look in the other direction, he'll be mollied out from the completely safe position over here on the bench. The timing on this one, well, we'll see in a moment here, but he does check back for Fugly. Fugly still wins it out. There'll be a trade from Toy, but now he's got to pick up 2 more here. Thankfully, it's planted for him. He can stay in this position, but he remains in the open, so Peter just peeks him with an op, knocks him out, and it's a round for NRG as they go up to 4 now.
Yeah, and I believe Rush is going to be able to buy here. So this is going to be one of those rounds where whoever's going to win this is going to reset the other team. Rush should buy here. I know their buy isn't great, But this is one of the rounds where if they could win this round, like, they will be hugely favored for this game as long as they don't get, you know, ecoed in a terrible fashion like before.
Well, now Rush do indeed buy into it.
But again, I mean, that's just the problems on the B side. That was 2v5, wasn't it? 2v5, and they got it down to a 2v1 post-plant.
Peter striking first in this round here as he eliminates Silent right at the beginning. And the rest of Rush stacked on the B halls. Probably going to go for quick contact out onto B. Smokes and whatnot being deployed here now. And for the most part, NRG, I mean, they're going to be ready for this one. Daps getting himself huge damage. Only gets 1 kill. Blade apparently just takes down Akis in the process. And then Daps as well. We'll catch 1 more kill with his USP at the end of it. Pretty casual round. Unfortunately, Rush trying to sort of rush their way and doesn't really work out.
Yeah, just trying to bulldoze through that smoke for upper B, but without any type of middle presence, that catwalk player is going to be towards B as well. So you're going to have 2 players just holding strong on that site. Daps playing behind the smoke. You're not giving yourself much of a chance to win that round unless you kind of miracle like a Tech 9 kill right off the bat through like on Daps. And even then, Lil Man's going to know you're coming. So they're just going to set up for A smokes. I do think, though, that if you want to beat this NRG team, from what I have seen, as they're really just trying to get the bomb down here. I mean, Glocks and P250s. That's their most. That's what they're planning on for this round. I think you want to just keep taking mid control and just waiting, because they just use all their smokes around middle right away.
Well, now Breezy is going to catch the first kill. Oh, nice shot. Little Man as well. Catches the plant. The spotting is going to get a second player attempting to plant. And again, the round for Rush just goes absolutely nowhere. NRG barely even take any damage.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't spend much money, you know, maybe 600 apiece. Just really hoping to get that money back and the bomb down, maybe get 1 or 2 kills. But yeah, so NRG at middle, what they're doing a lot on their CD side is they're even re-smoking connector from catwalk. So they're using most of their utility at middle essentially just to delay the other team. If Rush could kind of understand that's what's happening and go back to what they were doing before, where they just, as BTR jumps on catwalk for the 3rd round now, Molly's toy behind the box, gets just spammed straight through the smoke.
Not only that, but Breezy's gone out fragging here. He's got himself a shooting gallery from behind Ticket Booth. Fugly wants a piece of it, so he swings in for 1 more kill, but it's Breeze that ends up with the 3K there and stops the forced attempt to push into A, where NRG now are starting to solidify a lead for themselves, taking it away from Rush.
NRG got a good pickup in Breeze. This guy is going to be everything that I know about him. He's going to be like a rising star. I mean, not only is he very mechanically gifted, but he's not like toxic. He's like a really good teammate. He's like a nice, humble kid, you know? He's like the exact type of player that if you're going to pick somebody up and like he's like that type of a teammate, you know? Like that's the type of player personality-wise that you want to play with. Somebody completely opposite of me. Just like, what are you doing?
Well, now onto an eco again, which for Rush have been rather unsuccessful. We do have Rush trying to go back to the mid control, but it's been very easily read. However, first kill goes by the way of Rush. Little Man, though, chuming back in from the cap position and playing around that smoke attack. He's still cautious of them playing from top mid. However, fails to account for a second player that'd be close to the connector. So, 2-for-1 trades. Now, though, they've got to get into the site, and this is where the problem areas are going to start to show. Breezy still holds Firebox, even though Daps is getting all the kills right now. Daps again steals 1 from Breeze. Sees the 3. Finally, Breeze will get 1 on his own, however, as they do close out on the round with only losing those 2 at mid.
Yeah, America, I don't know. NA actually has a lot of like really good young talent. I mean, you talk about like Twist is going to be really, really good. I think Breeze is going to end up being really, really good. You know, obviously we have like Stewie and whatnot as well. But there's a lot of really good up-and-coming players. Ocean.
You never know.
Ocean's just hitting his prime. Oh, too. They're hitting their prime right now.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. Sleeping on them.
Invest now.
Yeah, invest now.
Before he commits the chance.
Org needs to sign him to like a 10-year deal right now, like off this broadcast. They're like, what? Ocean.
It's the first we're hearing of it.
Yeah.
Well, now we do have Rush trying to go again back for mid-control. They do have Blade lurking in Palace as well. So, again, probably going to be per the status quo, just another like attempt to pinch through through the connector once more, while having Blade probably coming a little bit late on the lurk there, but we do have the players on Rush pretty much taking free mid control. There was 0 resistance on it from NRG this time. They all moved.
And look, there's a minute left in the round. No smokes on NRG. Like, this is how you beat them.
They're going to have nothing left to hold it, so they try to get aggressive instead to hunt for intel. Enough of that. Akis is going to catch a first kill on Peter. Not only that, but Blade finds Breeze, who's been incredibly crucial to the defense of the A-bomb side. Fugly now sitting over here. It was Daps in the previous few rounds that was actually assisting Breeze, and now you've got Fugly here who's going to try to do some work himself. Unfortunately, they lose Daps on a rotate. I mean, either site is really open now. Like, even the guys on A are held back past behind Ticket, so they can just play on the other side of the trip stack and be relatively safe. But they have full control of B and A, so they can really go either direction here. And it is looking like they're finally going to decide to send the bomb into the apartments instead. But Little Man now rotating into B. He's going to catch one on Toy. That's going to be able to take him down. All of a sudden, NRG may have a route back into this game. They've got to be really careful of that lurk from Ruru, though. As he's moving in through the crawl space, now catches Fugly looking in the wrong direction. And this will pretty much seal the deal. Little Man holds for one more, but he's still got 2 more kills to get here. They know exactly where he's at. He's down at 46 HP. He has no additional utility to play with. Well, the bomb was just planted. He has a kit. Time is one of the few things that Little Man has on his side. As he moves in, they can hear him. They now know he's out. And eventually, they just double peek him to close out the round and bring Rush back into it. And off of that, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to indeed close out the half. Much closer than I, at the very least, expect, with Rush picking up 7 rounds, including the pistol, in the first 2 there. So we'll see in a few minutes if they can keep it close, or if NRG are going to kick it into high gear to try and shut things down in the second half of Mirage.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, PaySafeCard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, we are back again, folks, here into a close match between Rush and NRG. NRG have the lead, but it's only slight, 8-7. Here as we're about to jump into the second half of Mirage, and NRG are about to take on the T side here now. So days overall, I mean, impressions on the first half here, Rush actually looking pretty good for quite a few of those runs, but also some massive slip-ups that allowed NRG to get back into the game, like that eco round.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I think if Rush, obviously they blew that one round where they basically lost to like USPs and a couple CZs and P250s. But as far as like just round to round is concerned, if they would have just taken a default, taken mid control, let NRG burn all their smokes and utility, so they were just using like everything just to delay them in the middle, which is, in my opinion, just like not a good way to play. I think they would have won that half really easily. You know, they were able to get ladder room control, they were able to get connector control, they were able to do whatever they wanted. And even the, and I mean, like the round that they lost when they did that, when they had a guy ladder, you know, and ended up in that, I think it was a 1v1?
Yeah.
Or maybe a 2v2. It was a round that they should have won. But, you know, they all just kind of like didn't execute properly. But positionally speaking, like, and utility-wise speaking, they were winning that type of battles. They just needed to, you know, Blade needs to just stay alive in the A halls. He needs to just molly under Balk, show his gun, and then come out at the right time. He cannot be the first death. And then you could, you know, win that round a lot easier.
Well, as you can see, the live on 3 is starting now, folks. So we are going to be getting live right a moment here, as NRG once again do have the lead for anyone that is just joining us. It's 8-7. Rush now having to jump onto the CT side. We'll see if their consistency fares any better, and they'll have the ability to not only try and close out this second pistol, but follow through with it. Be able to take control of the map, or if we can see NRG come back in full swing on their T side and see them leading the charge here. 3-1-1 split initially from the NRG camp, but those players in the B halls moving fast up towards underpass. Little man going to make a little bit of noise here inside of the apartments. They're just trying to throw off the B players a little bit here, but for the most part, the goal is mid control, and they have succeeded in it, as Rush did not even really look to defend it. They do have a 2-man defense set up over here towards A, I believe. And we can already see one of them on the other side getting into some trouble. And Silent brought down to 14 HP, nice and early in the round here, trying to play towards the bench spot. You have to hope now that if he gets eliminated, Toy is going to be able to bring it back. And while originally, again, that mid-control may have swung itself in the other direction towards A, now it is possibly seeming likely to go towards B, but hold on, the options are again shifting in the NRG camp, as they are once again changing up their dynamic and sending it over into the A site instead. Once more, this is actually the better choice. You've only got 2 players here to hold it currently, and one of them is occupied over in Palace. So really just Ruru here underneath of the balcony that's going to be able to try and hold off, but he doesn't get anything done at all. Daps immediately takes him down. Akis is going to hope the surprise, but nope. Fugly's there. Gets the instant headshot against Akis to knock him back out, and it's just Toy, Blade, and Silent having to rotate over from the other side. Now granted, 2 of them already sitting over here at ticket booths, so they can try to find an impact quickly, but with basically 0 damage done, all they're doing is giving away their position. Daps and Peter knocking out those 2 ticket players just one by one, not struggling with it at all. There's basically no hope for Toy. This is going to be NRG claiming their T-side pistol.
Yeah, and NRG's plan was to send Breeze up jungle and then hit B. But because Breeze was just sitting in the window and the window was closed, and he was like, wait a sec, let's just kind of chill out on this. Guys, can you just come back to A maybe? And they canceled, you know, what their initial strategy was, which was him go through jungle and then forego towards B. So that was a really good adjustment by them. They didn't force anything. They kind of played to what their teammates communicated to each other, and then adjusted and won that round really easily because of it.
Well, now Rush are going to go for a bit more of a gamble stack over here towards A. They've got 4 players situated in the site. Note they did not go for the full-on force-up for the second round here. They do only have the pistols. There's no armor or utility being brought up behind it, and Akis not purchasing anything at all. They've already eliminated Ruru, trying to peek towards the ramp. And on B, if we do see NRG starting to follow through with that, it would only end up finding Silent positioned here. But again, change-ups on the NRG decision here, as they instead pull their players back from the B halls and are going to just swing it into just a pretty much direct A play. Few splitting into the Palace, but beyond that, the other remaining 3 are more than likely going to end up going in through ramp. Now, with the lack of pressure being thrown against them, Rush have gotten a little bit more aggressive at posting up here. Buck is going to check for this. He's dinked for the first one. Toy's going to trade, and they trade it right back. Blade holds on his own. Same problem, though, as the trades continue to roll out in the favor of NRG. And at the end of the engagement, it is left into a 3-on-1 with Silent. Does the last man standing. Trying to pull off a flank, but I imagine by the time he gets into a position where he can even really do anything, NRG are already going to be posted up, and there won't be much that he can accomplish. The round itself should go into NRG's hands. We'll see happening right about now.
Yeah, it's still not bad. I mean, you get 2 kills. You didn't really invest anything, right? Nobody even had half armor. So a very conservative second round buy coming out from Rush, and we'll see if they want to end up doing, like, I don't know if they do a double up on this team, though. Because I think Akis, Blade, Ruru, and Toy are like straight riflers. Well, Silent again. I mean, sometimes Silent, one of the most inconsistent players. He really is.
Silent's not doing too hot in this match either.
Pretty silent.
Hey, yeah, he's down at like 4 and 14 at this point. Next teammate is Blade at 8, so he's having a bit of a rough one.
He's just so good sometimes and so bad other times.
Yeah.
just being honest.
To his credit,
I tell him that. He agrees with me when I play like Rank S. I'm like, Silent, why are you so good sometimes? And then sometimes you just can't kill anything.
To his credit, he was tweeting earlier about like a sound issue or something with his computer, so I don't know if he's still having that problem, but he might be dealing with that tonight. Just decided to play with it, see how bad it was going to be. But for the most part, NRG executing through this round without too much of an issue here. Toy picking up the AK, trying to do some work with it, but doesn't end up getting much done. It's actually Ruru that finds a kill with the USP. NRG only lose Fugly that time, so much cleaner than the previous round. And now we get into the first gun round.
Yeah, NRG takes an 11-7 lead. They do have full utility, though, on the CT side.
The op is going to roll in for Silent now, so we'll see if he's hopefully able to get a little bit more work done with this. I think in most, I don't even remember seeing the op too much on the T side, to be completely honest with you. But most of the times we did, I think, for the most part, Peter winning out the op battles here in mid. Where Silent's going to be restricted nice and early here as he's pushed back.
Yeah, I can't recall Silent up another.
And with smokes being deployed into both the connector and reapplied into the window there, we're actually going to see NRG get pretty easy control in mid. Fugly knows Akis is sitting in that corner, so he can just walk right up and take him down. Easy start to it for the NRG camp. Ruru, however, waiting inside of the ladder room is available for a response. So he's going to be able to pick one more up. Dab's just slowly creeping out, and no punishment on that one until he goes and swings wide. That's where Silent is going to pick up the additional kill here and is ready for more should the guys from NRG decide to swing into the connector here. Peter is hoping that Silent creeps up and overpeaks so he can punish him, but I think he's chilling, happy to just hang out over here by Ticket Booth right now. And no real progress being made on NRG besides that, as Peter just pulls back entirely from mid to regroup with a bomb carrier, and they are going to have Little Man hang out over by the chair spot, probably to act as a sort of late entry in a connector and punish anyone that would try to chase Rush back up through mid there. Rush themselves are pretty spread out. The only defenses they have ready on A is still going to be just Silent, but they've got one in the market. Ruru is pretty far back behind that like cash register, so we should be able to rotate in just within a moment's notice. However, Silent, the timing on him changing out this position is not really going to work out too well for him. They're flooding into the site. Not sure if he's able to hear them walking around just yet, but they're going to be moving up in a moment. And as he looks for it, the shot from Peter actually misses, so he's alerted to their presence, but all of a sudden the bomb's on the ground, so he's going to call for reinforcements really quickly. They've only just realized this, so in a second, Ruru, he's going to be grouping up with Silent. Molly in the way, though, so they can't start the retake anytime soon unless they want to try to pressure through that. Toy is also making his way over here. All three try to push back in. Peter, though, wins out the op battles. He takes down Silent, and now the last two, again, not with a whole lot to really work with here. They are just essentially going to walk into their own death. Peter killing one, does have to back away because of the Molotov here, but Toy, even though he's in the site, it's going to be tough to get anything done. Little Man with a nice shot closes out the first gun round for NRG.
Yeah, and I think if you're Silent there, because after you killed Daps, it was so disconnected, it might be a good idea in that scenario to actually get out of CT since they knew he was there. That's like you saw PTR just sat there the entire time looking at CT. Sometimes it's better to relocate in that situation. You know, even if you take the risk, right? You go up towards like under Balk or something, maybe go up the ladder, walk into halls, pick up Daps AK maybe, and hold it from there and show him something, you know, different and a different type of look.
And we did get a stat from the production room, and that was actually in that last round there. That was the first kill Silent actually got with an op so far in the game. So that does hold true with what we were talking about in the last round there, with him barely being able to pick it up on the T side. So now NRG having an absolute advantage here, in theory, should have a pretty easy time of walking through this round. You are going to note that there's a bit of aggression coming out from Rush, the T ramp there. This could trip up potentially a few players if Breezy's caught on bad timing, but I think BBC, or the guys over here on Rush end up just slightly missing the note. They creep through T-spawn. They're not going to be able to catch. I think it's Breeze and mid just yet, but the question is he going to go back and check it, and is he going to be ready for it? He does take the engagement, but he ends up going down to Akis. So there's one small little victory for Rush that they can use to try and swing this round in their favor. As just a moment ago, NRG were getting ready to deploy basically everyone except for Daps into the site. Now, though, the problem is Daps, he got free A control, but these guys really can't safely fall back. They are going to have to battle it up. They get those kills so quickly, though. Blade and Akis go down immediately in that battle. They don't even do any damage at all to the members of NRG leaping out from the B halls. So now Daps can patiently wait, and anyone that crosses out from market is also going to be dead meat here, as Daps picks up Toy, goes out towards mid, finds another one that's Silent down on the ground now, and Ruru still stuck in the B site, can't really get much done. The round will go into the favor of NRG once more as they push on 13, just 3 away, and really only 1 or 2 more gun rounds away from claiming this map in their favor.
Yeah, it's looking very good for NRG right now. They have a lot of money. They have a good round lead. They're the better team. So everything's going pretty well for them.
Yeah, I think we're back.
They have more than 1 op kill.
I think we're back on track in terms of what we expected from this match now at this point. As NRG pushed ahead, and they've got a pretty solid lead now once they jumped on a T side here. Well, Rush is going to look to respond to it, of course, here now, as I believe they've just bought into this one. This is also what we should note, too, the perfect half so far from NRG. Have yet to lose it, but granted, they won the pistol. Next 2 rounds after that are relatively easy, and then we've had only 1 gun round, so this is going to be another test to make sure they can remain consistent, and we don't see Rush just bouncing back into it. This is actually going to be one of their only real chances, especially with this kind of drastic scoreline now. Obviously, having to save after this one, unless they want to force to try and play for the outright win in regulation. they'll have one more gun round when NRG gets up to 15, but still, then that's asking for 8 rounds straight, and I am pretty sure that a team like Rush is not going to be able to accomplish something like that. It's going to be a little bit too far in the realm of fantasy. NRG taking their time though on this gun round. See Fugly pretty late to move in for early mid control here. A minute left on the clock when he finally gets himself up on top of the mid box there. The rest of the team is kind of hanging out just outside of the apartments over there towards B.
They still have so much utility onto Rush, and this is something that I don't think NRG did properly, but Rush is doing it better.
Yeah, and Rush are still kind of waiting this one out. 4 Molotovs deployed. Most of their smokes are gone. Silence still has 1, but everyone except for Silence still has a molly to try and toss back out. NRG themselves are looking to get into this site. There's no response phase being tossed in from the CTs. They're just relying on their rifles. 2 for 1 to start it off as Ruru gets a double. Unfortunately gets pushed by Fugly in mid. Silent getting caught out there, trying to duck and weave from behind over here at the bench position, but he's slowly going to end up getting pushed. Tries to go for that no-scope. Not going to happen. It's Akis that trades out the next kill from within side of Market, but now they're not going to be able to stop the plant any further. Peter, though, being caught at an interesting angle, actually, down at 4 HP. I don't even know if he was aware of where he was being shot from now. He's been knocked out by Akis, and Daps has just gotten into this site. Thankfully, his first kill's for free. He's not really looking towards that. They do have to throw the nade back in, but Blade just goes looking for that kill. And off of that, Daps is going to be able to clutch it out and bring NRG yet another round.
Yeah, you know, Silent again. I mean, not to harp on the guy, but he's at bench. He lets his teammate die while they're coming up catwalk. He doesn't get any kills when they're coming out of B. The timings were off when he was speaking things. Didn't protect his teammate. And even after that, wasn't even able to connect on that frag onto PTR. So Silent not really showing up here in these crucial moments for Rush.
Now we do have, actually what's going to be a bit of an interesting battle here at mid. Akis completely blinded out. I don't know if Fugly saw him though, so he can re-peek after the flash is gone. Fugly did pick up another kill before going down further up on the catwalk, however, and with Daps taking out Blade, now they've opened Pandora's box in the A-bomb site. This is going to lead the bomb back through T-spawn, over into the site itself. Daps taking even steps control now, completely restricting the Rush players. They did attempt to try and get themselves back into the game on this round. Keep that in mind as well. They forced themselves into it. They're probably going to do so in the next round here, but Akis going down. Toy, the last man standing. Yes, he can trade onto Daps, but getting more than that done is going to be trouble. And even he knows now the drastic reality of their economy. And as he tries to retreat back out through the underpass, Peter takes him down before he can even get outside of the window.
Yeah, and Rush, you know, they have money bonus, so they're going to be able to get a little bit of a buy here. But, you know, game point for NRG, and it was looking good for Rush, and then they lost that crucial round, and their T side so far has just been pretty CT side has been pretty abysmal, but they had a solid T half.
Yeah. Like I said, if they didn't lose that round, and there was, like I said, you were mentioning they were not really punishing the overuse of the utility from NRG. If they caught onto that, they could have had a much more advantageous scoreline coming out of the first half. Well, Toy, though, is going to catch Peter, kind of just waltzing through a smoke over here early on. He's going to move to try and pick up the op. Little man does respond to that, actually. It was looking like he wouldn't take the hint for a second, but he does end up going back in. And not only that, but Breezy finding a kill. And
did we just witness?
I even had to look at that for a moment as Akis takes him a moment, but he does catch the T under the platform there. And now Ruru is going to be waiting from in front of the van, taking out one more. Fugly looking to trade onto Ruru, but not going to happen. Ruru holds strong at this van position, and Akis closes out, finally ending the flawless streak up to that point that NRG had going on their T side. And off of that, we will see another round added to Rush, but they've got a long way to go now to get back into this battle.
Yeah, pretty scrimming around there from NRG. Doesn't work out for them. It was a situation that they could have won, though. They're just going to be, if they would have gotten like a clean entry on that guy or even put it into a 2v1 post plant, they had a good chance. But Rue did a good job holding.
Yeah, with 7 rounds straight before finally losing one. NRG do end up with, I imagine, quite a decent amount of money. I don't know what the residuals are looking like afterwards. And actually, they're brought down pretty low. They've got probably like one more buy into the next round. And
well, NRG buys so conservatively that I think maybe if they lose this round, they might not.
Well, they go back to much slower style of play for this round, as I imagine they do want to try to close this out before Rush are given an opportunity to close the gap and take this into OT. Breezy, along with Daps, already trying to slowly move out and take a little bit of control towards A. Not a huge effort onto it, though, and it's actually Daps and Breezy both hitting their marks early on. Although Breezy's left very low afterwards, and with Daps trying to move forward here, Rue is able to trade. He even tries to push forward and find the second kill onto Breeze here, and he almost gets it. 5 more damage knocked off of the already remaining 10 HP that was on him there. Brings him down incredibly low, but he does just barely escape And we'll now move away to Rieger for the rest of his teammates who are going to attempt to make a push over here into the B site instead. Flash is going into the apartments first off, but that acts as a sort of warning signal for the CTs on the site. They know something is going to be rolling in here now. Little Man hunting, can't catch the position of Toy just yet, but Fugly takes direct contact, and he does win it out. So now a 4v2, now, excuse me, a 4v1 after Ruru does get eliminated trying to flank. It's all on Silent here. He's remained relatively quiet throughout most of this map, but he could be the hero to keep his team in the game if he can clutch this out somehow. 2 of their players are low, but he's not going to do it. Little Man holds close contact at the window and closes out for NRG as they'll claim map number 1 here on Mirage and start their night off 1-0.
Yeah, and Ruru with a giant flank. I'm surprised he wasn't, like, he read that they were going B. 3 guys were going through those halls. He was already through underpass, just was unable to connect on any kills in that last round. But NRG's T side, almost flawless, and Rush on that CT side, just they gave him a huge economical boom. They didn't buy like second round or anything, was very conservative. And then on those fully bought rounds, Silent kind of messing up a couple of those rounds when he definitely was in position and had chances to win it.
All right, well, let's bring the analysts into the conversation now, get their thoughts on Rush. Again, showing some good stuff on their T side, but really, for the most part, falling flat on their second half.
For sure, a lot closer in the first half than I would have said it was going to be, but Rush coming out swinging really has something in their favor for momentum on the first half.
Yeah, actually, again, it kind of leads back to what we've been talking about, Rush, the fact that they kind of work well doing the basics, the cookie cutter stuff, and that was, you know, taking mid control for the better part of that T side, and it was working really well because, as Dace mentioned multiple times, NRG for some reason decided to spend the, you know, most part of the utility to actually just delay whatever Rush we're setting up in mid, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. It doesn't really do anything for you for your energy if you're not planning to do anything behind it. And they didn't really do that for a lot of their CT side. So, you know, Rush, you know, doing a pretty good job of actually taking advantage of that, being able to grab a couple of rounds on the board. I think they probably should have been able to win that T side, in all honesty.
Well, let's take a look now at something Rush does really well. Let's take a look at round 8 here in the first half. We do see them up and score, but walk us through what's going on here.
Yeah, so they've been doing really well for themselves up until this point, and honestly, I think it's perfectly fine what they do here. They send a Mac 10 guy out. They know they're up against an eco to kind of gaze what's going on, and they find out that it's a pretty significant stack over on the B bomb site, so they do the correct thing of actually going straight for A. It's a pretty quick rotation as well. The problem here is Toy's decision to actually decide to run into the CT spawn all by his lonesome, whether or not that's the decision he makes on his own, or whether or not, you know, somebody was supposed to be with him. Obviously, impossible for us to tell, but if you're going to go dive into CT spawn like that, in any sort of situation, you need to have a second guy there so you can get the trade frags in and not allow NRG to actually get anything out of it. They end up finding a weapon off of it. Peter's able to take out the guy who's playing A-halls. The guy who's planning is obviously not in a position to actually deal with the fact that there's 3 people from NRG coming in as well, and it just ends up being a completely unnecessary round that Rush lose with a ton of utility left as well. They could see a bunch of smokes, mollies, and so on that they had at the ready that they just didn't utilize properly. And obviously, you know, swing rounds like that is what allows NRG to actually get somewhat back into the game on the first half and allow them to actually get back to 8 rounds. And if that doesn't happen, all of a sudden you could be looking at a pretty significant advantage for Rush.
Yeah, definitely the swing either way of those rounds is something that can kill or make a team's momentum in terms of even taking the match later on. Yeah. We did see good eco plays, I think, from Rush, and they were able to do that over on their CT side, I believe. Was it CT side?
No, yeah. On the CT side, not a lot went their way.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'm thinking T side. Yeah, so we saw a lot of good eco plays come out that way.
Yeah, normally it was pretty solid, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, it just never seemed to be in a situation where they were going to fully capitalize on it and really walk away from it.
Yeah, no, that's definitely the case. And things kind of normalized in many ways when you got on within that second half, and we got the game we expected to see. But you know, it's still early days for Rush. I think Ruber actually had a pretty respectable, you know, start to his comeback in that sense as well. He did pretty well for himself. I think he ended up on 16 frags. But you know, it's still a working project, and I think they kind of have to brace themselves for the thought of having to play relegation matches.
Exactly. But we did compare Silent and PTR pregame. I do think that I've seen better games from Silent than what we saw here.
Yeah, no, definitely have. And I think we've seen better games from Peter as well. Peter didn't really do all that much on that CT side, which is actually kind of surprising because he's been their heavy hitter for the better part of the season. And still he outshined Silent in a big way. And I think Sam, again, pointed out pretty nicely, you know, when they got over to that CT side, Silent had multiple opportunities to actually have a bigger impact that could, you know, swing rounds in the favor of Rush, limit the economy of NRG early on and not let them get on that seven-round run. But just not stepping up to the plate in time. And, you know, obviously, loss is not on him. You win and lose as a team, but he definitely didn't have anywhere near enough impact.
A big impact that you need an AWP to have.
Yeah.
Basically, in most all maps at this point, especially in Mirage, when we look at locking down the extremities of these sites.
Absolutely, and you could tell that, you know, NRG were trying to do that as well, like over on their CT side, by having Peter either push up Cat, getting boosted up, or, you know, because Brush was doing such a good job of taking mid control, but he was still being active around the map in that sense, trying to get stuff done. And Silent doesn't really seem like a player who's going to be able to actually do that for you in a lot of ways. So, yeah, no, I'm not really sure if he's the right guy to go with in terms of sticking with the AWP for Rush. Maybe they have some other options in terms of, you know, players they can try to make into a primary, but I haven't seen really anything from Silent this season that kind of makes me think he's going to be a sufficient AWPer.
Both of these teams undergoing roster changes. We're getting our first taste of both here. Across Mirage, we're going to move into Inferno as our next map. What can we expect to see from either side of the equation?
I mean, again, newer map, so it's a bit of it is left up to chance. Obviously, I haven't seen Rush at all from memory, actually, on Inferno at all. We have seen NRG play a couple of times, and again, Peter's going to be very active with that AWP in hand over towards that B bomb side, you know, playing aggressively towards car, taking aggressive peeks, and seeing if he can find early banana control and so on for his team on the CT side. Otherwise, on T side, it's pretty cookie cutter stuff, spreading out in defaults, seeing where, you know, first off, where the CTs are gonna, you know, be over eager and use too much utility. That, you know, that's the kind of stuff you can take advantage of. And outside of that, I'm hoping that we'll see something innovative in terms of, you know, new executes and whatnot. But I'm not too hopeful just yet.
There is a chance, though.
There is a chance,
and just in case, I think there's a real chance for Rush to come out here and put the hammer down. Maybe. When I said real chance, I meant that's a possibility.
Yeah.
Break it down in the numbers. I'm saying like a 33% chance that, you know, they walk away with a close bout here.
Yeah, no, I can get on board with that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because I don't even know that my math was great there. Nonetheless, we're going to go a quick commercial break. When we come back, we've got NRG, we've got Rush, and we're going to Inferno. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
We're back here. We just watched Rush lose to NRG, but we're going to see them go to a second map here, and that second map is going to be Inferno.
Inferno, that's correct. You're not wrong.
I'm not wrong.
And,
imagine that.
Actually, you know, Rush has played this map a couple of times, not on the main stream, but over on the B stream a couple of times this season. And it hasn't really panned out too well for them, to be honest. They've had losses versus Winterfox. That said, Winterfox was in NA at the time. So, you know, they do have that kind of...
They already had that sort of one-up from their situation they're currently in.
Exactly. But, you know, Rush, I think their, you know, best claim to fame really on that map is actually playing Luminosity close last time around they played them. And I'm not really sure that's what you want to go into this matchup with, considering you're going up against NRG, who've actually had, you know, again, a fair amount of practice on the map and have actually been looking pretty good at it. They only suffered their first loss on it in Copenhagen this last week.
Well, let's kind of touch on something we talked about in the wrap-up of the last game was the AWP usage across the board. PTR Silent being those two players on both sides of the fence here. How important is it for them to have an impact on a map like Mirage, and likely where are we to see them?
Well, I mean, on a map like Inferno.
Excuse me, Inferno.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the map,
I think more and more teams have started reverting back to what we saw in the old Inferno as well. We saw a couple of teams experimenting with having their opera towards mid, but most of them are falling back to just having that standard position on Banana, really.
Okay, well, standing by are Blue and Dazed, who are frantically getting their stuff together so we can throw to them. How you guys doing over there?
Hey, how's it hanging?
No DeBear segment. I don't know what to do with my life out here.
Gotcha.
How's there no DeBear segment?
We're just going to be lost going into this.
Vendetta, can you replicate the DeBear segment for us?
I mean, it'd be hard, man.
Maybe?
No, here we go. Hey, guys. Welcome back to Stromberg Strategies.
But we'd have to throw back to ourselves, which is weird.
Thanks, Donna.
You already doing it.
It's weird how it works. Yeah. But you guys can take it from here. Inferno.
That's
what do we got?
Voice of a man that wants to sit down on the couch.
All right, well, the match is already starting, folks. The pistol round is going live in about 5 seconds here, so let's jump into it. NRG will start up this time on the T side with Rush jumping over to the CT side. Let's take a look and see who will get the advantage early on now as we go to what is probably going to be a much tougher match for both teams. I should say for both teams, actually. Rush specifically here, not having the out presence from the last one of the analysts we're talking about. That's going to be something that'll hurt them a lot, but to start things off on the pistol, trading 1 for 1, now 2 for 1 in the favor of NRG. We're trying to hold it, not checking for him, so he trades out one more kill, looking for multiple, but he cannot do it. Breezy is going to take him down directly afterwards, giving them a 3v2 advantage here, and probably starting to smoke off the B-bomb site to allow them to plant and try to secure this round. There'll be a flank in from Peter, which if he's successful, will pretty much seal the deal here, but he's got to be a little bit quicker about it, as both Silent and Toy are very quickly moving into the church to try and retake here. And well, NRG, they take the battle, and that could prove problematic. Toy catches that first kill here. Now Peter works around the flank, but he's unsuccessful in catching the shot, so he's just going to have to route back up, grab with his teammates, gets that first headshot though, and the second one to close out for NRG.
Yeah, Blade, I mean, they had the triple B stack. They had a good setup, Rush did, and Blade just kind of just charges them. Like a delayed charge right there with the CZ. Doesn't even... What was that, Blade? You didn't even shoot a bullet. Not one bullet.
I don't know. It's an honor push. Just wanted to fight.
Just don't. Oh, they had a truce.
Just jumping,
you don't shoot me, I don't shoot you.
Jumping into the arena.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's going to leave Rush. And they go for very similar buys to what they were doing back over on Mirage 2. Not.
Yeah, this time with 4 smokes.
I'm curious to see what the plan with these smokes is going to be.
Probably to smoke something out.
Well, yeah, that would be most of the intended goal of that.
I would think.
But yeah, NRG themselves are still holding back for right now and playing into the opening default here.
Just messing around, Blue.
Oh no. After some delay, it is looking like
it's actually good. I mean, if NRG is going to take this long, they might be able to smoke trap them and force them to come through. You know, one of them, maybe these P250s could do work.
Yeah, and some of those smokes starting to be deployed right now, as we do see 2 of the players from NRG pushing through the hall still to add a little bit of pressure, but the main push is definitely going to be heading its way up Banana, and Breeze leads the charge here, now armed with an AK. CT's just smoked it off, though, so that's going to be even more delay. Good thing that those purchases did come in. Now they have to hope they can impact and forcing NRG to go through those, but actually not necessarily the case, as they're making another change up here. The bomb back at Crossroads, working its way up mid through the choke point here, but here's the problem. Ruru is going to have himself a nice position in Boiler, where he can try to script some players. He gets close, gets the headshot against Fugly, but is unable to get the kill. Now it's up to Silent to chase at least one of these players down. Finds that kill, and Daps really wants the Mac 10, but apparently not that badly, as he was finally going to be able to push in forward, but he was flanked out by Little Man just seconds later, and now it's left it down to only 2 from Rush, who are rotating over from B, and probably won't be able to get much done, so you are going to be looking at a second round from NRG in a second.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate for Rush. But NRG, as soon as that smoke went down, they just booked it back to A immediately. And that player in Boiler, you know, Lil Man jumps across, and then Fugly still checks it, right? So he gets the dink, but he's not able to get that kill. Could have went poorly, though, for NRG if that happened a little bit differently. Because Silent got that kill at Arch. If he would have got that kill and stayed alive, we could have been seeing, you know, a possible rush round win, or maybe at least 3-4 deaths.
So NRG remain consistent here, and only losing 1 player along the way too, which is going to be good for the money build up early on here, but buying into a lot more nades and whatnot for this 3rd round, where for the most part Rush are only going to have their default pistols. Some may buy into P250s or, you know, random like $500 pistol here or there, but that's going to be it. In fact, we don't see any of those 500 pistols. It's all just P250s and defaults, as they're going to be even more preservatively saving into this 3rd round here to look for probably just the fullest buy possible in that first gun round, where they can really make hopefully a bit more of a landfall against NRG here. Once again, NRG par of the course as for the usual T-side opener here. They've already moved in and found Akis investigating into the halls, so easy punishment of that kill there. And now the rest of the team starting to move out towards Boiler and whatnot. We got porch control coming back into the second from Little Man. They're ready to bust out through the long wall over here on the balcony as well to take pit control. Ruru is going to be resisting from there, but actually he was spotted. Nice spot by Little Man, actually taking him down before he can have any impact whatsoever. And Daps continues that rampage off the balcony down into the pit where he'll eliminate Blade. And similar story to the last round, Toy and Silent, the B players, are the only ones left alive, but the round is very much already in full control for NRG.
Yep, easy cleanup for NRG, and again, they're going to have a huge bankroll going into this fourth round. So it's going to take probably, I would think they're going to have to win 2 gun rounds in a row if you're Rush in order to break NRG's economy. Maybe even 3 rounds, because they might buy that 3rd round depending if they get the bomb down. So this is like, it's just not a good start for Rush. They're still going to keep 3 SMGs with 2 umps and 2 a MAC-10. Push back B right away is Breeze, and he might come into confrontation right here. Silent holding with the op, and he needs to make an impact.
You're not going to see NRG push past it just yet. There's still a lot of CT smokes and whatnot moving in, so they're going to hold it for a moment to see if they do deploy smokes into that half or any Molotovs or anything. But out they go. Silent hitting the first shot and quickly ducking away. Toy, he's going to be caught here as well as Little Man takes out Toy, and Silent re-peeking into it is going to allow Peter to pick up an additional kill. Just like that, 4v3. No, Peter almost hits that shot as well. But he shot out like a second later. He might have been able to catch it. That guy jumping over towards CT, and Blade would have been a dead man. But for now, he holds. Aegis also killing one that tried to lurk in towards A, so re-evening out the player count here across the map. Still, Peter, along with quite a few more, holding some deadly angles, and it's going to take Rush some effort to get back into it. They're not using any of their utility either. They've got smokes, they've got Molotovs, they've got flashbangs, they've got an HE grenade sitting on Ruru. Moment, not really being utilized properly. Molotov finally going to force Fugly out over here towards Emo corner, where they also do have a Little Man kind of hanging out, but Ruru catching that kill there. Does start their push back in. Peter still restricted over here towards the garden too, which is now actually going to put a lot of pressure on Little Man with only 5 HP. It's going to be tough, but he gets an angled bitch to start off. However, the fountain gets in the way, throws the molly out instead. Peter missing a shot, and there you have it. Rush, they're going to be able to work their way back in, just barely defuse this bomb and pick up the first gun round.
Yeah, I think if Little Man hides there, they actually have a perfect setup to win that round. PTR could watch his cross, make sure nobody pushes him. They could wait until that player defuses the bomb, and then they could, you know, just kind of peek him together if Little Man just doesn't peek at all, and PTR watches back. But PTR was just very worried about that smoke grenade, so they couldn't get that crossfire going. And it's not a bad round, though, for NRG at all. You see, they still have some money left over. I think they would buy even if they, so they'll buy even if they lose this round, and they got 3 kills. So it's another possible, you know, reset round for Rush. Silent just trying to get super aggressive with the op. Doesn't do anything but take 66 damage, so not a good start for Rush already. Fugly already with boiler control.
The rest of NRG holding back over here towards Banana as well. Not wanting to push past or even close to the half wall just yet. Little Man's only gotten himself just up to the right side equivalent of the log spot, where he is now going to fall back, completely giving up on Banana pressure and working with the rest of his team to push back up through the mid choke point more than likely. Fugly's ready to bust out boilers, so they'll have that angle working for them too. Aegis is trying to get up close, the flashbang hitting him, but there's not a lot of follow-up coming in from NRG. The smoke obviously still in the way. They've got defenses set up on both sides. The molly is going to send Blade out, but he was also smoked off, so NRG, they're going to be able to move in towards mid-choke, but unless they want to take a risk in pushing through these smokes here, they're not going to be able to move out to the site just yet until right now we do start to see these fading away. No moves being made to actually get into the site, and time is getting quite low. Not only this, but you've got the rotates coming over from the B site too. Blade holding at a sort of halfway point, and Silent halfway up CT just past the doorway leading into church. So he's also going to be in a pretty quick rotate position compared to where he would normally hide back out. The CTs, they're ready to defend this now, and NRG, for the most part, seem to be walking into a trap, but a lot of missed shots from Rush, and that is going to end up costing them now. As they move in, Ruru and Aegis so far the only ones able to hold, but NRG winning out in a lot of these trades. It's down to 2 now for Rush, both of which are stuck in library. They will try to send one over towards Arches, but with both being heavily lit, this is going to be rough. Silent's got a Molotov.
Do not go for this round.
I think they're going to go for it.
It's a huge mistake.
Blade's got an AK now. The molly going in, trying to force someone out. The positioning on it actually does work out, so they burn out Peter at the very least. But even going in here, Daps has yet to reveal himself there in pit, and if he peeks up, unless someone's looking directly at him there, it is basically going to be a free kill, and indeed, he gets it, and Fugly closes out on the last one.
That death was, for NRG, was a blessing in disguise, because there's no way they're going to lose that round, and all of a sudden, if they don't do that, Silent could drop an M4, you could have 2 M4s, an AWP, and 2 umps. easily a round that you could win. Now you're just stuck with a force buy and ump and pistols, and that's it. It's just, you got to save in those scenarios. It's ridiculous that they didn't, to be honest. It really is.
Well, this is now giving a huge advantage to NRG, assuming they don't get tripped up by this force. By some miracle for Rush's players here, and they are moving up a bit more aggressively this time. Specifically, Aegis could have a chance to take down their Daps or Little Man as they push forward. It's actually Ruru that gets the kill. I wasn't even realizing that he was also positioned by the Boiler, so they both stack it up. But 1-to-1 trade. Little Man moves in, and it's not looking like that Ruru actually picked up the gun off of his fallen teammate either. Nade goes out there, and Ruru almost caught by it, so he was looking like he might have re-peeked into it, but as soon as he saw the nade, he did have to completely back out of there to prevent his own death. Now we have the rest of the guys from NRG getting ready to once again throw a bit of pressure towards mid, but that would be the fake, as most of them are going to head back over here towards Banana instead and send themselves over to the B site. It's been about 2 or 3 rounds since we've actually seen some real pressure being thrown in that direction. They do have a bit of defense set up for it. Silent sitting over here with the UMP and quite a bit of utility. Smokes and flashbangs also prep to toss their way out here too. Silent taking first contact. Only gets 1 kill, however. Toy picking up a second before he's also traded back out. Blade swinging in, finding one, knows the location of a second, but is unable to capitalize upon it. And now the plant coming in, but Ruru is here on a flank. Oh, he misses his opportunity for the free kill though, and Peter just escapes. Now Ruru's at 9 HP. He's gonna have to try and flashbang past this, but he can't run through that molly right now as the flash is essentially wasted. Peter gets the bomb on the ground. He can head directly over towards New Box where he'll be safe. Flashing back out himself, and Ruru still thinking he's going to be back by Emo somewhere, but that's not the case. He just wasted one of his last nades here. That should confirm, of course, since he definitely hit a few of those bullets, that he is going to be back over here by New Box. Now, armed with an AK, he'll look for the clutch, and he's being sneaky about this too. The smoke comes out, missing another volley of bullets here, as Peter's just wasting so much time, and he ends up closing out with the P250 and giving yet another round to NRG.
Yeah, a round that I think Rush obviously should have won. Just again, a couple failed shots so far that we've seen. The Rap side, like you talked about, when Toy peeked Arch, he should have had a double or a triple kill when him and Blade were both watching that. There, Ruru had essentially a free kill onto PTR, not able to land the remaining CZ bullets. I think he missed like maybe 6 or 7 shots there on a guy trying to plant. So a couple rounds that definitely, oh, and even the pistol round, right? 3 towards B. Blade just kind of charges them with a CZ and doesn't even get a bullet off. So a lot of just missed shots from Rush, quite frankly. Great analysis, right, Blue?
Yeah, absolutely. Some good stuff.
Some good stuff, right?
Yeah.
No, but really, I mean, they're missing, they're in decent positions, and just whiffing.
Yeah, Ruru is going to end up getting chunked down nice and early as he tries to aggress through the long haul over towards the CT apartments. Down to 23 HP right at the beginning of the round for the most part. Obviously, Rush not really being able to invest even towards anything big into this round either. For the biggest buy they have is a P250 sitting on Aikens. I think it was actually Ruru that purchased it. So that's going to roll right out. He's actually doesn't really realize where Ruru is shooting at him from, however. So Ruru is able to escape with that kill. Aikens, of course, helping out too. But the actual swing is on its way towards B right now. And what's even worse is that single player going out towards balcony bit the second player off of this site. Silent's going to be smoked back out. He'll even be smoked out from the garden position he's trying to retake towards right now. So that's full control from NRG. And obviously, let's be a little bit careful of Rush trying to get aggressive here and pushing their way back in, or at the very least hunting for those exit kills. But the round should almost, for sure, go into NRG as they pick up 2 more kills there, bringing it just down to Silent and Blade.
Just flying out there. Seeing that there was at least 2 players, so they just going to rush B. Silent gets a nice kill on the breeze. But round will go NRG's way nonetheless, so we'll see 6-1. NRG has a ton of money.
Yeah, Peter over 10K now. He's only really going to have to reinvest into nades this time. It actually looks like he's dropping, so he does end up buying down a little bit more. I think Breeze is still running a bit low in cash in some of these rounds, so it's actually, excuse me, it's Daps that ends up getting the drop this time. But right back into it, however, and coming off of that save round, Rush are also going to be able to rebuy. You'll note again, though, the lack of an op that seems to be coming in a lot from the Rush side on both their T and CT sides. Silent just going to be working with a rifle, same as the rest of his teammates here. Ake is taking a big risk, though, and going for the window positioning. It's a good thing that nobody's waiting for him out on that T deck over there. Little Man also catching the first kill here on Banana as Little Silence just found out in the open, it seems. Fugly as well taking out Akis. Toy is going to take a battle, wins it, but now he's going to run quickly back onto the site as Breeze is also chasing him down. He's got him locked over here towards 4 Starges. However, he's kind of tunnel vision into that, doesn't check towards CT, where Blade also rotated back in and is able to once again re-equalize the player count down to a 3-on-3 situation here. However,
Blade should have just ran to A right away. I mean, NRG isn't stupid. They know there's 2 towards B.
And Ruru is caught as well, trying to re-navigate over towards Pit. Not really going to cause a huge delay, but in their haste of trying to get out and kill Ruru to take A side control, Ruru actually picks up that first kill. Now he's got support from Blade, but Blade has to come out huge here. Picks up 1, and there's only 1 more to go with that ceiling kill onto Fugly. They might have this secured, but we'll see as Peter's been hitting some shots nicely tonight. And there's the first of 1 that can clutch out again. Toy trying to wrap back just the direct way through Liberate, and with that he will have a relatively easy kill to close out on this one and finally give Rush a second round.
Yeah, but I mean, it's pretty much a perfect round to lose, right? It's 6-2. If you just win this round, you're going to reset their economy. You're going to have a couple tries to do it. So NRG losing their rounds in the best possible way, and Rush winning their rounds in the worst possible way with just 1 alive. And the other round that they won before was just with 2 alive.
So the possibility for a reset is going to come directly alive again.
Yeah, as soon as Blade gets that kill, he should rotate though. Like as soon as he got
1 on B.
He should just he should just run towards A right away because they know 2 are towards B. And more often than not, they're just going to run towards A.
So more than likely, Rush are going to be brought down to just no economy at all here, as they do have to rebuy pretty much everyone back into it. And then NRG, we talked about it a few rounds back, but how much money they had built back up. It is going to actually reduce down pretty quickly. I'm thinking at most 1 or 2 buys max if Rush can keep it consistent here. But the real thing is Rush having to worry about not losing this one. NRG can obviously kind of deal with it if they end up dropping 1 or 2 rounds here. I'll have to obviously work off of a much closer scoreline. But we can see once again, NRG splitting their players up, probably going to throw in the direct smokes really early on here going into the B bomb site. And they do have a 2-man hold, but nobody's on the site. Everybody's sitting back over here for CTs. They have a player boosted up into the flower. Toy, did he actually see this player go beneath him? I'm not sure if he did. I think he just crept past him. So Breeze
24/7.
Breeze is going to waltz right in, take down Toy. And now there's only 1 more remaining as they've smoked it back off. And in the meanwhile, the team is going to execute it here towards A as well. They had a rotate bitten over towards B. Blade's going to be caught at an in-between point, and there's now nothing he can do as he's the last man standing in a 1v5. Best hope for him is a trade on Breeze, but he's not even going to get that. Breeze just gets that final kill, lurking into a nice 3K there, and NRG pick up a 7th, resetting Rush's money.
NRG secret plays. Breeze kill everyone.
The secret play was just Breeze.
Yeah.
Going out on his own. Yeah, that was. It looked like Toy just had him completely.
Well, it's a good play. You get underneath that guy and you go through the smoke behind him. I mean, Phelps has been doing that constantly. It's very successful for him, and we see Breeze do it there.
So no aggression rolling out from Rush on the B bomb set. They actually did force into this round too. It should be noted. They shouldn't have that much money left over anyway here. Yeah, they all pretty much buy out down to 100 or less. As they're just going to have CZ's armor with slight amounts of smokes and flashbangs. And that is going to be it. So NRG, in theory, should have a very easy time closing out here, assuming they don't get a little bit over-aggressive and go into those stacked-up positions from Rush, as they're just playing it really far back, probably holding a lot of close corners where they can hopefully punish close combined plays from NRG. And that may be what they get this time, as NRG are starting to pull back on the mid-pressure, throwing a lot of their players up banana, and are probably going to end up executing in 1 big group again. However, the snack over here on the site is not necessarily so well conjoined, but the second they hear trouble, rotate's already on the way. Toy also catching a first kill here, holding the line on his own, now with an AK. Not going to get much else done, however, besides another 25 damage off onto Fugly here. Silent looking to hold, but they also going to have a new player by the crypt. Silent caught out, though, isn't able to realize his target quickly enough, so Daps will take him down. Peter finding AK's running in, looked like he whiffed again, but he does connect onto the kill at the last second, but it's of little consequence, as Breezy and Daps both pick up kills.
Yeah, I mean, hiding first oranges just, it kind of sucks now. In the old Inferno, you used to be able to hide first oranges, and then they would jump up, like going towards Spindle, and that's when they would see you. But now, you know, you could just see the person for summer just from water, so it's just really not a good position. And Silent knows that, and he felt pressured to just kind of run out because he felt they were going to check it. Now we see a full eco for Rush, probably going to be 9-2. Breeze just destroying them at Banana. Take a look at the scoreboard real quick. Staffs gets taken down in halls.
The rest of NRG are just going to go for another banana push, it seems, after losing him. But again, they've got early rotations moving over. The timing on these is not necessarily bad from Rush. It's just actually figuring out what is right and what is going to be a fake, since NRG have been deploying a lot of successful ones throughout this half. Breezy sneaking back in. Toy doesn't even seem to be really worried about this push. Silent trying to surprise. He had free positioning onto what should have been an easy headshot, but...
Yeah, he does have a P2000.
Yeah, that's true. So he's going to end up getting knocked back out. Blade still holding the position on the sandbags, which...
Use your blade.
I think he's hoping someone checks it. It's gonna creep out now.
Please.
Crazy to check it a second ago. He's got it. He's just gonna go for the USP kill. He gets it, but yeah, it's not gonna matter too much as Akis already found an AK, so he's looking for the save now, and I imagine Blade is gonna try to do something similar. Not necessarily saving the AK, but at the very least trying to do some economical damage to NRG here. As he does creep back out over here towards CT. But actually, he's going to end up escaping. I thought NRG were going to try to box him back in, but they're worried about saving their guns as well, so they do end up running away from that. And they'll let 2 AKs get out from the CT side there.
Yeah, but it's pretty dominant so far for NRG. I'm telling you, that Breeze is going to be very, very good for a very long time.
He fell off, actually. It was interesting. He kind of went off the radar a little bit for a few weeks in Pro League. He wasn't having himself a couple good games, but it seems like he's...
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care about stats that much. Like, I think just the way Breeze aims, the way he plays...
The overall play style.
Yeah, the play style. He plays winning Counter-Strike. And from what I understand is he's also a really good teammate. So he's going to be like... He's going to be a very good player for a very long time, and he's going to be in the top of NA for a long time.
Well, again, Rush obviously back onto another gun round here. The problem is they did basically go back to only having 1 on B, and it's going to be Silent. He's behind the...
Look at this guy.
Just walks right in. Silent doesn't even get to move, let alone fire a bullet, so he's given 0 chance to react to that situation.
He's just having a rough day.
You can't even blame him for that one. That was good shots from Breeze there. So Blade trading out 1 kill here. Oh, Ruru actually getting a nice spray trap. Blade gets a 3rd kill. All of a sudden, all that's left is Daps, and he was rotating over from A.
I bet you he mollies the bomb.
Let's see if he's going to try to toss it back out. They haven't actually gone onto the bomb just yet, so he's going to push back into it, finding 1 kill, and the last player is extremely low. Ruru down at 15 HP. Here's the molly coming on top of the bomb now. Vision isn't its greatest, and at the moment, Ruru can't actually push to but he just goes into the molly anyway and kills himself. So Daps will win out the round in the 1v2 clutch, and NRG get to keep their lead secure, 10-2 now.
It's a quick game so far.
I mean, yeah. A little bit of a closer round there, but interesting end to it as NRG, well, apparently still winning it out. And this will take Rush onto pretty much an eco for most players. Some obviously having a bit of extra cash. Ruru and Blade able to go for armor.
Ryu say that Breeze cheated and then picked them up.
What? Wait.
Wasn't that Ryu?
Yeah, where did this come from?
I was just thinking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that was
that's actually hilarious.
That was the thing everybody pointed out when because he had to like make a whole statement about that.
Yeah.
They like apologized. For
Even though Selfless is no more Ryu, we can still bash you. All right. You can't escape it.
So NRG are gonna end up moving in to the B bomb site and try to go for it. They're just pretty direct execute, as we've been seeing many times on this half so far. Rush for the most part of the full save. Toy trying to go for the position that Blade took, where he was able to pick up a kill before. And Breeze.
Look at his crosshair control and placement, though. It's like just so on point.
And off of Breeze, just pushing CT. That's it. That's it. That's the round right there. I don't even think Ruru and Akis are going to be able to do much.
He's the bully, man. He's just bowling.
I know.
messed up.
Push
hard.
Even now, look at how aggressive he's being. Moves in. He's probably going to get his last kill, too, unless his teammate steals it. Yeah, Daps is going to steal it, but he pretty much got the kill for him. And NRG going to 11 here now. At the end of the last 2 rounds of the half. I think the funny thing when he got picked up for Selfless is everybody was saying like that Ryu had complete evidence that he was cheating, and he said, as long as you play for my team, I won't put it out into the open. It was like an attempt at some extreme next level blackmail or something like that. But
wow.
Just a joke, of course.
Talon again going for an aggro pick. Takes like 40 damage and gets nothing going his way. It's a rough one for Talon. His combined stats this series are like 7 and 30.
I think he's got a little more than that. He's got like, I think he's got like 10 or 11. Just not much better, granted, but true. We do end up seeing NRG again. Very slow on the opener. This time finally putting a bit more pressure back over here towards A into this next gun round. Obviously, as we saw earlier there, the damage from Silent going to send him back and restrict a lot of the B pressure, but they are rotating into it early, and while they catch that first kill again, not making a whole lot of presence onto the site just yet. Molly's going into the cubby there. Little Man going to smoke things up. I don't actually think he noticed Blade this close up here, so he may find it surprising. Moves into it, Blade catching that first kill. Toy trying to swing back in. He's unsuccessful, however, and now Breeze leads the charge as he takes down Rue. That clears out the site and leaves Silent as the last man standing in a 1v4. Might just decide to save this here, as again, they still have to go for one more round, but Breeze actually moving in. I don't think he's realized that Silent's all the way over here on the highway. So he's going to just walk right past him.
How does Silent not hear him?
There we go. He saw him now.
Well, Silent. Oh, because of the sound.
The sound, I told you. He
and his teammates don't hear him either.
I told you it's how it sounded.
Why aren't his teammates telling him?
I don't know.
Maybe they're just not mumble together.
They're only using in-game chat.
Yeah, they're using
the dead talk.
I mean, he ran that whole way.
He threw a flashbang as well.
He couldn't have been less stealthy.
So, pretty solid half from NRG, and we're going to see if they can solidify it with one more round here. A lot of nades going out actually against Breezy, but he doesn't care. Moving in, he actually won't catch a kill this time. Silent getting his revenge from the last round there. Trades him back out. The round is still very much in the favor of NRG, though. And Bururu swinging over here, trying to pick up one more kill. He'll find it, but a repeat from Peter out into mid. Takes him right back down to the ground. A 3v1. Blade at the helm for Rush. Let's see if he can actually make an impact here and be able to try and clutch this one back out, or if it's going to be an easy 13th from NRG, the first one, but the immediate trade from Peter once again, and NRG do seal the deal, ending up with a 13-2 half in their favor. Not much going for Rush there, unfortunately, so stick with us to see if they can get anything going in the second half, or if it's going to be domination from NRG here on Inferno.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, Rush putting up a good fight back over on Mirage. We're not going to see the same thing here on Inferno. Unfortunately, they have a huge deficit to work against coming off of their own first half now on Inferno. 2-13, and it's just been NRG, specifically Breezy, dominating things there in the first half for the NRG T side.
Yeah. Silent. Can't catch a break, man. Even production roasting the guy. Silent 3M. The 3 stands for 30 dark.
I guess so. It's actually that's a really good equation there.
No, I'm not even kidding. I called him 0.3.
Did you?
Yeah. We got in an argument once, and I'm like, shut up, Silent. The 3 stands for 0.3, because that's the FPRU average in league play.
So yeah, Silent not having the hottest game right now.
I actually called him 0.3 for like months.
Did you really?
Yes. All I referred to him as. But we made up since then, so you guys are jerks now. And
okay.
I'm not.
Got it. But yeah, just waiting for the players as they're warming up still on the server, and as soon as they do hit that ready button, I'll be jumping back into it here. Rush obviously needing a moment to figure out, okay guys, how do we get back into this game? Is there any way we can even do that? And if so, what's going to be the winning strat for us here? Because we need to run just 11 straight in order to tie it.
Get SK to play on your computers and ring for you.
Just call them over real quick.
Yeah. Maybe play NRG on LAN. Might be a little closer. Judging by the Copenhagen Games tournament that I watched.
Yeah. That's gonna be the interesting thing with NRG if they actually do end up following through and making it into the top 6 for the season. Seeing
how they play on LAN.
Yeah, seeing how they do on LAN. But pretty, with the exception of like that one victory they got over Envy at Counter Pit, I think it was last year. That was like the only real impact they ever made on LAN, and that was with the old roster.
Yeah, I mean that was with Gabi, Legia, Silent. I think they had a ringer playing because Pete broke his leg.
They had Tabson, I think it was.
Tabson, yeah. So it's literally like not one person from this roster. Actually, on my Twitter, PTR posted a pic on his Twitter, and he posted his leg. He's like, didn't break my leg this time on the way there. And then I replied to it, and I said, getting better on LAN already. I see. Well, that's a good one, right?
Yeah, that's good. Well, we are.
I thought it was funny. I should have done the dot thing so everybody could have saw it.
Yeah. No, you can't do that anymore. What? Changed it. Yeah, you can't do the dot thing on Twitter anymore. Because you have to like go to the replying to thing and like select people, so you can't dot people anymore.
Twitter sucks. That was like my favorite part about Twitter.
I know, dude. It was great. Well, NRG coming back into this now on the pistol round. They do catch the first kill, actually. Rush does, excuse me. Catches the first kill from Toy onto Daps as he gets really aggressive down those T steps, hunting for intel. And while he does find it, he also finds his own death. So they're going to have to be a little bit careful. Off of that, however, it does allow for Peter to push really aggressively down Banana, restrict that presence, and open up the possibility for a really early flank here now. As Rush are going to start to move back out. Silent hopping back from behind. We've seen no trades yet from NRG at all. Breeze is about to get knocked out here, too. Rush looking really good. The last two from B going to start rotating back in. Peter hitting a nice first shot. Almost getting the second one, too. It takes him a minute, but he does follow through with it. So they're back into this one. It is going to be Rush. It is going to be hard to rush their way through this gauntlet, however, now that's set up for them by the hay barrels. As we can see, Rush themselves have a pretty nice setup to counteract this. Peter, though, still fragging out. He's up to 3 now in this round. Little man yet to find one himself. They've got Toy restricted a little bit here. Ruru holds for 1. Peter trading it. Is he going to ace this now and bring NRG back into the lead? As we can see, creeping up, and he gets the angle. So it's an ace clutch possibility from Peter. This timer is going to be a little bit close, but I'm pretty sure he has it. So NRG should be able to win out the pistol round, and they will push up to 14 with Peter having the ace.
Wow. Porch aces in a 2v5 Pokemon situation.
Yep.
Nobody could hit him.
Even when he got close up there, Ruru got that first kill too. It only did like another like 20-30 damage to him.
Yeah, Toy might as well have had a BB gun in that pit. Yeah. He could not hit a shot. Might as well have been a decoy grenade. Like, he couldn't hit anything. He was... Poor guy.
So
I mean, just the way that it's going for Rush right now.
Yeah.
It's not pretty.
That's going to be essentially the kick in the bucket for Rush here now. As well, they do get the plan. Of course, they decided to just force into it now for very obvious reasons. When you look at the scoreline here, they can't save this one, let it go to 15, and then try to go for the full gun round. They need to.
Do they change the pictures Because I know like that's not any other scene picks. So does ESL put like an overlay over it?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because Toy's picture is actually me in a very unflattering pose.
I know, yeah. That happened here like 3 weeks ago, didn't it?
Maybe production can bring it up, because it's pretty funny.
Little Man actually catching a first kill out here, but trades rolling in actually from Rush. They get really aggressive. They really aggressively peek into that area over there. And again, another kill going to roll out from Akis this time. It's down to 2 all of a sudden. They do have Silent Lit, but he's in a pretty safe position, so not worried about him just going down easily. Akis, good reactions there as well, catching up Peter. Now it's all on Fugly to get a 4K here if they want to keep this going. Obviously, you know, no huge precedent. They're like, oh, Rush is back into this game all of a sudden if they win this round. They're still 12 rounds behind. But at the very least, they can try to keep themselves alive for a little bit longer. As it is looking like Fugly's not even going to go for this, he'll just make the decision to fall back, save the rifle, and wait for the next round.
Yeah, smart decision by him. Not going to lie, wasn't watching too closely, Blue. Kind of almost
you're trying to figure out the logos.
Yeah, almost checked out of this game when it was 14-2 and they won the pistol round.
Yeah, Rush will end up winning it out here, and Fugly successfully able to save the M4. Unfortunately, actually, Peter can probably buy in like if Philosophy wants to. It looks like they were going to decide to force into it here now. M4, however, does not go into the hands of Peter, who had the extra money. It's going to go over towards Breezy instead, who currently sits on a 20-10 kill record. Massive in the second map for NRG, as we very much saw back over in the first half here. Rush, though, just going to take it nice and slow. Big stack of 4 players leading up very early to the mid-choke point. The bomb still sitting directly behind them as well. So this could just lead itself into be another pretty quick hit onto the A site. And NRG, at the moment, having positions that sort of contested at the mid-choke point, but they're giving those up pretty quickly. Dap's already swinging over through arches to rotate fully, at least over towards Highway, but he can get back in pretty quickly, so really just kind of shifting himself around a little bit there. And obviously 2 more waiting within the A site itself as they move in. Nicely found. Silent going to be able to eliminate Daps there. That is control pretty quickly being taken by them. The bomb swings back over towards Banana too, so they are going for the pinch in the direction. And we see the battle being taken by the Little Man. Ruru getting caught out awkwardly there. Tad and now Fugly holding for 1. Keep in mind, that was one of the few rifles they had, but 2 more now being picked back up as we do see Rush going in. They'll get full control of the B bomb site, and it is not going to look like Breezy and Little Man will make an attempt at this again. They've got those rifles. They have positioning way over here where they can pretty much confirm that they'll stay alive into the next round, so they are going to save it and let Rush get a 4th round.
Yeah, they're going to save it and still have an opportunity to win the next round, but Rush going with a B split there. They get the kills at A, go towards B. Is actually a little bit dangerous. Fugly definitely could have got that second kill and then put it into a 2v2, and they would have to get the bomb all the way towards B. Instead, we're going to see Rush live to fight another round. Blue.
So they'll push out from it. And again, not really going to see much contest between the remaining 5 players here. Everybody on Rush makes it out past the bomb explosion, and NRG, as we mentioned before, very far away from the combat zone there, so they end up getting out. The problem is this time, obviously, it is a bit rough to try and get Daps, Fugly, and Peter anything significant. Daps,
I would buy here.
Daps got dropped to 5-7, I think. The rest, I think, are just going for pistols still. Yeah, they just get donated pistols, it looks like, and they did themselves on.
I mean, there's no real wrong way to play this, to be honest. Like, you're up so many rounds.
And Little Man takes an early aggressive push, but Ruru is ready for that one. Loses about half of his HP in the process, but still much better engagement overall there for Rush, considering they lose one of their rifles right at the beginning of the round. Now Breezy, again, is going to be your point man to hold most of this. And he is the solo B defender at this point. Fugly as well, having to play so many different positions himself from within the halls here. Gets inside, retrieves the rifle, obviously, which is the main goal of his positioning there. And thankfully for him, Ruru did not actually push into those halls. The rest of the team, for the most part, is already up Banana, trying to go back inside. And Breezy waits up on top of the flower pot with the second player rotating through garden over towards the crypts right now. They do move into it. Silent, not checking for this flower pot just yet. Creeping underneath of it, though, so he gets undetected all the way up to the grill. Is now going to hop onto the site. Daps creeping in there, only catching the first kill, but now a trade out from Breeze, and flashbangs to try and send Breeze back. It'll work. Pushes him over to the church, but a response also just as strong of a way moves in from the guys over on NRG. With this kill found in mid against Peter, they're going to push over back towards A. Fugly just actually being kind of randomly hit as Ruru swings out there. Drops him down to 66 HP. Remember, he doesn't actually have armor behind his buy at all. So it's going to be rough for him to take an open contest against these players. Trying to find some headshots as Rush do push past the porch and up onto the bomb site here, but just ends up getting smoked back off. And that was going to be pushed away from this one. As I think, again, they'll make the decision to save once more.
Man, it's the right decision. I mean, they're definitely playing to win. They're still trying to close this out as quickly as possible. And that's something Rush could learn from. I mean, there's a lot of teams like that literally just saving your gun can win you so many more rounds in the long run on CT side. I mean, it's such a basic and easy decision to make to me. And time after time again, we see so many teams struggle with that.
So, Rush coming out on top once more. Off to a good start, of course, in the second half, but NRG, after saving in that last round, and keep in mind that essentially in terms of the money actually spent was pretty much a full save, so I think now they can actually buy into this next one here. Or at the very least go for half buys is what it's going to appear to be now. It's looking like upgraded pistols with armor again.
It's playing it pretty conservative, but still have a good chance to win this round. Probably would have sprung for the umps, just because you still have like a pretty good amount of money bonus.
Well, slow opener actually this time from Rush, as I think they may be expecting a bit more aggression from the NRG camp. But they're taking it pretty cautiously too. So they kind of hold themselves back into just a default 3-2 split. Nobody from B moving out to take aggressive banana control. Nobody from within A really playing close-up angles, with the exception of Daps, who is going to be over there just wrapped around the cubby spot, but no one else really pushed out into the open right now. They are just kind of sitting back and waiting to see what Rush is going to deploy towards them, as they themselves have been rather slow about the way that they open up a lot of these rounds. We've already got one pushed up in towards B, but he's a solo player and is really just going to try and make some noise here. I doubt he's actually going to make a full move into the site, especially with smoke still being a real thing for the NRG players as they re-smoke back off the banana push one more time. The bomb, however, regrouping with the rest of them as Rush does prepare to toss in their utility, probably just a few seconds before that smoke fades away, so they can get it set up in time and then push right past it. NRG should be out of smokes here, I believe, as they've used 2 of them now, so it is going to be an open site. And in will come Rush's own utility to try to take it. But in the meanwhile, Daps also rotated over here, so they've got a third man on deck. Unfortunately, he's been smoked back off. Fugly finds the first contact from up on the site there. Ruru trading with Fugly, again striking, and he even gets a third kill too, before finally being eliminated by Silent. So he gets a second one actually pretty up close on Daps too, but Peter swinging out, picks up the additional kill, and now it's just Ruru, who is completely detached from this. Bombs on the ground. They just re-smoked Banana, I think. Ruru missed his own smoke, as I think he wasn't expecting to find that balcony there. So a bit of a mishap as he does push his way in. Hunting for that kill against Peter. He gets it. Now one more to go. Taking the battle. Little Man finds him in the open. Little Man doesn't know what to think of it either, but he's out of time. Little Man just ran away from it. And because of that, NRG will finally get that round, push them up to 15.
Yeah, and remember, that was a pretty light investment from NRG, so they're going to be fully bought up here at 15.
Good stuff from Fugly, who opens up this possible win for NRG right at the start of it as he gets the triple kill. But thankfully, Rush had built up enough money here now, so they are going to be able to buy back into it, including the op on the side, including full utility for all the players with AKs. So it is a full gun round to potentially decide this map now. A lot of utility coming down Banana as well, and Toy is going to be at the front of it here. Oh, well, it's so unfortunate too, as the smoke does end up bouncing over the Molotov, so he takes a little bit of extra damage. Thankfully, it's nothing too major. He only ends up losing about 30 HP overall. And now the rest of the team, once again, just hanging out by the crossroads, waiting to make a decision whether they're going to swing this up directly towards A or B. They do try to push back into B, but Toy's caught out this time by Peter. And happy with that, just one pickup, they fall back, and they'll play within the site now. Peter actually just swung out a little bit aggressively, but I think this is just a check to see if anyone was going to go for more of an aggressive repeat, which at the moment they're not doing. Kind of throwing in utility to hopefully keep these players on B, and it is working. In fact, it's even sending another guy temporarily. At least Daps was starting to rotate past the arches towards the site, but he changes his tune pretty fast. And now Rush themselves in through the mid choke. They will try to swing this pretty quickly around over here onto the porch side. Nobody taking library side, which means Dap's focus can be entirely on the other end of that one, but that, again, also gets changed up. Rush just seemed to not be able to make up their mind here as they were just mauling back out. Daps knows there's going to be pressure coming from their direction. He's watching out in the event. They do try to split this, but he takes a very open battle here is going to be the problem. So he goes down, but the other issue for Rush is, okay, they get that kill, but now they're low on time. Little Man picking up a first one. Breezy moving in to save his teammate as he drops the bomb. Peter up close. I think he saw Akis cross. The timing just wasn't really too good. Still, though, it's down to Akis, and he cannot get anything done. So it's NRG that claimed the second map in a dominating fashion, and they will indeed end 2-0 for the evening.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze just an absolute animal in that game. I mean, just looks so much better than everybody else on Rush, to be honest. I mean, he just ran in and entry uncontested, not just getting the first one, but getting the second and third round after round. It was just a completely outmatched team, Rush was.
Yeah, essentially, we saw some good stuff in the first map, but just falling completely flat here on Inferno. So let's bring the analysts back into the conversation now and kind of get you know, staying on the note of Breezy here for a second. Ven, you know, just getting your thoughts on how Breezy was able to be so successful, specifically on the T side.
I mean, well, I think what Sam mentioned, the fact that it's just straight up better individually than everyone he weighs up against on that Rush side is pretty beneficial when you go into a game like that. And Breezy is, you know, at least in my opinion, one of the, you know, we all talk about many big talents in NA. Out of the ones who've been playing in Pro League this season, I've been most impressed by Breeze, honestly.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a player that came up, I believe, through Selfless. Actually, would have been War with Slimmy, believe it or not. So it's been like War. I think it was like, I don't even know what the acronym stood for. Anyway, so you see him come up through multiple different systems, and now he's kind of coming into his own as a player, and he definitely has something to show for it. Let's take a look now at Breeze in this replay.
Yeah, so this is round 9, and this is something that caught many people off guard, especially Toy, as Breeze sneaks through the smoke there. And it's a pretty cool setup from NRG. They do the classic Fnatic smokes, which is to block off the front part of the site, which allows for Breeze to actually sneak through this. This is something we've seen SK do a couple of times with Phelps, though Phelps is without the benefits of actually having any smokes other than his own, so a bit more risky in that sense. But it's very cool to see that being brought back. It's something we saw more on the old version of Inferno, but I think it's even better now because so many CT side teams use that boost to kind of negate the fact that people are throwing the spawn smoke.
I think the first time I even saw that boost was the Any Key match between CLG Red and Secret. What was that? It wasn't San Jose. It was...
Katowice?
No,
wait.
I am Oakland. There we go.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, so that was the Any Key show match, and that was the first time we saw that sort of flower pot boost.
Yeah, we saw it taken to a completely different level, though. I think that was someone like a 3-man thing going on.
3-woman thing.
It's true.
It works out like that, you know, it's a female match, so yeah.
It's true.
Nonetheless, it's pretty much a domination here on the second map. Any sort of gas that they might have had in that first half of the first map,
they ran out. Yeah, no, they ran out after that first performance, and it's a bit of a shame, but you could definitely see that there's, you know, this is kind of what we alluded to in the pregame going into this, that there is a reason why NRG are amongst the top 6 as of right now, and Rush is fighting to stay out of, you know, automatic relegation. Right. And I think that kind of came to play really on the second map. I
mean, those guys fought pretty hard coming up through the Mountain Dew League to secure their spot in the Pro League. So it would be a real shame to watch them just turn
go straight down.
You're in. You're up.
Yeah, a bit of a U-turn there. No, obviously, you hope that they can actually, you know, muster some strength together. I don't think, you know, the fact that they're going to have to, you know, go through another lineup change is going to do any benefits for them. But Rura in himself, like individually, didn't, you know, do shame to his name by any sense of the word. But Rush's biggest strength leading up to, you know, this point of the season was their team play. So I think they still need a little bit of time.
Well, no shame at all is Dirty Peak Pete. Let's talk about PTR's influence in this matchup. I think he had just an excellent pistol round. Yep, that's exactly what we're going to look at right now.
Yeah.
So he gets one right here up towards the porch side. He goes to grab the second one there. In the cemetery area. But the cool part about this is it's oh, by the way, those stats at the bottom here are over the course of the series. He didn't just go completely berserk on Inferno.
I mean, yeah, I was about to say, did they even play 19 rounds? I was curious. I'm thinking about his deaths because this was a pretty swift one. But yeah, no, and you also have to consider the fact that this was a 2v5. It was not even keel going into it. So he hadn't picked up, you know, 2 early frags in banana or something like that. No, this is just straight up retake. Peter going nuts, and I think we talked about it multiple times, and it kind of rings true for most stoppers. They're really solid pistolers, and you kind of see what happens when you unleash Peter. So it's really cool to see. And again, I think not necessarily needed in this game, given how well the first half panned out. But definitely cool to see.
It would definitely even be cooler to see. You're talking about oppers with that sort of pistol girth.
Yeah,
and I like to call it pistol girth, so don't think I'm weird or anything. But it would be kind of a cool study to see just why it is that these oppers. I think it would have to do with the quick movement of the hand at a very fast paced precision.
That partly also survival instinct, because the second you mess up as an opper, you only have one go-to move, and that's bringing up the pistol. So you better be accurate with it, because otherwise you're literally just going to be firing BB pellets into another guy with the body armor. Not going to do a whole lot for you. So you're going to have to aim for the head.
You got to aim small, miss small. Or wait, you aim small, miss small. What does they say in The Patriot? Mel Gibson. Anyway, we're going to go into the second doubleheader of the night. We've got Complexity. We've got CLG. We're going to be kicking that bad boy off on coL here in just a moment. But we're going to go to a quick break. And when we come back, it's going to be showtime.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
This is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
All right, we're back here for the second doubleheader of the night. My name is Stunna. I'm your host here at the ESL Pro League North American region. I'm actually going to introduce you to Vendetta now. What's going on, Vendetta?
I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, I think it's time for our almost even bout of the night. We've got Complexity and we've got Counter Logic Gaming.
Yeah, and on pretty solid maps for both teams, I'd say. We saw some promising signs from Complexity yesterday, which obviously bodes well for them going into this one. But, you know, that said, CLG have been looking pretty impressive as of late.
Absolutely. Both teams seem to trying to find that rhythm. Counter Logic Gaming having found just a little bit more of that success.
Yeah.
It's just a little bit sweeter on the CLG side, I guess you could say. Let's take a look at that roster now as we do talk about it. We've got Cutler, Ethan, Ricky, Kusta, and Mr. Pujan himself. Representing that CLG brand.
Yeah, so again, FNS and Cutler being the old school or old heads in CLG right now, but as we've seen as of late, not necessarily them have to carry the heavy load of that team. Kusa doing exceptionally well for himself so far in the season, and we saw over in Kiev, Ethan just having a wonderful tournament overall, and Ricky being an excellent addition really to this lineup just across the board.
Well, he adds a certain bit of versatility to this lineup, right? Now,
yeah.
In addition to him coming on board as an AWPer,
yeah,
we got Kusta.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny actually because normally you'd think if you add someone who's previously played a similar role to something you already have covered on your team, that wouldn't necessarily add something to your team. It would just kind of stagnate what you're able to do. But Ricky's shown to be a proficient rifler as well, and the fact that they're able to change between themselves who's going to take the reins with the op at any given time, and they've found that nice balance between themselves actually adds a lot to their play.
There's no way that this could have worked, nor would they have probably agreed to it had they not believed in the proficiency of the rifles of either of those players.
Exactly. I think that's a massive part of it. And also you have to have confidence in FNS to actually be able to make those decisions game time when it comes down to it, round by round, and et cetera. And having the ability to put a system where this could actually work as well. So, just really fun to see that CLG are kind of coming together on their own and doing pretty well for themselves.
No, 100%. This CLG lineup has not always yielded success. In previous iterations. It seems though now they say it, they're having fun playing.
Yeah.
These guys are getting in their own personal rhythms, it seems, which when you have them doing that and then clicking together as a unit, I honestly think that this guy could be the limit. But it's about the path they're going to take to get there.
No, it definitely is. But it's a pretty good start. We're starting off where they already are at, with Kusta, and he's just been playing out of his mind so far this season. We talked about how important Peter's been for NRG in the previous matchup. Kusta's been in a similar vein really for CLG as well, and he's done so coming off the back of a pretty rough entry or rough first experience with pro level CS and Liquid. So that makes it all the more impressive, really.
That's an interesting way to put it there, Vendetta.
I mean, it was it's probably not the honeymoon ride that you were hoping for really for Kusta, but
welcome to professional Counter-Strike.
Get absolutely
do not
smashed.
have fun.
Yeah.
Do not enjoy yourself. Do not pass go.
Do not play to your strength.
A couple $100.
Exactly.
But
he managed to survive. He got through it, and that's really what matters.
He did. And we touched on the idea of his perseverance, having to play through things like that, and even now we see him kind of finding himself in the same rhythm that made him really successful to begin with Enemy.
No, absolutely, and I think that's only going to be something that kind of makes him play with a chip on his shoulder for the rest of his career in that sense. And it can only be beneficial. You see it so many times with people who've gone through diversity. They're able to handle future potential down periods a lot better than what they would have done otherwise.
100% something to look out for on that CounterLogic Gaming side. Let's take a look now at the complexity side of things here as we have Surreal, Depp, Android, Slimmy, and Mr. Desi over on this side. Now, a couple different things we could talk about here to sort of kick this one off. I think the best way to do that would be to talk about this leadership coming in and sort of taking on that task of really, hey, are we going to move these chess pieces around? Are we going to make this work this time?
Yeah, and obviously bringing Slimmy into the picture is a big step in the right direction, I think, for complexity. And they've had enough chances really so far with the core of this lineup, Surreal, Def, them being brought over from the UK, etc., to just get a somewhat stable roster that should be able to compete at least. And they haven't been able to find the right recipe as of this point. But what we saw with Slimmy yesterday and how they were playing, especially on that T side versus Immortals, that was definitely impressive and something that allows you to be positive looking forward, if you're a Complexity fan.
Well, even this Complexity lineup here, being able to put that sort of fight out there it's a feel-good thing for the fans, like you're saying.
Yeah.
But it's got to give them a little bit more confidence than they've probably been operating with under that banner.
Honestly, it's probably pretty fun for the rest of the players to kind of feel like you have a plan, past the minute point of the round. It's nice to know what you're doing, or at least have a guy taking charge and being like, okay, guys, we're actually going to head towards here, doing it this and this way. And then that's obviously, first off, it allows you to be more freely or think more freely and just focus on more in your own game. You don't have to get weighed down by the fact that nobody's stepping up to the plate and actually leading.
No, absolutely, and I think leadership has been something this team has lacked. I mean, we're talking about an organization here that has been the pinnacle of all of North American Counter-Strike at one point.
Yep.
Winning tournaments in previous versions of the game. Now we even see one of those players coming out as a coach within this lineup.
Yeah.
But what's really interesting to think about is why isn't it working, or why hasn't it worked to this point? And then we do see Slimmy come into it and hopefully bring that fresh breath of air.
Yeah, no, I think that's partly why, because you haven't had that kind of guy who was able to put the players into a system, right, or utilize them in proper roles really up to that point. I think it was all too kind of fleety from what we saw from Complexity, not enough structured. And sometimes, yeah, it's perfectly fine that you play a loose style of CS, but some players or some, at a certain time, you might need structure more than anything else to actually be able to benefit anything from it and actually progress.
Now, the first map we're going to see tonight is coB, and then we're going to have Cash following that. But the first one's going to be coB. What is there to say about the strengths of either side of this on coB?
I mean, what we saw yesterday, obviously, the big strength from Complexity was their T side. The fact that they had a very methodical approach, slow and steady wins the race in a lot of ways, really, for them. On that T side, the biggest worry is obviously the CT side. We didn't see them mount really a lot of a defense at all. Oftentimes, they seemed way too fond of actually stacking up towards that A-bomb site, not ever taking the chance of actually stacking up with 4 players towards B, even though there was no real indication that Immortals ever wanted to do anything else. So they're able to, or their ability to read the map, obviously with limited information that you can get as a CT on coB, even though it's hard, I was still, not very impressed by what Complexity were able to show there.
Well, I mean, Immortals on coB already a tall task.
Yeah, no,
and we saw them last night.
Pretty tough.
They were able to put up a significant number of rounds, more than we gave them credit for initially. Tonight, are we expecting a fight?
That should definitely be a fight because, with the T side like that, if Complexity can start off on the T side, for instance, and not have to work back from a 12-3 deficit, that can also, do wonders for your mentality going further. But I also think, even though CLG are one of the few teams that actually beaten Gambit, for instance, on coB, we haven't seen, them do that time and time again. Hasn't necessarily been too consistent on coB, and I think that's also to the benefit of Complexity in that sense. They're not necessarily as strong on an average day as Immortals are on coB.
Now, we did just talk about Complexity versus Immortals, and actually to talk about that a little bit further, we've got Eric de Beer Stromberg standing by to go over Complexity's Cobblestone.
How's it going, guys? Thank you, and welcome back to Stromberg Strategies. I wish I had nice hair like Stunna, but that's another story. We're going to take a look at Complexity Android on coB, and I like to spot, I like to watch people in the drop area, because if you lose the drop, you're going to have a very hard time holding A and B, because it's just, there's so much room presence you have to have in the connector. Right here, he gets 1 kill. He picks up a Molotov and gets 2 more. Complexity's losing 6-1 to Miami Flamingos. Who? Is that an open team, I believe? But you know what? That round sparked a comeback for Android and the team. He gets those kills. Now they're on a roll. Now there is a point of view from him taking A. He flashes out. He's trying to rotate fast. I love this move. He smokes the Molotov because why wait an extra 3 seconds? If he did not do that, those terrorists right there would have gotten great positioning and got under tower, and it'd be a lot harder for him to have those kills. But him smoking it that fast, it's a run through, in a great spot. Got him 2 kills. Smart play by Android, who is, when he first joined Complexity, was a little iffy, but now he's the stat leader of the team. He has a lot of frags, just a lot of firepower, and has been really blossoming into a great professional player. Back to you guys.
Thank you to Bears. Appreciate it as usual. Now, we're going in Cobblestone first map, and I'm thinking at this point, CounterLogic Gaming has to be the favorite going into it.
I'm also leaning that way. Obviously, they've had the stronger form as of late. They've also had good showings offline, which is something that I value a lot, at least. And if you can take Gambit down on Cobble, you're doing something right. So that in itself should just be enough for anyone really to look at CLG as favorites.
Okay, fair enough. We're going to bring the commentators in now and kind of welcome them into our conversation. It's the honor's really all of yours to be in our presence. But nonetheless, Sam, if you look at both these teams right now, it's easy to say CounterLogic Gaming is on the up and up. Is it a real clear trajectory of which team is in the better path?
Well, the problem I have with CLG is that they're not quite good enough to just guarantee a win against anybody. You know, when they're playing against like a team like Complexity, like even right now, if I had to predict, I would say they would split. So they don't have like surefire wins where you know they're going to win, and that kind of hurts them when it comes to making playoffs and whatnot, since they can drop maps to almost any team in Pro League, right? Especially if they just have those like mental errors and blunders like we've seen them have before. But yeah, I do think they're slightly better than Complexity. But, I mean, we're talking like a 60-40, 55-45, just a little bit better.
Just a little bit better. What, I mean, in terms of strengths here, is either one of these teams strategically more sound than the other?
Well, I think you definitely give the edge to CLG. CLG practices like one of the most practiced teams in North America. Complexity, they still, they just got Slemmy, right? They're not going to be super, prepared when it comes to having, strategies and whatnot. He really hasn't much time to work with them. And CLG, they play a lot, and they really do try to play with good teamwork and, have plans and whatnot. So I think CLG definitely wins when it comes to like strategy-wise, chemistry-wise, and having been together for longer.
Yeah, and outside of obviously the strategy going in their favor, if you rank, go pound for pound in terms of players individually, because you do say that, CLG are not necessarily guaranteed to get a W really off.
Yeah, that's a good question. Like you're saying, like who has the better like individually talented players?
Pound for pound, because there has to be somewhere. If Complexity were to grab a map, they have to have an edge somewhere. And if it's not going to be strategy, then it probably is somewhere towards the individual aspect of it. So who do you see from Complexity kind of ranking up towards the players of CLG?
Well, I think when it comes to just straight killing people, actually Android might be the most talented player in the server. Having said that, I think the op battle goes so heavily CLG's way. I mean, Kusta and Ricky are like miles ahead op-wise, in my opinion, than the Complexity oppers. So you have a giant gap there, right? But then, like, when it comes to individual skill, despite that, I kind of lean Complexity's way, actually. But even having said that, the op is so favored in the other way that you give it to them. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I get what you mean. I think that's fair as well, given what kind of impact we've seen the oppers have pretty much for any team that's doing well in Pro League right now. The fact that primary oppers just make your life a lot easier.
But for sure, dedicated to that craft. I mean, that could go for just about any role, so to say. But we did see whether an impact of an opper. Like you can tell when their presence is not there.
Yeah. So going further into this, obviously we saw that Complexity on their end had quite some struggles really on that CT side versus Immortals. Do you think that's something that they will have had the opportunity to kind of address going into this, or do you think we might see an issue where it's similar to the fact that they're not able to read what the T sides are doing? They're not, willing to actually take chances pretty much and actually stack bomb sites to a certain degree. Because we didn't really see a whole lot of that versus Immortals.
Well, versus Immortals, Immortals kind of ran them over. They did a much different type of strategy than I think we will see from CLG. I think CLG is going to be a lot more, laid back. They're going to see what the CTs give them, and then they're going to kind of work from there. With Immortals versus Complexity, a lot of Immortals was like really fast strats, going very quickly, kind of just bulldozing them over. I remember when I believe it was FNX jumps down drop, kills 3 players in the back that were pushing towards Broken Wall, like things like that. I don't think we're going to see. I think we're going to see a very different game, more slowed down from CLG. And because of that, that's going to allow the Complexity players to maybe be a bit more comfortable and kind of, read the situation differently.
Oh, well, and just to update the audience at home, we're waiting on the last player to get in and do what he's supposed to do today, which is get in and ready up in the server so we can get the match underway.
Tough life being a professional Counter-Strike player.
It's hard, man.
Please.
It's real tough. I know. I've seen it. But no, these guys put a real dedication to their craft and a lot of time, a lot of hours spent into the game. So I more than appreciate all that. Blue, I tell you what, man.
What's up?
I know you're there.
You gotta get Blue in the conversation.
I know you're there. Blue, who you taking in this one, Blue?
I'm actually disagreeing with Sam a little bit. I'd say this is a straight 2-0 for coL, or excuse me, 2-0 for CLG. I still think that they're like on the up and up, but overall, I feel like they're the overall better team, and that they're going to be. I don't think they're going to struggle too much in this matchup at all. To be completely honest, I feel like this is one that will go pretty strongly in their favor.
They only have a divide.
I know
on the
that
desk.
house divided. The Blaze combo isn't coming to an end, but there's definitely some a picket line right down the middle, huh?
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I'm actually kind of leaning towards Blue as well. I think it's instead of a split series, I think it's going to be 2 maps going in CLG's favor, which again, starts them off well and potentially getting a top 6 spot as well, which is a big fighting cause for them right now. And yeah,
they're not making top 6 Vendetta.
You got to keep hope alive.
SK, Renegades, and Optic.
And
yeah, that's true, but they also have to play Rush.
Yeah, but still, that's going to be like at least 4 losses.
Well, I mean, wait. Okay, so who's the guaranteed losses in this? I mean, I can agree with SK. I can agree with SK. Yeah, but
I don't know. They're split maps these days.
I think Renegades will either split or 2-0 them, and I think Optic will either split or 2-0 them.
Yeah, but even if they split on both of those, they could off of those wins push into the top 6 off of that.
Exactly.
With 12 losses,
would it end up being 12 losses with that?
Well, they're 8-8 right now, right?
Yeah.
So they get 2 losses from SK and 2 from the other matches.
That's best case scenario in my opinion. That'd be 12 losses. Do they make playoffs?
They'd be close. It might come down to like a tiebreaker situation in that case.
Well,
it's usually between like 12 and 16 is where teams end up in like the sweet spot there.
And excuse me, guys. I know I'm going to let you guys talk to yourselves for at least the next hour. It is about that time, so I think the biggest loss is going to be us from the equation. I'm going to let you guys take it from here. We're going to jump right into this matchup, and you guys can have it.
All right, thank you very much. Yep, we're getting prepped now as we do have all 10 players in the server, so just waiting for them to ready up, and then we can get started with the first map here on Cobblestone between Complexity and CLG, a team that has been on the upswing as of late, but has yet to prove themselves in terms of consistency here now. And in this matchup, it'll be a good place to do it. Complexity, still a new leader jumping into the fray for them, and struggling overall throughout the course of this season. If we could see Complexity dominate this one, they'll certainly be looking strong for those remaining matchups, including tomorrow's game versus the Renegades, which is probably going to be one of their tougher remaining maps. But it is looking like now that the players have readied up, so it is time to jump into it. CLG will be starting off on the T side, and Complexity will jump into the CT side. Let's get into it and take a look at who's going to win this. So you say split, right? So this first map here, do you see CLG taking this one or Complexity more taking this one?
What's the second map, actually?
Off the top of my head, I don't have that info in front of me, actually. You caught me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know either.
Yeah, I'd have to go check it out real quick. I'll get it in a minute, but we do have CLG probably going to go for a pretty... Well, just overall, assuming this is like a best of one or whatever, who would you say takes this one?
Honestly, I don't know why, but I'm leaning Complexity's way.
Complexity.
Even though they got destroyed by Immortals.
Well, that's certainly a good start. Oh, Desi gets a third. Def is okay. 4 kills out of nowhere from Complexity. And all of a sudden, it's down to Ricky to trade. He can only get 1. Yeah. And just like that.
The playstyle is going to be so much different than what they saw from Immortals. Like, CLG doesn't have those type of players that Immortals has, where they could just say, hey, run out B, run out here and just kill people. They don't have an FNX. They don't have a Henny to make like shots like that and whatnot. They just don't have those type of players. And I think Complexity is just going to be so much more comfortable playing on that CT side versus how CLG is going to play. That I think there's going to be a lot of potential for coL to make it 4v5 and kind of break that type of playstyle from CLG and kind of leverage that into a victory. We'll see, though.
Yeah, into the second round, CLG have forced into it since they kind of got wrecked in the pistol there. They are just going to be limited with everybody except for Kusta, obviously, due to the upgraded pistols and armor. And we do see them, pretty much everybody except for two that I imagine are going to go for a drop split, pushing in towards A-Long early on here. Very minimal resistance on A-Long in itself. Slemmy's here, just tossing out a smoke, as you can see. I doubt it's really going to hold back CLG for too long, though. Plenty of time left to actually make their execute go. And for both Ethan and Ricky, they wait patiently on top of drop, where there, I think, is actually some active presence from the coL camp, as you do have Def sitting inside of there, wanting to counter that back out. So that is going to send both Ricky and Ethan back over to regroup with the main push over at A-Long right now, as they will end up just kind of grouping up and playing it together to swing into that site. Problem is going to be his rotates for over towards that A site, even though it is just one in the site right now. They are going to be able to very quickly make it 2 and even 3, as I think even from his position now, Android can probably spray them on the cross from the door. Slemmy gets dinked right at the start, though, so that's not necessarily the best way to end up in this matchup right now, as Kusta will catch the first kill. No trades against them as of yet. Android and Def both together now over here on the balcony, as Android catching one, Desi with a second. They are bringing it back. Still going to have to eliminate Cutler. That's a great nade. It should do good damage to him, but actually it bounces back out, so it's not necessarily going to be the case. FNS and Kusta finding 2 more pickups. We're going to be even back out, and his teammate trying to assist now as FNS does swing out looking for one more addition. Kusta getting his 3rd kill, but Def trading back onto FNS, leaves this down to a 1v1, but Kusta gets greedy, goes into the open, and that's where Def will shut it down and give Complexity their 2nd round.
Wow. I don't know why coL is playing with 2 players towards drop when they haven't even come close to getting down drop, and just leaving Slemmy alone on the site all by himself to just get overwhelmed and swarmed. Like, they don't need to take those type of risks on a round like this. And it almost comes to just really, really hurt them. And it really does. CLG should buy this round. They didn't invest anything in that 2nd round, really. So they're going to buy up. They're going to get AKs, umps, and a Tech 9. So they could definitely contest and win this round. Complexity, Slemmy, and Surreal on umps. The rest on M4s.
Yeah, and pretty quickly just leading this into their default playstyle now, since there's obviously, if they can break Complexity out here just on a normal gun round strat, then they're going to start off with the advantage. More than likely that'll break coL, allow them to immediately tie up the matchup and keep this close right from the get-go of things. Slemmy as well being challenged once again. And tagged down, just like the last round here, to 50 HP. Thankfully, he does have some assistance this time. I think it's Surreal playing inside of the suicide steps that's going to be able to help him out a little bit. But coL, not even, getting close to a real commitment over towards A-Long yet. Really just a couple players poking in, looking to see if they can get some intel or find out if the CTs had pushed back out. They didn't really find a player there, but they lit him for half HP. And off of that, now the rest in those B-halls are going to start to swing back over to regroup. And again, deploy this push, probably up the ramp and through A-Long into the site.
Yeah, and they should win this round. I mean, Complexity's setup is, I don't agree with how they're playing at all. I think they should have taken some map control somewhere, taken some type of a risk. Instead, they're just letting CLG do whatever they want.
Yeah, Ricky swinging up really quickly. All the attention for the CTs is over here at A-Long, where Kusta just destroys both of them.
Now they need to save. Do not go for this round.
Android at the very least gets 1 kill, but that may spur them on now into trying to pursue this, even though it is going to be a 4v3. Smoke back out. Most of their players, I mean, even smoked out towards heaven right now. The only way they have back into the site without having to go through a smoke is going to be inside of that shed. But finally, CLG pushing forward, getting up onto the site as they do clear it back out. They'll be safe to go for the plant. They are working this back, however, now evening it up as Def picks up a kill on Kusta, and Def even being out on the site. If he can find an additional pickup here onto Ethan, that's going to be their way back in. Ethan catches that kill, Desi with a trade, and he gets the 2nd. Now it's on FNS, but he's found 1, and he knows that Desi's up close here. He hasn't jumped on the bomb just yet, but FNS is unsure of this, so he has to peek it to confirm that, and now the stick has come back in, but FNS, where's the peek? He is going to go for it, and he clutches it out, so CLG seal that round away, and we go 2 for 1 at the start of the map.
Yeah, and now Complexity is going to be on a save. I mean, that's a 3v5 retake scenario on the A site. They're very fortunate that they were even able to make it into a 1v1. Like, generally speaking, they're just going to get destroyed when they try to actually retake that site. The post plant wasn't very good on CLG. They win the round regardless, and now Complexity, they could have got exits. They could have, possibly won this round and rebroke CLG's economy. And instead, that poor decision to go for it puts them in, a bind.
Yeah, Now we do have Kusta stuck behind the rock here. Actually, is Complexity just going to get aggressive this time, but it doesn't matter. CLG are able to hold it back out, just completely destroying the defenses here. And now all you have left is the one player that was assigned to watch for B. It's Desi, stuck in drop, maybe able to surprise one. In fact, he does catch that kill into Ethan, but now running out. If he just goes for it blindly here, Ricky's going to be able to catch him. And actually, no, misses the opportunity, but Desi actually getting way farther than I would have expected he would have got. Smokes out the other direction, knows he's being chased by someone on the other side, catches that kill on Ricky. All of a sudden, this is back down to a 1v3. Finds himself a different SMG with a little bit more ammo to play off of, and re-smokes himself off here to stay alive. CLG, though, just focusing on the objective now as they do run away from this one, and they'll leave FNS to try and battle out if necessary. But the other two back up to the A side where they're going to plant, and at most, Desi is just going to end up probably saving over here on this site now.
Yeah, I mean, good job getting these 2 kills, an ump kill as well. So making something and getting a couple kills out of basically nothing. Takes out both their SMGers, keeps CLG's economy a little bit low, but I mean, it's crazy to me, man. We watch, you know, SK, we watch Cloud9, and they save in these situations where they're supposed to. And it's not a difficult concept to grasp. It's very basic. And we just see time and time and time again. These players go for these 2v4s, these 3v5s, and just end up really just hurting their economy to the point where they're doing so much more harm than good. And with how strong the ump is, and with how strong the Mag 7 is, you could save these guns and put together a great round in the upcoming round, you know, where you give yourself a good chance to win.
But Complexity do end up just bringing out the one rifle from the previous round there. May be enough, however, to push them over the brink to try and buy into it. Look at the replay there onto the utter domination against Complexity. The only player that makes an impact that time is Desi. And it is going to look like that the gun will just get tossed over to Def now as the rest of the team buys back in with just light pistols for this round. CLG obviously still rolling with a full buy here and pretty directly already moving themselves out, but they will be smoked on their approach to the B platform. So going to have to hold themselves for a few extra moments before they do go for it. Overall, won't be too worried about that though, as once again, with the exception of Def, the most expressive buy they're working against is P250s, or excuse me, is going to be the UMP. They're sitting now on Android as Def has lost himself and is trying to pick a target, but CLG actually making quick work of him as well. So they down that up for the second time. Ethan just follows through with the elimination of Desi. This should be the site going under their control. Unless they slip up against these rock players, Slemmy kind of rolling out there, catches one trade, but that's it. Ricky takes him down afterwards, and CLG now take the lead.
Yeah, and Complexity not inspiring too much hope so far, Blue. Their decision-making, how they almost lost to Glocks, essentially, and a couple, like a Deagle and a Tech 9, and then not saving those guns in that round. It's not doesn't inspire too much confidence.
So we've got ourselves into another gun round, however, and this does include an op for Surreal, or CLG have not even really had to go for theirs just yet. Fast play again out towards the platform. Complexity are going to respond to that in kind as they do back away over behind the boost-up box. Ricky even getting himself all the way towards Broken too. Complexity do re-aggress a little bit, pushing their players forward up towards the steps and whatnot. Def just holding in that cubby instead. And Def completely, or excuse me, not Def, Slemmy completely blinded back out. Def is actually the only one that's able to frag out here. Desi helping out too. Unfortunately, Desi has to save the day again as he gets his second kill on the round here, bringing it into a 1v2. That 1v2 may be entirely impossible for Cutler to pull back off. He is going to attempt to, I imagine, swing over through A and see if he can flank these guys through the main doorway. But if that fails, he'll be dead quickly, and it'll be Complexity claiming this round. Yeah, it's very difficult for him to take any, you know, engagement where he's not flanking somebody. So he's going to flank and hope he can just hit somebody in the back of the head and then make it a manageable situation. Because if he just goes out upper with 20 health, his odds are pretty low of being successful. Surreal. He's actually looking towards drop room right now, so he's not going to be paying full attention to this lurk over here. And so long as Cutler remains quiet and he checks this corner, he may be able to get this first kill for free. Walking into it, though, Surreal does check for the door push. And off of that, Complexity do close out. Yeah, so good sight hold from Desi, and he's really improved on what we saw last night, where he was having a really, really rough game. I believe this might be his own smoke that he's actually sitting in. I think it's a long way. I think I've seen him throw it in rank S before. So you can kind of, you know, pop that down when an execute happens. There might have been CLG smoke, but I do think it's his own. Well, now we do have, again, the rebuy rolling out for Complexity, and it includes an op sitting onto Kusta, so we may see that up-on-up battle come into play a little bit more actively, but probably later on in the round is where you are going to see that, as in the opener here. Just a bit of a In contest between both teams, we have some players on Complexity pushing out towards A-Long to hold control there. Doubt CLG are actually going to push for it, though. This is just sort of like a default opener to make sure they can punish any CT aggression. coL looking like he may creep up towards it here, but we're going to wait and see in a moment as the other two players on the team are stuck in those B halls. The potential to go towards either site. Molotovs and everything being pushed in from A-Long, and we do actually see a peek coming out from Kusta now. Fortunately, smokes, flashbangs that get in the way, but Kusta gets tagged, but he reads into it and hits the shot, and now is just barely going to be able to escape with 6 HP. Hitting that first kill, though, is now going to initiate the drop play from the other two on CLG here, as at least one of them moves towards it, and that is going to be Ricky, I do believe. The other is pushing out towards Broken Wall, but Surreal is here, and he can see over that smoke just slightly. I think they do realize that there was FNS also moving past it. Make sure that he will not be spotted out. And as the smoke starts to fade away, Surreal having no choice but to back out himself and prepare for what could be an incoming hit onto this site. Is, keep in mind, Complexity also re-aggressed that through A-Long, so they know for sure it's not coming to A. The remaining other 3 players are going to be set on this site to defend it, and all the possibility of a flank on its way. Surreal, though, hitting that first shot. That's Ethan gone down. The response is so far behind. They do flash out the shotgun player at Broken Wall, but they can't actually get it onto the platform. Slemmy now initiating the flank, picks up 1 kill. It's down really to just Kusta here after Android just snipes out FNS with the shotgun. Kusta stuck as well with only 8 seconds remaining. I think they are going to try to run on the timer a little bit, but no, Android again, pretty long range for the shotgun, but it gets him the kill with a headshot, and Complexity close out the round.
Yeah, only 6 HP on Kusta there at the end, and that 4v5, Complexity doesn't rotate at all towards A. Slemmy tells them to hold their ground, and I think they even got a quick flank. So good sight hold by them. Android playing up close to the Broken Walls. That first kill that Surreal got was extremely important. They threw good counter nades to delay them, and everybody reacted appropriately.
Now, Slemmy rolling back up here. FNS just walking in through mid connector and taking down Slemmy, however.
Why was he so late?
I don't know.
By the time he got to long A, there were 4 people in the halls.
So that will give a free rifle over to the CLG side, along with free A-Long control, which is now really going to send things up in the air for coL here. Thankfully, we would hope anyway, that because of the fact that it's still a P250 round, it's going to be easily recoverable for Complexity, but we've also seen rounds like this lost as well today. So we don't want to count CLG out just off of their bye. They do decide, it looks like, to follow through with this aggression, and more than likely they're going to end up executing into A, but that will be after quite a bit of delay, it seems, as they're still taking quite a long time to have everyone sort of group up. Kusta hiding within his own smoke here to see if any one of the CTs wants to move back out and him being able to punish that. Def really curious here, but that could lead to his own death, as keep in mind they have that rifle now, and there you go. coL catching a kill. Surreal missing the first stop shot, does pick up the second, but now he's restricted a little bit. Thankfully, Android also being able to exchange from the doorway here and get aggressive to pick up a second, going for the 30. Knows there's one in the alleyway, but that is where he's going to meet his match. coL continuing to pick up kills with the M4, brings us back down to another 2 versus 2. Surreal still trying to hold from the safe plant position. It's CLG that really need to make this next move here. They've only got 20 seconds left, and as they go for it, Desi and Surreal shut them both down, trying to push out of the alley.
Yeah, but again, on their full eco round, essentially, I mean, only one person even had half armor there in coL. They end up getting 3 kills and just crushing the economy of coL. So CLG having a lot of success on these rounds where they're not even investing anything and just kind of attacking Slemmy along A. And now look at coL's money. That it's just, if they would have won that round clean, they would have been able to buy even if they lose this round. And now, if they buy after, the buy is going to be terrible.
Surreal getting tagged up quite a bit here too, as now CLG are going to push their way in. coL taking a big risk and down to 30 HP after he pushed the Molotov, but it's not only him, they got to kill Ricky, picked one up too, and they've got another CT currently restricted to the alleyway. And look at this Ricky, just dropping his way in through drop, continuing to wreak some havoc here. Finesse finds Slemmy, that's it. coL completely dead on the ground here. All they have left is Def and Drop, and that's CLG right back into the fray of things, as they're going to be able to fight back and realistically try to tie this game up more than likely in the next round.
I mean, that was like really bad by Slemmy. I know we weren't watching a screen, but that should have, he shot probably 20 bullets into coL, who had like 30 HP, and then just started running away from him for some reason. It should have been a couple kills for him, to be honest.
But not panning out so well for Slemmy at this point. As now we do end up seeing Complexity having to go on to a full save here. CLG more than likely going to end up having an easier time with it. Still a usual split as well from coL. They haven't tried to gamble it or anything like that. They're not even really trying to play close contact. That's going to change up a little bit now. As you can see, Dev trying to keep over towards the steps. Ethan's watching out for that, though, so if he continues forward for too long here, just going to walk right into the crosshair of Ethan, give him the nice early kill for the guys on CLG. coL also finding himself one on the other side of the map there, eliminating Slemmy. Once again, now the 5v3. Really, the world is CLG's oyster at this point, as they can go anywhere, and it's going to be relatively easy to take control of the site, lock it down, and win out the round from that point forward. They find another player drop. Android actually does sneak in a kill there. Short-lived, however, as Ricky, again, much like we've seen on these eco rounds in the past, immediately trading it back out. And now just leaving two up and rolling. They already know where one of them is positioned at. They're struggling a little bit there, but he does get the kill in Surreal. So now it's just going back over towards drop, just general B area, and trying to eliminate Desi, which isn't even really going to be a priority. They know how well he was able to hold off last time. It is just solo FNS trying to creep towards it right now. And actually, they're both going to walk past each other without seeing it. FNS in 4x3 a little bit there, but he spotted him now. I was thinking about knifing him for a second, but thought better of it. Now it's having to pay the consequences for that delay, which is really just an extra like 3 seconds wait there. As he still gets the kill, and indeed we do end up in a tied situation, 5-5 for both teams.
Yeah, and I mean, Complexity's money still sucks, and I think they would have won this half like already with like, you know, 7 rounds, and if they could have just not lost so many people on these full ecos by CLG. But CLG just goes A, and they just, you know, kill Slemmy with just Glocks and P250s.
Yeah, we can see CLG are once again going to try to go for a pretty quick deployment out on B. The players outside really just trying to toss in the smokes and whatnot. And here we go. Molotov's up on top of Boost. Desi going to try to play close. As Complexity again, really probably not going to be able to hold off too much here. Desi just starts blind firing into the smoke, but actually getting a pretty good amount of damage out there. Tagging a few players for about 20 and then bringing Ethan down to do 26 overall. It's enough to hold CLG back after they just deployed all that utility. So now this is actually going to leave the site relatively open for Complexity to respond to these pushes. When CLG finally do decide to reaggress, they're definitely still going for a B hit. They've showed no signs of rotating off of it anytime soon. So in they will go in a moment. They do catch the first kill there. They'll have to take it just a tad more slowly now. Still working out in their favor, however, as they systematically clear out the drop room. And in a moment, I'm sure the platform's going to get pushed. They can kind of wean out here and eliminate players that are on the site. coL getting caught out a tad. The players pushing in for the doorway, but that's the site player gone down. Surreal as expected. Sort of will trade out one player there against coL, but again, just instantly goes back down afterwards, and CLG now take the lead.
They take the lead. They have a ton of money in the bank, too. Complexity gets on their full buy. It's a pretty good one at that. But, I mean, we'll see if I'm CLG, I just keep attacking A, though. Like, Slemmy's 3 and 10. I've been P250 them. You know, I'm saying, like, I'm at least sending 1 to 2 players here every single round. That's what I'd be saying right now.
Well, for the moment, they're going to be keeping their pressure towards B early on in these rounds here. Ricky, first up to bat, even inside of a Molotov, just goes for it. Oh, he catches players boosting too, so he's got that intel. Can look for that player, easily isolate him. Nicely played by Ricky. They know they got more drop. They don't even think they realize how far Ricky's pushed back in yet either, so he escapes with a third one as well. There you go, Ricky dominating again, just like one of the last gun runs, and that's it. Surreal and Slemmy aren't even going to attempt this. They're just going to save.
I mean, the way Complexity like, loses rounds on coL is just a lot of the time, like somebody just goes and flanks everybody. Somebody just gets a 3K. Somebody gets a 4K. Like somebody just jumps out through B and does that, or somebody jumps down drop and kills 3 people in the back.
Ricky literally did that same thing on drop like 3 rounds ago.
Yeah, and it's just like that's not how you should be losing rounds. But Complexity just. Maybe they should start redoing this map. Their CT side is rough.
It's NA though. It's just like the.
You can't veto coL.
No, you can't.
No, it's actually against the ESL rules.
This is the one map that must be played at least once a night.
Yes.
You either have to play it yourself or convince the other 2 teams to play it for you.
Valve has them contracted.
They're actually they're not only playing in the league, they're play testing the map as well. Well, it looks like there is going to be a pause call from the Complexity side. Somewhat expected at this point, as CLG have come up in huge fashion to take the lead. And actually, excuse me, it's a CLG pause, tactical pause being taken at this point. So, oh, sorry, nope, wrong again. It was Complexity, indeed, as I said originally, that ended up taking the pause here. So they're going to be needing a timeout, taking a seat back to figure things out, as clearly the defenses on really both sides now are just not working out in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, what have we seen from Complexity, though? Like, besides just playing a complete default, what have we seen?
Nothing.
Nothing, right?
Yep. I think they 1 or 2 rounds they like flanked through like you go pushing out A long and then going through the B halls. That was it. That was the only other thing I saw from them.
Nothing clever, no B smoke to push. And it's like Slemmy's supposed to be their in-game leader and you know, whip these guys into shape and get them playing like a brand of CS, right? Where it's not just everybody doing their own thing. But then we see it's CT side coBL, which is a map where you could do a lot of clever things on CT side. And we see nothing. It's just a complete default every single round.
And it's going to be that same thing again, another 3-2 split. They do abandon A long a little bit more and are instead going to put much earlier pressure onto the mid connectors. So again, that flank that I just mentioned before is another possibility that they could open up here. But no, both are going to abandon. It's a real good shot, but again, traded back out. That's been the systematic problem here so far, is they're unable to stop themselves from being traded after every single kill happens. Smoke wall as well. Should allow Ricky to go for this play, but that's actually a bit risky when you consider how close Desi is to that situation. Thankfully, doesn't get a good read as to where exactly the bomb's being planted. And not only that, but Cutler going to get killed. So will FNS and Ricky work together here on the sidewalk. They'll be able to isolate another one. Rotations have already arrived, but everyone's being eliminated here. Android wraps himself into a kill, but he's got 2 more to go. There's the second, however. 1 more to eliminate against FNS, but he's caught pushing to the bomb, and that's where FNS is going to clutch out that last 1v1 and continue the rampage for CLG as they push up on 8 now.
Yeah, just a B smoke wall. They flash over, they get in their faces quick, force the bomb down. Android gets a nice couple kills here, but I mean, at the end of the day, it's a 3v1, and it's planted for FNS, who smartly runs through drop and flanks connector.
Well, now CLG sending their players, again, over here towards A long. They're actually going to be probably pretty fast about this, too, moving in. Molly's in the way. Cutler doesn't seem to matter too much. He can still peek into it, partially past the smoke. The thing they are going to have to be careful of, though, as you can see, is that 4-man stack, both in the suicide and right outside on the ramp there. Granted, it's with pistols, as Complexity did have to buy down this time around. But that can still be dangerous if you underestimate the situation there. And you're definitely not, most of the time, going to be expecting to find 2 players stacked up inside of the suicide steps. There you go. Ethan doesn't even check it, so Slemmy escapes with that first kill. They'll respond with a nade toss in. Actually, really decent damage done to both Android, a little bit onto Slemmy. Elsewhere on the map, Ricky eliminating Desi. So they'll have open B control in a second. More than likely, they're going to end up backing away from this A long pressure and mid pressure point and just end up going into the B site. As we can see, Kusta catching another kill here too. They are slowly sort of just locking things down in the B site and making sure they have it fully secured before they do decide to make that decision and swing the bomb over in that direction as well. Def, in the meanwhile, did find himself an AK pickup, so he's armed a little bit better here. Maybe one of the few things that can actually save out Complexity now that their strat was figured out. They didn't really catch it early enough, but Surreal goes down here. Close battle. Ricky is caught peeking into the open, but the door itself is still smoked off a little bit. Now with the elimination of Def, you're looking at Slemmy trying to pull off a 1v4 clutch, armed only with a Deagle currently. He's probably going to be able to pick up that AK, but at this point, it might be better worth falling back to save it, to save his team a little bit of money in the long run. And that seems to be the choice he is taking now. He's going to get pushed around the corner here. Good pop flash, works out, then timing at the very least in a really great way for him. So secures that kill into FNS, gets a second one now. At the very least doing some good damage, but unfortunately we're on the 14th round, so that's really not going to matter that much.
Yeah, so Slemmy will save this AK. I'm thinking, I mean, I don't understand why. Like, for instance, that round when they had 2 umps today, right? Yeah. It's like, why do you just basically play a default setup when you know they're buying AKs? I would have assumed if I was them that they had 5 AKs on the T side, and they just play like 2 umps a day and they don't do anything clever or anything like that. Or why would you even have 2 umps a day in that situation? Why don't you put one of them in drop? You know, give yourself the best possible chance just positionally to win the round, even if that means like taking a risk or, you know, pushing somewhere like upper B and getting B plat control and, you know, smoking deep and mauling deep and stuff like that. Like, we're seeing none of that from Complexity. Yes. Finally, we're seeing something where they do something clever, where they smoke B deep, they molly it, and look at how much space that's creating. You give Ethan down to 23 health. You're delaying their strat, right? You're like putting pressure on them. This is what you need to see.
The pressure is indeed going to lead to a lot of delay in the overall CLG strat. They are looking for other options over towards A long too, and Kusta gonna go for the early peek over towards the drop room. He'll have to find himself in a battle versus Android and Desi possibly as well pretty quickly here. Both are sitting on the precipice of being able to push back in. They look away for the flash, losing Kusta in the process. Ricky is able to trade, and I think he realizes that the second player is here as well. We're looking at it from Peter's perspective, so we don't know if both peeked in directly, but I think they did. As we can see, Android taking a little bit of damage, so Ricky paying attention to that. Obviously just trying to make sure he didn't get flanked from the window position either. Now he's going to go for the reapplication of the smoke, but Android decides to push past it. Or at least pushes directly into it to try and pre-fire into the position from Ricky. Unsuccessful, however, as Ricky has now fallen back, and the remaining 4 from CLG are going to make a bid for A. Most of them going through the mid-connector. We have seen Cutler already work his way all the way up A long, though, so he's cleared that out. He's able to call the positioning. Molotov goes inside against Slemmy, forcing him out. Basically the free kill against Slemmy there, as there's not much he can do against that. Good trade from Surreal. Android finding not 1 but 2 as well. It's Cutler trying to clutch. He gets 1. He should know the general position of Android based on the kills from before, but he's still going to have to actually hunt down the kill, and now he's got to be careful of this. The Heaven guy wraps in, gets that kill. Can he actually get back up on the site? It's not going to matter. Tagged by Def, which is actually really cheeky when you think about the situation right now. This is probably going to trigger Cutler a little bit, because he probably could have won that if he went for the kill instead. But regardless, we end up in a 9-6 situation here with CLG having a lead. Stick with us, guys, in the second half is going to be coming up in just a moment right here at the ESL Pro League.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
And we're back again, folks, with CLG having a lead here on Cobblestone, a 9-6 advantage. Still room for Complexity to bounce back. Unfortunately, with a pretty lackluster CT side there, it is going to be tough to see that happen, especially now with them going on a T side where, you know, with creativity being not essentially their strong suit on the CT side, I imagine it may become a problem on the T side too.
I mean, there's just, I was talking about it during the break, like there's zero adjustment. Just zero adjustment. Even going back to yesterday, like Vendetta was talking about after the, you know, during the analysis segment yesterday versus Immortals. Immortals went B like every single gun round. And they never adjusted. They never did anything clever. They never made the round easier on themselves by taking a risk or anything. You know, forcing the T's to do anything. And it's like, I mean, you have Slemmy, who's supposed to be like this really smart in-game leader. You know, he was on Cloud 9 in-game lead. All this stuff, right? Like, everybody praises him. But then there's zero adjustment. I mean, it's ridiculous to me. Like, you just have 2 umps a day that one round. Why don't you put one in drop or something like that? Give yourself a good chance to win the round. Instead, no adjustments, no movement, just a default every single round on CT side, where like the biggest risk they took is, you know, sending an A player more towards drop and leaving Slemmy alone. It's like, and that was against anti-eco, so it made no sense. It's just insane to me.
Well, we're into the next round, or the next half, excuse me, now, with Complexity jumping onto the T side, and pretty directly going to be leading this into probably just direct B play. They've got 2 drop, 3 pushing onto the platform, essentially as straightforward as you can get here now. They're going to go for a quick control, but FNS, nice shots. 2 headshots against both of the drop players. Desi and Android going down. Ricky on the transition room catches a 3rd. Finally a pickup for coL here, as Surreal is going to be able to catch Cutler, but Ricky trading it right back, and now it's just Surreal stuck at the statue. It's not going to last very long either. CLG claim the pistol, and with that, assuming they don't get ecoed here in this next round, we'll be able to secure their lead.
Yeah, so CLG looking good for the CT side of coBL. Nice shots going out. FNS. Those are tough shots to hit. Makes it look easy. His pistol has gotten a lot better. Every time we're watching him, he has like good pistol rounds for them. He's really improved that aspect of his game.
And Complexity do decide to just go for the usual second round force up here now. And sending, again, another 3-2 split, much more spread out this time, however, as they do send the bomb way over towards A long to take control here, and a few more are going to be playing around with B. Possibility for this to turn into a 3-man drop play, but more likely than not, we're going to see 1 or 2 of them splitting away to regroup in that mid connector in a moment here. But okay, Def peeks out for a moment. Costa just destroys him at range with a UMP. Nicely shot by him. And we are going to see those 3 actually fully committing to drop, but FNS should have been able to detect at least like 2 or 3 of them based on the sound cues. So he's going to call for that. CLG is going to be ready for that, more importantly, when they do swing out the window. And now Desi left alone in the B halls. Not a whole lot that he can do. More than likely, we are expecting a quick closeout here for CLG to take control of the 11th round.
Rotation, though, by CLG. They kind of give up B. The B guy goes to drop. I believe FNS had his teammate there with him. They send another player towards A because they think they're hitting A. So essentially, they could stomp on drop and then stomp on A and then kind of play reactionary towards B. Hey, yeah, maybe they could take B, maybe they get to the statue, but we have a lot of utility. You know, we got like maybe some Molotovs. We could retake that if that's the case. But you know, that's like a good rotation. If that's the thought process there. It's like, oh, they showed this guy towards A. There's probably going to be more A. Let's send 3 there. If it's going to be any type of split, they're probably going to come down drop 2. So we shut down those 2 spots and we play reactionary if they come out B. So I really like that by CLG.
It is a team ace from them as well as they pick that round up, and now Complexity go into the full save here. Not going to be expecting anything super crazy from them. And we can expect this one to be a pretty easy 12th from the CLG guys here. They're even getting aggressive with it too, so maybe not necessarily a clean round. As we can see, regardless of the amount of players you just spotted, Cutler still re-peeks into it just to confirm their positions before smoking it back out. And us seeing Complexity kind of wait things out before they do redeploy into that position. Slemmy down at 19 HP as well here. Being tagged out overall, really just going to be trying to brute force their way into A, more than likely, maybe sending 1 or 2 down drop again. But the strat, for the most part, has already been realized now. As we can see in a moment, there's going to be players on the CT side rotating in. Kusta just not as on point with the headshots as we saw in the last round there, but definitely doing some decent damage, lighting the players up at the very least. The combined HP, I think, of the remaining 4 is less than 100 altogether. And overall, while Desi and Surreal are able to trade out a few kills, it is overall still around with CLG control without too much pressure against them. And they bring it up to 12-6 in their favor as we head into the first gun round.
Yeah, and if I'm CLG, the main thing I was paying attention to for those 2 rounds was seeing, you know, what Surreal bought. And if I'm them, I would know that Surreal doesn't have an op. And I think, like, those are, like, the very small cues that you could use to win rounds with, right? Where if you're Kusta in the situation, I know he has an ump, but maybe he drops the ump and he opts up for B and just plays it super aggressive, you know? And then if you do something like that and you have that control, you can leverage that into a round victory. Ricky gets boosted up into drop. We got 2 players around danger. They push back B a bit, so they're going to try to make it 4v5 up here in drop room. Ricky really feeling it right now. I think he's like 24-10 right now.
Yeah, and trying to make this counter boost still work. Despite him being pre-fired back at, he's still going to be sitting here waiting in this position. I mean, just a little bit too low there, so Def is going to get the better of him.
Placement was very off.
So he'll end up getting knocked out first this time, but did 75 damage to Def before going down. So Def is going to be a little bit low out here, and instead it was over towards the platform. Android, though, finding another entry here, and Ethan taking close contact is able to trade out 2 more kills, but leaves himself in the open on the sidewalk, where Surreal is going to be able to pick up another kill. That actually might just secure the round in itself for Complexity.
So what CLG should do here is, I believe they're going to be able to buy next round. They should just, literally, like, they should just get exits. And then just win the next round and they win the game. That is what they should do.
Well, it is looking like they're not going to be listening too much to you there.
No, because nobody wants to play intelligently, Lou, all right? That's what they should do. They should get up drop room. You'll kill anybody coming out upper B easy. You have a guy, you know, maybe in connector or whatever. You're going to get 2 kills, most likely. You're going to get 2 exits that way.
Because then you bring it down to like 1 player most likely.
And then you buy, and you get an op. You know they don't have an op. You get a double op setup with Kusta and Ricky, and you just dominate the round. You make it 3v5 right off the bat. You win the round, and you win the entire game. It's going to be 7-13. Complexity will be on a double eco or a Tech 9 round and then an eco. That's how you should play that.
All right.
It's just frustrating. We see it every like. It's so simple, right? That's simple, right?
Seems like it, yes.
Look,
I've been here for 5 seasons. This is not surprising to me anymore.
I know you're not a baseball fan, but it's like they're like going like they're just these huge home run hitters who hit like 35 home runs a year, but they bat like 100 and 110. Just terrible. Like you would never want that player on your team, you know? It's way better to bat like 300 or 330 with a high on-base percentage and hit 15 home runs, you know? Any idea what I'm talking about?
I had producer talking over your part of that.
Okay.
So I heard scattered parts of that conversation. I think I got the gist of it, though.
Yeah.
I don't know what... I know how stat-heavy baseball is. I just don't know what the stats mean.
So average is just how often you get on base based off hitting the ball. On base percentage is how often you get on base from hitting the ball, and also how often you get walked and hit by pitch.
Yeah.
Or intentionally walked.
Some of them are pretty straightforward, but there's other ones like
oh, there's some. Yeah.
Like I don't know, like RBI
runs about it in. Yeah. That's just if you hit the ball and somebody rounds the bases and scores, you get an RBI.
Oh, okay. Yeah. There's a lot of stats in baseball.
There is.
Well, back into Counter-Strike now, as we do end up with CLG having the full buy here. They do manage to get themselves not only a double op setup, but a scout as well. Interestingly, comes out onto FNS this time. Kusta challenging early on. He does hit Desi through a wall a little bit, and is going to get the finishing blow with the nade, taking down Desi. Not only this, but Ricky found that additional kill against Def early on here. So fast 5v3 advantage going by the way of CLG. And now Complexity going to have to make up for it. They do get free drop control and are going to try to move out. The problem is they've sort of trapped themselves now inside of this connector. And they're going to have to try to find a way to battle back out at it. Nade goes in.
Never mind.
Okay. What?
Nade goes in,
Wait,
Nade
what
comes
did
back.
Hit? Oh, I guess it hit that wood thing there. That really messed with my head for a second. I guess that makes sense. As Ricky is going to be creeping back up towards the area right below Heaven there. Trying to see if he can catch them, trying to push towards it. But Complexity, like I said before, they did find themselves kind of trapped. So now they're going to have to leap back in. Ricky with one, really only going to be able to get one there.
It's good enough. He spotted both players. Cutler's already here. If Cutler plays this right, it's going to be a very easy round for CLG.
So
and he is. He has them contained. He's waiting for his player at middle. If they just wait, they take their time, they have 2 kits, it's going to be very easy for them to close this out.
Cutler just trying to make sure that none of them push back out before he initiates the retake. Same thing for Ethan over here. Heaven was smoked back off, so that is not going to be an option right now for the other 2 rotating in from B. But look at how much free room FNS is getting. Just flicks onto a headshot against Android. Slemmy, though, keeping himself in this. That shot will spell his doom, however. And Ethan closes out for CLG as they push up 13.
What? Somehow we killed FNS, too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Well, I know he got 2, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he got 2.
But yeah, so that was very nicely played from CLG. Not panicking, understanding they know where both players are, waiting their smoke out in Heaven so that they have to watch it, waiting their Molotovs out from Complexity, and then they just pinch on them together, and they really gave no chance for Complexity to pull out a miracle and win that round. Now Complexity, they have 2 AKs, 3 Tech 9s. If CLG would have got a couple exits, we'd probably see just all Tech 9s, but...
But yeah, CLG are going to try to force into this round now, as obviously they're kind of up against the wall, down by 6 rounds. CLG really only needing 1 or 2 more to seal the deal here, make it impossible for Complexity to come back. It is looking like, well, they will deploy a lot of utility early on into the B-bomb site. This is going to be an elaborate attempt at a fake Everybody else already backing out outside of the mid connector and are going to try to redeploy pretty quickly towards A. That was smoked out, though, so they've got to wait a few more seconds. And more than likely, CLG may just send someone aggressively up on a platform to read into this, or at the very least, Kusta is going to be able to hear all this noise about to work its way up ramp. He spotted those heads. Rotations are on the way, but he's got to be careful himself now. Swinging out, missing the shot. He is trapped, missing a second shot up in his face. Takes way longer to see him killed, but immediately now FNS out into the open, but he only gets one as well. Ethan, he's got a frag out here without getting traded. They find one. They got to back up, though, as Complexity are sending a lot of pressure in this direction. They've scavenged the op, which Surreal's already using to pick up additional kills here now. That's going to be leading to the drop of Ricky. Now 2 left alive. Both trying to push their way out of the door. Def trading out into one of them. It's all on Cutler. Out of ammo, but he found another M4 on the ground, so he's still got some to play with here. As he creeps up, still looking to try and take down Surreal. The observers almost scared me for a moment when they turned off the X-ray. I thought he got the kill for the tree. But no, it is Surreal that gets the final kill there. So Complexity win it out and get to stay alive for a little bit longer, as CLG will be forced onto a save here.
Yeah, Kusta kind of failing a bit there. I usually expect him to connect on a couple kills there, and honestly, if you get that first one and then that guy pushes you and you kill him and you probably stay alive, I mean, it's going to be an easy CLG round win, but once he gets overwhelmed and dies, that site is just so difficult to retake, especially when they're up close, underneath heaven and whatnot, that, you know, you don't have much chance. So CLG kind of force buys here. They got double scout, FNS pushing up pretty close. Flash bails out, you know, I believe that was Surreal.
Complexity just basically sitting here and holding out inside of those B halls. So waiting to try and appropriately apply pressure to drop, which they're going to be able to do now after they catch Ricky in a position tossing out a nade. So drop is open for them, just waiting a few moments here before they do move in towards it. And the rest of the team probably going to follow suit onto the platform in a second. They still have a guy over towards mid-connector. I think it's Def trying to lurk. That doesn't go so well, however. Kusta eliminates him. So everybody else that's still up and running for CLG, already having positions in the B-bomb site, they're going to know for sure, obviously, that the play is coming here. They can just have that CT player on A push directly back out. Nice shot up close from FNS there. They pick up that first kill against Android. There's a lot more to be done, however, and Surreal trading out into one. The same problem for FNS. Surreal finds a nice double kill. Kusta's left as the last man standing, but with an AK, it is going to be better for him to fall back and save.
The scout E-box hold. FNS makes it work.
Apparently.
Yeah, I think this game would be over, though, if they would have, you know, like done that thing and then... Well, I mean, they did lose it to the Tech 9s and the AK. But CLG, after forcing there, their economy is going to be reset, so they should be saving this round, and then we'll see if they decide to buy the next round. I'm assuming they will. See how much FNS purchases as well. Because if they want an op in that round, he's going to have to save.
Yeah, but Complexity not moving out here to hunt down Kusta at all. They are just going to sit in the site, sort of expecting him to make a move, but...
Yeah, but again, I mean, if you're gonna buy that round that they just bought at, they should have saved the 2 M4s when it was a 2v3, in my opinion. They should have.
Well, now they have kind of put themselves into a sour situation, as it has opened up a possibility for Complexity to get back into this game. Yeah. We'll need to see at least 1 or 2 more gun rounds go their way for that to become a reality. But 4 rounds is certainly something that Complexity can very easily accomplish here if CLG continue to overplay some of these situations. And again, we can see the nice shots from Surreal. Getting a nice little double dip there right at the end. But into the next round we go. And for the most part, CLG is going to end up full saving here. 1 Deagle comes out for FNS. Ethan gets his gun donated over by Kusta that he saved in the last round. And Kusta obviously having the AK, which he saved.
Well, Kusta can just glass cannon on off next round if he wants, actually. I believe so, at least. I think they get 2,400 if they lose this round.
Well, we've got Ethan playing up closer. It's dropped. Def already took control of it. Unfortunately, overpeaks slightly. Mac 10 finds its target and finds the first kill of the round here at the hands of Def. He's actually going to look for one more as well. Finesse sitting outside behind the rock. Maybe a little bit too risky. Kusta really hunting for some heads here, having some trouble tracking down Desi, but finally gets his mark, knocks out Desi, brings us back down to a 4v4, drawing in as well the aggression from the remaining A players on CLG side. They're not going to push in just yet, because there is reason to believe that Complexity may actually fall back from these B hulls and try to swing out the other direction here. FNS, okay, just walks into a kill there through drop somehow. Def trading out one more. Now the CTs did push back in, but that could prove to be a fatal mistake, as all of a sudden coL has to hold off this flank with just a measly little USP, but he is holding a position which they might not check for. There's one, tries to go for the second, but doesn't work out, and now Kust is left with a 1v2 to deal with, and he is chasing down this flank right now, trying to pursue them through that mid connector, which is not going to work out so quickly for him. This is going to have to be a much more long and drawn-out play, and hope that Complexity don't position players to watch out for this sort of a flank. But with 2 players already being found out there before, there is suspect to believe now that Kusta would take the same route. He pushes back in. Def is certainly watching for this, and as he moves up top, in a moment, if he doesn't check for it, the door may be his death if he chooses to push past this without looking towards it. And there you go. Down at 54 HP. He does get the kill. 27 as well. Time running low. He does not have a kit to play with. He does just have to go directly towards this. The smoke is also being deployed. Slemmy not really playing the game to win this out in the 1v1, but to waste enough time to disallow for the defuse. He may get this kill, but he doesn't even get that, unfortunately. Slemmy wins it out, and with that, Complexity take this round.
Yeah, so I have no idea how that developed. How did Ricky and Cutler, I believe it was, just get behind them and wait for them like that? Did they just flank A, I guess?
They just pushed A.
Yeah, nobody was watching.
Nobody's watching the flanks.
That's
They posted up like the area to the left of here right now, like that upper area, because they were expecting, since Kusta was getting a couple of kills on B, that they might have fallen back.
Yeah, but then how did FNS flank the guy and drop him?
They moved. I think they tried to go out the window and around to the door, and they didn't have anybody watching the window in case FNS wanted to make a move.
They have 5 people live. What were they all watching?
I don't know.
They don't watch
apparently
box.
Not drop.
They don't watch flank.
I think that was partially timing. I think timing.
They didn't even have anybody watching upper B because Desi went out there by
I don't know. Slammy's gonna find the first kills. We are back into another gun round here. It all goes quiet after that, though. Complexity holding for right now.
Just had their monitors turned off that round.
Kust is gonna catch an additional kill here too, taking down Def this time. And Desi still creeping up as well. I think the smoke is full coverage. He might be able to lurk around it a bit. No, it looks like it is full coverage. So he'll have to wait on that one for a moment, as the rest of the players from Complexity are going to be looking to redeploy out towards B in a second here. But if we can see Desi causing some havoc here, it may help to keep, at the very least, keep Kusta deployed over there onto the A bomb site. And we can now see the smoke starting to roll out onto B. Players themselves just now pushing past the broken wall, firing off. So I'm a little bit curious as to what Desi's going to be trying to do here, as he still has to kill that player over on the other side. But within the B bomb site itself, a 1-to-1 trade going down pretty quickly, and that's where Desi strikes. Eliminates FNS, prevents the A player from lurking back in, and now he himself can have a chance to flank this back out. However, Kusta, thinking he has a chance there, tries to go for the shot, missing out on that opportunity. Desi finding one. Kusta is able to react to that. He didn't mind the bomb just now going down as well. He still has plenty of time to play this out. He knows the upper miss, so he's going to get aggressive up on the statue. Slemmy sitting just on the other end of it. He really needs to catch a good angle here, because if he peeks Surreal, he might find himself dead. Another missed shot, takes the shot at Surreal, but that is going to be his death, as Slemmy is finally able to take him down. And all of a sudden, Complexity back into this game, 11-13, with CLG going on to another eco.
Yeah, and Slemmy and Surreal played that very, very well. Even if he kills Surreal with that op shot, like, he literally cannot kill Surreal first, or else he's going to lose the round, because Slemmy's just going to, you know, chase him with the AK, and he's going to be reloading, or, you know, he has an op, so. What's the word I'm looking for after he shoots and you can't shoot again?
Like the cooldown or recovery time?
No, not reload. It's like the recovery time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we not have like a proper name for that?
What, when on the op, right?
Yeah.
He's like re-bolt it or whatever.
Yeah.
I guess re-bolting. That doesn't sound catchy.
No, that sounds terrible.
Sounds terrible. I don't know what the actual term is. This is my best guess. Well, Ricky somehow swings out for mid connector again. They keep leaving these areas of the map open, so Ricky's going to sneak in a kill. Shouldn't really mean too much, though, as obviously the rest of Complexity rolling back in here. Ethan, unless he can pick up some headshots from all the way back at the door, more than likely Complexity are still going to win out this round. They may suffer a few extra losses on exits, but I am not personally expecting for CLG to upset here.
No, they had an opportunity, but he needed to get a kill on B, not just the guy. And Ethan probably needed to get a 1-dig on Surreal, or the other player, in sight. Now it is a 2v2. They have a small chance, but with no kit and such low health, pretty easy for Complexity guys to win this one.
Yeah, so that puts it within 1 round of tying things up. Now CLG, their worst fear is being realized. Thankfully, they have 1 more chance to stop it. It is going to be on a gun round, and it is looking as though that they'll call for a pause here in order to play this round out and figure out how exactly they are going to come out successful.
Yeah, and I mean, if Complexity didn't just lose that round when, actually no, they won it, but you know, it was 1 alive on that CT side. There was another round that they won when they just like overwhelmed Kusta. Sorry, that was for CLG. But I mean, if Complexity didn't just get so economically like beat on their T side, you know, they probably would have won this game by now. And CLG at the same notion, if they would have played their economy better on the CT side, they'd probably have a bigger lead. So both teams, I think, you know, a close game, but if one of the other teams, like if one of the 2 teams kind of fix those small mistakes, they'd probably win this game by now.
Well, we've got Complexity pushing their players pretty quickly over here towards the platform again, but this is just the early aggression. Oh, probably going to get boosted up on top of the box. Not looking like CLG is going to send anyone here, however. Maybe having a guy just, you know, you got Ethan up close to Broken Wall, but this is relatively expected. FNS playing behind the boost up box in a closer position, but Ethan actually does swing up over here behind the box through the steps. So with the smoke in play, the double up stack has already gone away here now. Surreal is no longer going to be able to spot that player moving into position.
Yeah, and CLG just opting kind of like a default here, but the thing is, it's fine when you do a default. When you have like a full bot and you have like 2 ops like this, you know, I don't have a problem with it. But when you have 2 umps, you know, and like an op and an M4 and like a Mag 7, don't just play a default. You have to do something clever. You have to maybe make it 4v5. You have to give yourself an advantage somewhere. If you just play a default on all those rounds, your chances of winning are so low.
Well, Surreal is going to catch the first kill this round, eliminating Ethan, just burning him out of his position. And he attempts to really commit himself to the kill against Surreal. Unfortunately, is not able to catch him in time, so it's a lost kill, and at the moment remains untraded. coL trying to swing it back, but again, same story, only able to get 1. And then we'll be done respectively after that one. Def, though, seemed like he had that position on Kusta, but a great reaction from Kusta. He battles it back, picks up 1 of his own. He does have to be very careful moving out from this door, though. Andrew's waiting on the other side. Kusta's smart, though. He's checking for this, but didn't check the far right side. FNS getting another kill, but also losing a teammate. Now he's got to do double duty, checking behind him, but it works out. And not only does FNS close out onto Android, but we saw Ricky flanking in to take down Surreal. So there's CLG winning up that gun round, and they just barely keep their lead preserved for right now.
Yeah, in this round, if Complexity wins it, they'll be on a tie most likely. And depending on how CLG buys, I mean, they could, this round could, you know, put them at 15 even.
Well, Complexity are also going to actually...
I'm wondering why they didn't pick up that second op. I thought that would be around there. No, I guess not, because Kusa died in connector.
Yeah, that was probably way too far off to be able to retrieve in time.
Oh, it was. I was thinking Surreal's op, but I'm not sure where he died.
He was up on like Broken Wall. I don't think FNS would have been able to get in time because Ricky already had the other up.
Probably didn't have enough time for either.
So interestingly,
so Ethan goes there again, but this time he does have a smoke. Yeah. So if he gets burned out, he could, you know, obviously save himself.
But Complexity,
he's just like, what are the chances they do it twice in a row?
And there it is. Throws it out, saves himself. Loses about 40 HP there, so a little over a third.
Why would they throw a Broken Wall smoke before that, though?
I don't know.
Good question, huh?
Yeah.
Probably get that kill.
They just redeployed it as well. So now it's serving a purpose to try and sell the fact that they're still maybe pushing out towards B. But in reality, as you can see, all 4 players, except for I think Desi, have rotated over to the A site. And Kusta going to buy himself a little bit more maneuvering room here with the smoke, hopefully allowing him just to change up his position a bit more from up on the A platform. The rest of the team following through. We do have quick rotations on the way from CLG, but it's not a full commitment. And what's even worse is Android immediately knocking out Kusta, Surreal taking down coL here. Finesse trying to battle his way back in, but it's way too aggressive. Just leaves himself in the open. Def's going to get a kill. A 4v2. There's no way Ethan and Ricky are able to do that, especially with one of them still holding a position on B and having to deal with Desi, who's already hunting down the last 2 players as well. Whoa! Amazing shot from Desi to knock out Ethan. He's only got 1 more to go now, and it's against Ricky. Ricky basically doesn't want any part of this. He's trying to sneak away, but he's got players coming through broken wall as well. Peeks into it, gets that kill, and now he's got his path out, but he's going to hug the right side as in a moment. He's going to be re-peeked by a broken wall player, gets that frag against Desi. coL left up and running with 2 players at the end of it, but it is appearing as though Ricky's going to be able to escape with the op again.
Yeah, but Complexity, I mean, as long as they don't let Ricky just, you know, win the round for him, he is 33-17 at the moment. So he definitely could for CLG, but if they don't let him beat them, yeah, they should at least tie this up.
Yeah, we are going to end up going into... Yeah, we are going to end up going into another CLG pause here. Obviously, some strategizing needed as their money is in the toilet again. So Complexity does have a pretty big advantage here and could potentially actually just swing this out with 1 more gun round and close out entirely with a 16-14 victory.
Not many umps this game.
No.
And you know, that is a result. I know I was talking about it a lot, but it's a lot of a result of people just not saving. Because that's what you get when you save like an off. What does SK do? You know, they'll be in a 2v3, they'll get like 1 exit, and then they'll save. And they have that op, and then they have an M4 and op, like 2 umps and full utility, and then the opper will make it 4v5, and they'll win the round from there. You know, like that's how you win those rounds. But because these people, you know, just never save their guns, they just, you know, they just get these fully bought rounds every time, and that's really why you don't see them very often.
Well, relatively quick pause again from CLG as they do decide not to force into this round behind the op. They are just going to go for P250s, and for Kusta and Ethan, they don't buy anything at all. They're just going to stick with the default pistols. So Ricky, a lot of pressure on him to make an impact here, and at the very least, if not outright, trying to bring them a victory. Should Complexity, obviously, the fact that they would have to go for B in the first place, but at the very least, being able to knock out a few players here to keep the money a bit lower on the Complexity side. Out they will go. FNS can't see anything at all, so not a whole lot that he can do in that situation. Kusta probably going to be suffering from the same fate. Cutler gets a tad of a warning, though, so he at the very least trades in for 1 kill, but everybody else is just getting completely destroyed. The same situation in the last round. The last 2 players alive are restricted to these B halls, and with the elimination of Ethan, Ricky's already halfway through the B halls over there trying to save towards T-spawn, so he's going to be running out of here. He doesn't want any part of this. They need to carry this one into the next round. Complexity is going to be tying it up at 14-14.
Yeah, I mean, CLG's money isn't even going to be great for this next round as well. So Ricky really needs to save this op. Should be getting 1900 here, so it's not going to be that much.
And Ricky not even going to be posting up in like one of the usual spots over here. Doesn't go for the tower, doesn't go inside of the truck, doesn't try to hide over in the garden near the bathrooms or anything like that. He's actually going to take this left side because he knows that they're going to go hunting for him. And this is actually a spot that isn't usually checked out too well, so he hides within it, peeking out to get that kill. However, he's still going to be challenged by Def. He's got to be careful. Jumps up as well, and they kill him in the last second. You got to just hide,
Ricky.
Def takes him down, and now the op is gone.
That was a crucial mistake.
They're not going to have an op now either. They can't rebuy it. Not even 1. So that's a huge loss there, and it's going to make it all the tougher to allow CLG to once again hold on to that lead.
Yeah, but CLG has 2 umps, so they'll win this round.
Wow, is that a...
It's a guarantee.
You calling that right now?
It's a guarantee.
Is that a call?
Yep.
All right, let's see. They don't have a whole lot of utility to play with here either. They've already...
2 FAMASs bring it down, the odds down a lot.
That
would have been 4 umps. Easy round win. Easy.
Yeah, they needed some long-range capability, I guess, even though the ump force still works pretty well at long range if you control it.
You just got to burst with it. Can't get in love with Marionette from long range.
Well, Kusta first up the bat here against Def, swinging in, good damage, doesn't get the kill, and in order to preserve his own life, he does decide to molly it back out.
That should have been an easy one for Kusta. Should have been 4v5 and the ump reigns supreme right there.
Well, not the case just yet. He does knock off 2/3 of his health. So having that to play with at the very least, but this is just going to send the rest of coL over towards B. Hopefully now, CLG, the problem is CLG, you know, with that molly, they seem like scared to peek into that, so they're not really going to read this too well. They still, these 2 guys fully committed to A long, so rotation.
All 5 towards B plat.
So rotations for the CTs is actually going to be quite a lengthy process, which means Ethan and FNS on top of the boost up rock need to do some serious work here, and Ricky needs to realize what's happening and rotate out as well. CLG's A long player still not figuring this out. They're just now sending Kusta back. FNS whipping big time on the initial spray. Ethan getting 2, 3, and 4 from Ethan as he goes massive here. Desi trades out, but now he's against a 1v3 disadvantage here. And as we do see him trying to push forward, Molly into the drop room, that's not going to restrict much. I think they're trying to boost the player up on top of the pizza box too, but no, just stacked on each other's heads right now. As Desi does peek out, they find him out, and indeed, he will not claim any more of the members of CLG. Cutler closes out the round, and just like that, it's CLG preserving their lead once again.
It's a guarantee. I mean,
I guess so, we called it, yes.
Still, it was a guarantee.
Step of the M4s did most of the work there. But yeah, another pause rolling in here, this time from the Complexity side. They're still going to have, I think they can all buy pretty confidently, actually. Except for, actually, no, some of them are pretty low on money, if I'm looking at this right. So we'll see in a second. At the very least, going to get 2 AKs and UMP sitting on one of their players, and I'm not sure how they're going to buy for the last 2 just yet, but we'll see in a second. And there we go. Yeah, so Slemmy's going to be good to buy on his own. I think it's just Surreal that probably has to have a gun drop for him. But I don't think they can actually afford that, so he's going to just get a Tech 9 instead.
Yeah, I mean, CLG, Ricky just dominating. Destiny really improving on yesterday's performance. He was struggling a lot there yesterday, and playing very well today. Hitting some really nice shots today, actually.
A lot of really good individual performances overall here. Obviously, Ethan in that last round, something to remark on, but Ricky throughout the course of this map overall, dropping a 30 bomb like as of 3 or 4 rounds ago within regulation, being able to pull it off. Currently sitting at 34 overall. So really good performance from him. FNS has had his moments as well. He's over 20 currently. Good stuff here. Now we need to see if this will lead itself into overtime or if it's going to be CLG closing out this map finally, where we thought this was going to be closed out a long time ago, but Complexity were able to battle back into it. They brought it to round number 30. Now they just need one more gun round to push it over the edge. And actually, they don't have a whole lot of utility to try and do this here. So this is going to be, you know, a few Molotovs to try and toss back out here, along with a couple smokes. But for the most part, this is going to have to be a pretty raw take out on the B site. Again, though, the problem is the A site rotator is going to be far away. But Ricky hitting that first kill certainly going to help their case a little bit. FNS is also going to be swinging in from outside, and Ricky trying to call it out. He definitely knows his presence. And Desi, nice shot again. Destroy, just deletes Ricky from the map there, bringing us back down into a 4v4. The rest trying to swing up. They're not expecting the second player. It's messy from FNS, but hey, it gets the job done. The problem is he's going to be chased from the sidewalk. Now it's Ethan's turn to go up again. He gets one down to 88 HP as they try to trade out to him, but he hugs the wall, jumps into it. Surreal will get the kill there. Now we go down to a 2v2, but keep in mind, Surreal heavily injured.
Rotate, though. It's so
That's what I was saying, yeah. Those A-long players, they keep thinking it's coming in that direction, and it takes them a long time to rotate over when they finally do realize it. But thankfully, they had Surreal low. They were able to get that kill, and now Kustin Cutler just have to eliminate Slemmy. He's trying to go for the plan. That's not really going to be possible, though. You've got to get these last 2 kills in the 20 seconds remaining, and he cannot do it. Kusta will close out on the map for CLG, and they'll take it 16-14.
Yeah, I mean, 2 pretty evenly matched teams, I really think. CLG just a tiny bit better. Finally able to close it out after, you know, a pretty good first half. Just Complexity on that last round. I mean, a big deal was that they just, you know, we thought their money was going to be so good, right? And turned out just a Galil, couple Tech 9s, and it was a really, they went through drop and they went through sidewalk together like that, and nobody pinched on the other side, and that allowed like Ethan to just kind of sit at statue, buy a lot of time, get a couple kills that way. So CLG in the end winning, and hopefully my 1-to-1 prediction
still comes true
on Cash. Yeah.
Well, let's get the analysts back into the talk now and see what their thoughts were on this first map, guys.
A pretty close one there down to the end. I mean, some of these players showing up a lot bigger than I believe we've seen them show before.
I mean, Ricky especially. I think you just start right off the bat with him. If you drop a 30 bomb, you're doing something right, and I think that was the case for CLG as well. Massive part as to why they had, ended up with a W in the end. I think is fair to say. Still, though, I'm kind of disappointed in seeing these CT sides happening over and over again. This time, Complexity not being the only culprit, but CLG doing kind of a same kind of mistake as well. They're not necessarily adapting too much to what their opponent is doing. Like, for instance, if you take the very last round there you had, the rotation over from that A-bomb side on CLG side is so late. It's probably because Desi's been doing a good job of lurking for the better part of the T side on Complexity's end. But if Desi's already dead, you kind of have to assume that there's very unlikely that Complexity in the last round of the game are throwing out a different lurker at you. And, you know, with everything that's going on, you have to kind of step up your rotations, especially when you're playing with two players towards that A bomb site.
Well, definitely certain teams have certain approaches to this map. I mean, each team is going to have its own variance of an approach. But when I think about this, I mean, we've talked about how the Brazilians approach coL.
Yeah.
And even so, North American teams, what is the difference there? What is the main difference?
Well, honestly, if you want to go, roll back to Immortals, for instance, that we saw yesterday, they had just this constant aggression on their T side, just never really being afraid or shy of taking aim duels to find openings, or walking past smokes to find their edge. Even on CT sides, you see that commonly used smoke down in A mid, just referred to as the first smoke, where you throw a deep smoke into into doors and just kind of sneak past it to find that first frag. Stuff like that happens over and over again. And for North American teams, they're more slow-paced, more methodical in that sense, really, as to their approach, especially on the T side, as to how they want to execute things. I think there's obviously like pros and cons to both sides, but if you can find that balance of the two, obviously, then you have something really good cooking.
Yeah, it's a really good mixture right there in terms of this map, because it's played like we're saying with a few different variances. Some things that turn out to be detrimental, and we're actually going to load up a clip here, round 28 with Ricky, where he's going to save the AWP.
He's trying his best. All right, well.
And then it just, it doesn't happen.
I guess, already he's in a pretty decent position to actually save it. And he hasn't given up his position, but this is where it gets, a tiny bit too greedy.
And the jump dead.
Yeah. Again, that jump, I think, is just like a natural reaction that everybody has.
You gotta wonder, did he even mean to jump right there, too? Because you know how sometimes
I think I would do that immediately, just like, because you feel like, oh, well, if I'm moving in the air, I'm more evasive, right? Obviously, he's just giving up his position behind the wooden crate, but I think that actually, highlights nicely one of the issues CLG had on their CT side, which is economy management. And you saw a different situation where they were in a 2v3 situation. People are tagged up, and they decided to go for it instead of going with the route that Daze mentioned, which is basically boosting someone up from drop and basically sitting around at the extremities of the bomb site to pick off exits. And that way, obviously, you put a dent into the economy of complexity, but you also hold on to two coLs, combine with UMPs the round after, maybe a Mag 7 if you're playing drop. There's a lot of opportunities you can go, or a lot of routes you can take, and CLG definitely have some work to be done there.
Well, even switching over to the complexity side of things, it did seem like they were just a little bit more put together today, albeit a lesser opponent than Immortals. But they definitely came out swinging, and I think it's something to say there that maybe there's a seed growing.
I think that's fair to say, definitely. And what they show on their T sides again, I don't think their CT side is necessarily that great. They're pretty much running a default regardless of what their opponent is doing 99.9% of the time, which is not going to do a lot for you over the long term. But I think their T sides are coming really nicely together again. It's well thought out rounds and executes and whatnot, but they're also throwing in like quite a few more fakes and having Desi being a fairly active lurker as well, which you can definitely take look or see that it affects the rotations that CLG wants to put out as well. They're much more adamant about actually moving away from that A bomb site because Complexity have shown the opportunity that they can swing around the entire team at times, and also, Desi kind of just shows up even if the actual execute is coming towards speed. So that's, just well done from Complexity, well rounded out.
Interesting stuff going on in that camp, and as we do see that team develop, it's going to be exciting to see how much better they get. We're going to be going into Cache next.
Yeah.
That's our next map. And in all reality, is this going to be even tougher setup for Complexity, or are we going to walk into a better situation for them?
I think this is going to be tougher for them. I think Complexity is on average a better team on Cache than they are on coL, and we haven't really seen too much out of Complexity on Cache. Obviously, with Slummy, we saw them in their debut game, but obviously things could have happened since then. But I think it's easier to play off of and have strong T sides on a map like coL, where there's very tough, or it's very tough for CTs to actually get information that you can, make plays off of. You're not going to have that liberty as Complexity on your T side on Cache.
So the interesting thing here to also point out, we see coL going the way of CLG. We're going to go into Cache. Is going to be the second map of 4 they're going to play this week. Now, if they do secure all 4, they slingshot up to 5th place.
Yeah.
So every map, every round,
games.
Everything counts for CounterLogic Gaming at this point. It's definitely something where they need to continue on this path. They need to give 4-0, and they need to see themselves in Dallas. But we're not going to Dallas right now. We are going to a commercial break. When we come back, we've got Complexity, and we've got CounterLogic Gaming. We'll be right back.
this is your chance to actually make it into the Pro League, be a professional Counter-Strike player.
That's the thing that Mountain Dew League provides.
Penguin, you know what? If anybody has a shot at 2-0, it's Penguin. Beautiful Counter-Strike. You usually only see that into the professional level of things.
We are one of the youngest team in top 20. Many teams can underestimate us, and we can surprise them with our tactics, show our Polish power.
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
We're coming back. It's Complexity and Counter Logic Gaming here, about to face off on Cash, and a big game for Counter Logic Gaming, who need to secure the next 3 victories to include this one in order to secure their 5th place going forward. And since we're going forward, we're going to bring Vendetta into the conversation. Now, Vendetta, going into Cash, I don't think I can personally say that there's a real clear favorite going into this one.
Okay, I'm going to do that for you. I think there's a clear favorite in CLG going into Cash. Well, a clear favorite might be a bit of a stretch, but I do think you have to favor them.
See, he thought about it.
Yeah.
What happened right there was he was real confident. He was real sure of himself.
And then I thought of Moses, and then confidence just shredded immediately, and now I'm back to sitting on the fence. No, but I'm still favoring CLG into this match, and I do expect them to pick up the W.
Absolutely. I mean, they know what's on the line. I think most of them do,
and I think that's that actually plays into it. The fact that they have something to play for at this point. Complexity are at the space, or at the spot where they can't really make it to playoffs, but they're not really in danger of actually facing relegation either. So they're in, they're safe in that sense, but
they're in limbo.
Yeah, but they don't have that urge really, or that pressure on them to perform necessarily.
Speaking of urge, I have an urge to throw it over to Eric DeBear Stromberg, who's standing by to go over Counter Logic Gaming's Cash.
Hey guys, welcome back to another Stromberg Strategies. We're going to look at CLG and take a gander at their teamwork from 3 different point of views on how they make this first code round work in the way, okay? So as you see right here, they have very low utility. Smoke, flash from CLG, optic, plenty of nades. As you see, Kusta and Nadi were kind of boosted up in middle. They didn't see anyone middle, guys. That means they're playing heavy bomb site. B, A, maybe one CT spawn, who knows. The point being, with low utility, they're leading with Kusta's ult. He's peeking first, he's taking the long range, and they're slowly creeping up. Nadi's already in middle. His job's done. He has to just wait and flank. And so FNS opens door. They toss what little utility they got. FNS, being the man he is, saying, come shoot me, I'm in the open, come over here. Nadi, after the couple kills in A, this encourages Nadi to peek in the middle. He gets the Z and the highway person. Great comms right there. So here's Kusta, all right? He lined up, he got boosted in the middle. On the original peak, he lined it up to where he aimed right at the line and then popped up and shot almost instantly. But since there was no one there, no one died. So anyways, he gets Nadi in spot. He falls down. He's going to wait out the smoke. He knows that probably there could be a guy pushed up. We don't know, so he's going to play it safe. Wait for your team to make some moves. Elbow peek in. Nice shot by Kusta, taking out Mixwell. And now this encourages CLG to kind of creep up. They're not making noise. They're not making footsteps, guys. They're just trying to creep up. As soon as Kusta tosses the smokes, they're opening the doors. He's going to check up on top of the Shroud spot, very common spot. And he guesses right. Fortunate for him, he gets taken out by Tariq. But you know what? Cutler. Here's from Cutler's point of view. He's checking his forklift as Kusta's checking up top. He checks there to clean it. But luckily for Cutler, Tariq misses him. Cutler gets the kill. And it looks pretty easy. CLG making it work with teamwork. Teamwork makes everything work. No, that's not how it goes. But you know what? CLG's been showing that they've been doing a lot. Even without utility, they still somehow managed to really clear, methodically take over the bomb site. Good for them. Good for you. Back to you guys.
No, good for you, Eric. Good for you, my man. Now, look, going into Cash, you think it's going to be Counter Logic Gaming. Yep. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'm not also going to dismiss the chance that an online Counter-Strike on a map of such popularity as Cash, that it's not possible.
Yeah, no, there's a chance. There's a chance. I'll go that far, but part of me just wants to see Sam not get his 1-for-1 prediction correct. That's probably actually the biggest part of it. But also, I do think CLG they have to get this win, and I think it's going to be easier now than obviously when you're going up against SK.
Something about Sam being wrong does intrigue me as well. Exactly. And speaking of that guy, let's go ahead and throw over to the commentators now. We're standing by ever so eagerly, waiting to bring you all of the action. What's up, Blue?
Nothing much. What's up, Stunna?
What's going on, man? We're just trying to watch a little Counter-Strike.
Yeah, same, dude.
About your turn, huh?
Waiting for the match to start. Well, apparently it's starting now. We're getting ready to jump into it. It's going to be over on Cash, ladies and gentlemen. Complexity versus CLG, and we are live indeed with the pistol. So Complexity starting off on the T side, and CLG jumping onto the CT side. Let's jump directly into it and take a look at what Complexity is going to do for their opening pistol round. Pretty straightforward, to be completely honest. A few players being boosted up into mid, potentially. Actually, no, I don't think anyone gets boosted up into mid. They're all just going to go straight forward into A main. A few more following suit over here into the squeaky hallway, and they're going to go out pretty quickly. Now, usually you'd expect there to be like an A retake setup here, but it's not the case, actually. CLG have players out on site. Ethan having the position, but just can't hit anything at all, so he goes down. Now Kusta's got to save the day. There's one and two. Looking for the third now as he swings out for it. Finally hits that shot, and a fourth from Kusta. One more to go. He's going to go for it out of ammo, but there's another gun on the ground. Oh, finally ends up getting knocked out there, so we'll be denied the ace, but Cutler comes in and saves the round.
Kusta. What a gamer, man. That was sick.
So casually getting those headshots as well. Didn't seem to panic at all in the situation. So Ethan flubs up a bit there first at NBK, but Kusta, beautiful control with this. Out to the left, one. Out to the right, another one. Swings in, grabs Slemmy, and then back over for the fourth and final kill. Really good stuff from him, and that's going to set CLG ablaze at the beginning of this match here, as they'll be able to hold a strong advantage right at the start of it, and Complexity will have to work from the bottom back, as they are going to be forced to just, force into this next round here. For those who are going to be a deco armor round here.
Yeah, Kusta called a timeout after that, just let it sink in a little bit.
Had to pop off a little bit after that one to celebrate. But Complexity are going to look for revenge here. Actually, nades tossed out early on, along with, I think, a few bullets from Cutler.
Dangerous by Cutler. I would not be messing around with Android's Deeg like that.
and brings Slemmy down to 11 HP as he's the one that takes most of the contact there. The rest of coL, though, abandoning those B halls, except for Android, and they are going to lead themselves after retrieving the bomb. Probably into the same thing they've done on the pistol round here. Everybody going into A main. They're not going to boost anyone up over mid. Actually, I think this time they did boost someone up. It's hard to tell from the minimap, unfortunately. I think they sent Def over at the top, so he should be playing out towards mid. Surreal looking for another shot as well, but he missed the opportunity there. He knows he's got one up on top of the big red box, and Kusta's attempt to defend mid unfortunately doesn't go so well. Def, player that was boosted over top a moment ago, picks up the kill against him, knocking him out of the equation, bringing this back down into a 5v4 here now. Android also hunting for kills too against Ricky. 40 seconds remaining now for these guys to get into the site. Android found out. Ricky, well, he doesn't kill Android. He does do great damage over on the Slemmy, but Def trading it back, and now going to look for another headshot as well if he can hit it. But does end up having to back away into the vents, hold a little bit of a better position. 30 seconds remaining now. Complexity have control of the site though, so planting shouldn't necessarily be an issue. Now this is coming down to if CLG can pull off the actual retake here. As all their players stuck in the tree room and up on heaven there. This is going to be a little bit rough with all Deagles that they're working against here now. Moving back in, there's the first kill, and they catch the players trying to move out for the trade there. Surreal tagging for some good damage onto Ricky, but he can hold in a relatively safe corner, at the very least act as bait for his teammates. Ethan secures the frag onto Surreal, and Def's not going to get much further either. Plenty of time to defuse that bomb. CLG secure themselves the second.
Yeah, 5 Deagles, 0 utility or anything like that, so even planting the bomb is very difficult in that situation because you can't smoke heaven or spawn or anything like that. Ethan kind of messes up his Molotov. Actually landed inside heaven, so he had to just back out towards spawn. All 3 players, that was his Molotov you just saw on the top left. So all 3 players just going towards spawn. Still able to retake successfully in that 3v4 situation. So Complexity 4 flashbangs. So what are they going to do here?
Probably just try to overwhelm B, it looks like, as they've got everybody going for the halls. Nades going in just a little bit too far to the right to make massive impact here. Ricky, I think... Oh, all right. He does end up finding the smoke on a repeat there, so catches Android this time. coL also getting a piece of it from Checkers. And the flashes, well, they don't do much. As we're just going to see...
What was that? They all just threw all 4 of them at once off the wall?
I don't know.
What was that?
I don't know, man. Your guess is as good as mine.
Let's all throw the same flashbang? I have no idea what just occurred. But that was hilarious.
They can't dodge them all.
No, they can't dodge. If all 4 of our flashbangs are 1, it's like a super flash. It's like, did they find a bug in the game where if you all throw a flashbang at once, it's just like... It's just like,
you can do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
It just combines. It just goes through walls and everything.
It goes through walls.
Doesn't matter if players are looking at it or not. It's just like
reminds me of like a television show where the Captain Planet.
Our powers combined. Well, into the gun round now. We do actually see coL getting off to a pretty good start. Surreal and Slemmy catching a few CLG players getting a tad over aggressive. So that's going to be Kust and Cutler going down at the beginning of the round here. Chances for revenge, still a large possibility though. Ricky right outside of mid. Should we see Complexity try to move in for control over there? And then, well, actually never mind on that. Ricky just actually get taken down pretty quickly. Again, tad over aggressive. Not patient enough to wait that one out. Finally, some aggression pays off here with Ethan swinging into it. He finds the kill into Def, but it's going to matter very little at this point, since now they're at a 2v4 disadvantage, and Android's still playing with this. He was actually caught trading out a gun, so FNS is going to be able to capitalize upon that and get the kill. Slemmy just barely is able to plant outside of this Molotov, so the good attempt from CLG to delay it, but doesn't really work out, and now with Desi eliminating Finesse, there's not a whole lot of hope for Ethan to clutch this one, so he's going to fall back and save with an AK.
Yeah, and I mean, that's actually enough because CLG, again, you know, they kept a lot of their umps. They tried to get aggressive there. I believe there might have been a player in A main who heard the guy pushing door or something like that, because usually you don't have that opper watching it from, you know, obviously mid-garage. So their aggression doesn't pay off, but they do end up getting 2 kills. They do end up saving most likely an AK, and that's enough. I mean, they could, you know, win this next round. They could... You know, I don't think it would force Complexity onto an eco, but, you know, it'll make him have that. This next round would be a pretty bad and poor buy for Complexity if CLG does win this round. So they get a double up setup on Kusta and Ricky. Very common on Cash, very strong, very tough to deal with.
Now we're going to see, excuse me, Now we're going to see Complexity just going for another default split more than likely. They may have a bit more of active presence leading up to B early on here. However, we can already see their players trying to push up to the halls. Molotov deployed. Ricky throws the smoke just a tad to the right, as you notice, so we can try to peek through it slightly in that jump up position. But the other smoke that was deployed further into the hallway still blocks his vision anyway, so it's not going to matter all that much. Now all goes quiet here, since Complexity, after deploying the utility, do end up falling back. What's important to note here is I think both the players on B ended up using their smokes in that situation, so they're not going to have anything else to hold off Complexity if they send pressure back in that direction, or to use more importantly on a retake should the actual defenders of the A site end up failing, as it is looking like coL may try to go back out for control in mid and then try to sequence that into A again. But we'll see in a few moments here how they're going to decide to do that, as we're going under the 1 minute mark. This is going to be the common execution point for them. And indeed, Def starts us off while moving out for mid control here now. Everybody pushing towards it, leading into the vents. Nobody trying to go directly to the B halls, so probably going to lead this into another A hit. And over on A, defenses are actually, relatively centered in one position. I think they only have those two guys. I think they're stacked on top of each other.
On, fork and above catwalk, so not the most ideal A setup, in my opinion, but they could make it work, especially with that smoke.
They're going to have to support each other, though, in a lot of ways. FNS has got to keep Ethan alive, and the same as the reverse is going to be true here as well. But they start to roll back out. FNS is actually caught without a gun, but Ethan saves himself through with a quick trade. Kusta's also in that mix as well somewhere. But FNS still alive up on top, and they're going to have to hunt him down. But he's the one who's hunting them down and taking off heads at the moment, as he'll find one more before being traded out by Def. Now he's alone with only 7 seconds left as well, and he's wasting time trading out guns. Goes up, finds the kill, but Ricky, there's no reason for him to peek. He'll wait down the timer, just stay up on top there, let it run out, and what's even better, perfect, he kills Def after the timer.
Yeah, and that comes down to a lot of communication from FNS and Ethan to know who's going to look where, to know who's going to get which kills and watch what. And it works out very nicely for them. They each go 1 for 1. They know where the play is going. FNS stays alive just long enough to get that kill onto Desi. So they get 3 between the two, and then by the time they hit the site, the rotate's already there in an impossible situation for Def to really clutch that round. Now, again, just like I said, they force Complexity onto a save. That's exactly how you want to, not 100% ideal, but you want to win that following round. You put Complexity in a really bad situation. And, really nice job by CLG. I was pretty skeptical that that setup was going to work. It worked out very nicely. They saved the smoke. That's like the most important thing. They saved that smoke for the very last second.
Well, now coL onto an eco here, and they're going to have to try to... They're going to try to do like a waterfall out through the door here. I promise this nade should just destroy them, and there you go. 3... Oh, actually, I should have had that kill for sure. Just whiffed a bit on the USP at the end there. Thankfully, Ethan is still sitting in BK corner.
Aced.
Oh, he did ace. Look at that.
Ooh, where's the hype?
I didn't even realize. He was stealing all those kills from FNS. FNS was the one out in the open taking battles there.
I know. I thought he got like 2 of them, too.
Yeah. Just taking all the risks. But yeah, nicely done there from Ethan. Pretty quick shutdown.
A lot of whiffs.
Overall, still a good job with the tag team duo of FNS and Ethan working together to pull off those kills. So now it is going to be Complexity working their way through the B halls here. Trying to go for another hit over towards B. Ricky again using the smoke. And oh, he almost got a kill with it that time too. He's really trying to make it work, and it's actually not a bad idea.
Ooh, just straight spam.
So that's going to take him down in his attempt to cross back out onto the site all of a sudden. Looking at a slight advantage for coL. Still, this is just a few rogue players sneaking their way over towards B. They have to get everybody else grouped up, possibly through vents, but they're smoked off here still. Kusta can just walk back. He's got to be careful, though. There's a player watching for him. He goes back into there. Yeah, Kusta realizes it and kind of bails out on this for right now. So he's going to hold. I think I'll just back up towards sandbags instead. And coL still haven't actually taken B site control. They've only really got checkers in the hallway. There's another player waiting on the site. That's, I believe, Cutler. He's going to be checking out for them in that position. But still trying to sell this, and they're selling it really well right now. As long as they check Shroud and they can, like trade Ethan out 1 for 1, they're going to be in good hands to try and bring that back. But also, I think they've realized what's going on now and killing Android. There's going to be other players rotating back in. The first player doesn't check for it. Ethan gets that kill, gets the second one, finally pushed out by the highway player, but still, 2 for 1 trade is perfect for him. Now, the guys from CLG still have a man advantage. FNS is creeping in. If Def backs up a little bit too far here, he's going to get the kill. And there you have it. Now it's just Slummy trying to defend this one with a UMP and a 1v3. basically an impossible round, and oh no. Oh no.
Oh man, we need Shaq and a fool. We need Shaq and a foo for CS:GO. Shaq and a fool, man.
Oh, where did he think there was a gun at though? I guess he was looking for that M4. I don't even. That just sucks. So overall, CLG still winning it out quite dominantly with a 6-1 advantage now, and then just sending coL onto another half by.
Wow.
Still.
NACS.
Pretty much, man. Pretty much. And now CLG are going to try to amplify this even more. Ricky might actually get like bulldozed again here. Misses the shot. He's back in the corner. Can't even get to the corner. Cutler's got to save the B site now if they want to prevent a plant, but even he doesn't want to take contests now. But he peeks out while he's still reloading. So Android catches the kill. We've got an AUG as well in the play. Currently in the hands of Ethan. Trying to find some impact with it from heaven right now, but actually struggling. There's a real chance that Complexity could actually win this one back out. Thankfully, the remaining 3 on CLG have a boatload of utility to try and use, but they've got to be really careful because with these pistols, at least 3 out of the 4 remaining coL players can be extremely mobile. Nicely found from Ethan, though, on the way back in. Not even using the scope, just drops down. FNS also contributing. That's clear to back out. The 2 smokes obviously used to box up the site. And nice, they don't really have to kill these last 2 players. They can just defuse it right there. Ethan just finding more than to try to peek into it. Def was hoping for a lucky shot on the op. He's not going to get it. Def, oh, nicely found actually on the no-scope there. Should be able to save the gun, but overall, still a nice round from CLG as they pull off the retake.
Great retake. You see those double, they deploy both smokes. Beautiful by them. Great retake by CLG. Depth, the only one that can get kills, though, on Complexity. He has 11 frags, and then everybody else is on 1, 1, 3, and 2. 7 frags combined for everyone else.
That's crazy. That's insane, actually. Well, okay, there's someone else finding another frag. Surreal picking up an additional kill at the very least against Ricky here this time. But yeah, the only one that can even make any big plays, it seems, at this point. Whereas CLG is just stomping on them besides that. 7-1, continuing to push it forward. And, you know, even a lot of the times ending up in the situation where they're, like, down at the start, either ending up, like, in a 5v4 or something like that, and they still almost always bring it back a lot of these times, too.
Yeah.
So the early man advantages that coL seem to be consistently getting in a lot of these rounds don't seem to matter too much.
Well, I think it's been twice at B, right?
It just happened again.
No, I mean that, that they've retook the site, though.
Oh, yeah.
Because they retook it when they had Deagles, and then they retook it that round.
It starts off like Ricky's actually having a pretty tough time finding impact with the op from Checkers right now, so he usually ends up getting knocked out early in the round, like right here. And then also Cutler got eliminated without any trade this time. So FNS is at the very least going to work his way over there on the counter boost spot and find Def. So a 3v4 retake that they'll have to pull off. Last round was a little bit easier, obviously. Complexity just having pistols for the most part. This time, it's going to be a much tougher sell, as not only do they have to work against rifles from the coL side, but they don't have nearly as much utility to retake the site with as they did before.
You know what I would do in this situation? Contain, get 2 kills, and save. That's what I would do.
There you go. Android, though, finds FNS as it does appear CLG. At least at the start, we're going to go for it with FNS still alive, but now that he's dead, they are going to fall back and save.
Yeah, let's see what CLG's money is at. Yeah, see, it's not great.
They should still be able to buy in the next round, though.
No, they will.
Yeah.
But, I mean, obviously, that 3rd gun would be great, and if you could get 2 more kills while saving the guns, you get that op and T-spawn, easy. Easy kills.
7-2 now. Cyril finds himself a little bit of action in that round that adds a few more kills to the counter for coL. But overall, that rebuy is still going to be rolling in for CLG. And it is going to lead to everyone having guns. So there was enough cash flow left over to donate for Cutler, Ricky, and as well Kusta getting himself the op into this next round here. So they'll still be at full firepower for at least this one round before they are forced to save. And that is where Complexity will finally open up the real opportunity for them to get back into the match. Early boost up coming into the vents this time too to hopefully add a little bit more defense over towards mid. And Cutler is instead going to take up the positioning early, at the very least inside of Checkers before crossing back to site. And it's looking like Ricky is going to try to defend a little bit more from the vents instead of trying to use the smoke to play out and try to go for these peaks like he has been in some of these past rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Complexity's entire T side right now is just dependent on depth, kind of just working picks and doing whatever he wants to do and everybody kind of playing around it.
About a minute remaining, so we should start to see Complexity moving into positions to move towards the site in a second here. And Ricky, I think, is probably going to end up getting challenged as well. Ricky needs to move back into that site, or they need to get a better read on this one. It's not coming towards mid. This is 4 men pushing into the B halls in a second, and that's going to be a tall task for Cutler, especially with the site getting double mollied. He's going to be pushed into the close corner, where it's essentially going to turn into like a one-and-done spot, unless their positioning ends up being bad.
What a shot.
Android just deletes Cutler. Ricky did catch the kill out in mid, and he gets a second one too, as Def kind of moves back into Hunt. But Android trading it back now after being
great stuff by Ricky, though, to get those 2 frags.
And now they've got this into a 3v3. Android's been dinked down to 11. Ricky still has a molly as well. But Kusta, he's the one looking at this point. And a little bit of an opportunity to push that smoke. There's nothing being found with the off, though, so he trades out for the M4 instead. And now they're going to start to move back in. Ricky's still hunting for the backside. Kusta and Ethan both go down without a fight. This is all Ricky here now if he is going to commit himself to it, but not looking like the case. With their round set against him, he is just going to post up in these halls. Hope that they evacuate in that direction, but they don't even do that. They're actually pretty smart about the way that they read into this one. They all just go out towards CT instead. Ricky's going to be able to save the AK, but it's a small victory, as his team will still more than likely end up broke in this next round. And Complexity should be able to start to run the comeback a bit more fluently.
Yeah, and that should be a round win for CLG with Ricky getting those 2 kills. If Cutler gets 1, FNS probably doesn't feel forced to try to make a play out heaven. So he's alive, and you're in a 4v2 with basically somebody already around vents. So you probably win that round. But Cutler going down 0 for 1 kind of sets a little bit of a chain reaction. So he dies. FNS feels pressured to make a play to try to kill him before they really enter the site and get set up. He dies without getting a kill, and then you're in, you know, that post-plant situation where the T's are going to be very favored.
So Complexity now are going to try to really just brute force into the A bomb site since they have the advantage here. And Ricky, the only player with a real gun this round, goes down within the first 15 seconds of the round just starting. So into A they go. They'll have full A control, just mollying off truck as well. That's pretty much it. This is going to be the 4th round for coL. There's not a whole lot that CLG can do now. Trying to post up for exits will be their best bet, but with these guns, even that's going to be a bit tough to work towards here. 4-7 will be the scoreline as coL, or excuse me, as CLG pretty much just full saved into this one here. Didn't really try to put up too much of a fight as their remaining players slowly get picked off one by one, and coL is not afraid to hunt them down. Desi to Def contribute to the last 3 kills, and there you have it. Nice clean round from Complexity, and that's what they need to get back into this match. However, off that one single full save from CLG, they themselves will right back into the bye, but we'll be doing that after this pause.
Yeah, so CLG getting the op onto Kusta, but this B site has been, although they've retaken it a couple times on those ecos when coL took it, I mean, it's been very problematic for them. You know, Complexity is hitting that pretty much, almost every single round these past, I don't know, 4 or 5 rounds or something like that. They just go there every time. And even when they didn't actually hit the site, they still took checkers control, boosted vent, and was in like a 4v5 and then hit A.
The only area they've really been having trouble to like consistently get is actually the A bomb, since where they've got the most resistance. Getting like mid.
Yeah, pissed around. Kusta owned them when Ethan was on the boost. When they did the double, head stack setup. It's been every round has come from B.
Yep. But getting like either the, as you mentioned, the early pick or just moving out to mid, there's been, from CLG for the most part, okay, except for right now. I was about to say, there's been basically 0 resistance to mid control, but Kusta just goes forward, takes the op battle right at the start, and gets that early kill. Not only this, but I think Android got hit by a nade as well, so he's going to be down to 51, trying to push forward here now into those B halls. It has left B slightly open, though, because they stacked on A a tad more this round. So once again, you are going to be looking to Cutler to pull off most of the defense there. Thankfully, Ricky already rotating up towards Heaven. He's going to be able to offer additional assistance, and FNS if really needed, he can swing into the vents quickly too and try to help out with this one. But these are only just players posting up outside of the T main entryway. We still have the rest of the team kind of stacked outside of A main as well, so the options are remaining open. Molotov goes to the back, but Ricky's not back there this time, so you're not going to burn him out so easily. He's waiting safely below Heaven. And that Molotov from the T side will essentially get wasted as they are trying to sell the fake now. And it may have worked out if not for the smoke in A main, as they can confirm pretty quickly where this hit is going to come from and see that it's instead going to go through the vents. Good flashbang out, but Color's not hitting the spray, and with Surreal having the repeat, he is going to be able to take Color down. And that's the site open back up, and CLG put into another B retake scenario where in a lot of these situations, depending on their utility, it has been quite hit or miss, and this time they don't have a whole lot of it. Kusta carries most of it, rotating over from the other side. A Molotov and 2 flashbangs. The other 3 are completely empty on utility, and that Molotov, they're not going to waste any time deploying it. Ethan, in on a flank, is going to have a big responsibility, but he just got a huge advantage in his favor, and that Surreal went back to check that and found nothing. The problem is he's got to move out quickly here as he just took to that teammate. There's one pickup for Ethan. He knows he's got Def stuck to a corner. Def swings out though, gets the trade. And now Kusta moving back in. Thankfully, Ricky got that kill. That miss could have been huge. Now they're going to have to push back against this. Def is solo alone here, swinging back forward. He looks the wrong way. Ricky's going to be able to get the final kill, but there's not enough time, or actually, I'm not sure if there's enough time or not here. I think they've got enough of it, but yeah, Kusta should be able to defuse that bomb, and we will indeed see another round go up on the board for CLG.
That was really smart by Ricky to just go back and just kill him before they defuse. Nicely played in that 2v1 by Kusta and Ricky. Ethan gets great timing on the flank. Surreal doesn't check the the left side of it, and just allows Ethan to get that kill on the flank, kind of open things up for his team.
So just like that, CLG back at the driver's seat here. Not going to be able to break complexity so quickly, however, as they're back into the buy as well. But they've got double op set up. They've got full utility to work with. So it's certainly going to be the hardest sort of round to play against here if you're complexity, as they just go right back into setting up for a default. Early mid utility being used a lot here on the T side. And Surreal did spot, I think it's Cutler now out over here in mid by the white box, and they instead just have Ricky kind of solo defending in B with additional assistance available to be deployed by Ethan in the vents there. So a slight change up to the defenses being deployed by CLG here, but for the most part still leaving FNS as the main A defender, and then Kusta kind of as a swing player for mid and any of the other sites that need his assistance. Molly just goes up on a boost after he himself gets smoked back out in Z. Ethan also being forced back into the B bomb site. But complexity not anywhere closer to really getting a consistent amount of map control here, even just team flashing one of their own players and trying to go out towards mid. Certainly not helping their own case. Thankfully, again, CLG have always had a pretty light hand about the way that they've tried to control mid, and it's going to be the same thing here. They don't focus on mid itself, they focus on the outskirts instead, like vents and up on top of the highway. But they have not been able to spot a lot of the pressure from coL, so they themselves are still trying to figure out where exactly this hit is going to swing itself towards. And it is going to end up being another attempt to play this in events, but they're certainly trying to sell it over towards A. Android going into the site. Nobody checks over here in checkers, though, so Ethan escapes with the first kill on Surreal. Thankfully, Android quick on the trade, but Kusta also finding the last of the players alone in mid there. Ricky is forced out of heaven by the Molotov, so there should be just enough time for coL to get up and plant this exactly where they want it to, but again, they're dealing with such huge numbers working against them. A 2v4 retake. Android, if he can solidify this kill into FNS, there is still a real chance at this one, but Def taking a huge risk and boosting up there. We'll have to hope it pays off with an early kill, and it does. He takes down Ricky. Now Android up to bat here against FNS as he's lost Def. Android hits his mark, and it's planted for him, so he can waste a lot of time. Now bringing it down to a 1v1. Android, one more kill to go, but he's reloading up close, tries to recover the gun in time, but not going to happen. So we see CLG just barely escaping with another round again as they push up on 9 rounds overall.
Yeah, again, they just opt to just chase that player down checkers in that 2v4 complexity. Able to bring into a 1v1. The reason that actually did turn into 1v1, though, is because FNS started peeking way too early. If he just stays alive there and he just kind of shows his shoulder a little bit, Android really can't look back towards sight and do anything. So a little bit more patience on FNX's part, and I think that round is a lot easier won. I like what Kusta was doing, though. He was kind of jumping around the E-box, kind of spotting highway. They see him, then they peek, he gets the kill. That was pretty nice.
So complexity continues to buy into these situations since it's brought down so close, and they continue to have the money to do so as well here.
Yeah, the reason I like that on E-box, though, is because it's like a little bit of mind games, right? If the guy has an op, you expect him to be posted up. You don't expect him to be jump spotting, and then when he sees you, peek with an op. Because as soon as you see that and you're an AKer, you're thinking, oh, sweet, I could just kind of go up highway and challenge this guy because he probably has an M4.
Complexity changing up their tune a little bit from what we saw in the last round here as they send most of their players inside of A main to deploy out here. But there's also a 3-man defense already set up from CLG. They completely abandoned mid. Ricky obviously watching for highway pressure to account for mid. But he's going to be able to change up his own tune pretty quickly here when we do finally start to see Complexity moving out for main. And they're going to have to want to do this pretty quickly here, as they don't know intel. They don't have a really good idea about what's going on the sites. They're going to have to play this out. Molotovs are great, though. Sends Ethan right into the open. Now they're down to 2. They didn't really trade out good damage at all. Ricky gets dinked or something. Gets hit with something weird. But at the end of it there, I think he got hit by a teammate, actually, it looks like. Overall, though, CLG able to respond to this a little bit, but Control does go over to the side of Complexity. As they take the site, there's still another player at Sandbags, too, so they got to account for Highway as well when they push out in. This is a really tough retake situation. Desi's low, so if they can get him peeking, they can knock him back out. They had him in the open, but Kusta just missed his chance, and now moving out onto Highway, there's going to be Def striking from the white box. No hope for Cutler. This is going to be a 5th round for Complexity.
Yeah, and even though CLG, already has 9 rounds this half, it's actually been like a pretty contested half. They definitely could have lost this half here and been down. But they are going to be guaranteed to at least win the half with 9 rounds. Next round is going to be a very poor buy for them. So just going to have that M4. Maybe if I was him, I'd probably drop 2 bombs. Let's see what they're out for, though.
We do get to see this now. Indeed, it wasn't one of his, he did swing over here and accidentally hit his teammate right in the head, so not the best situation that they could have played against there, but still, as we get into our next round, the last round on the half as well, Complexity still full buying into these situations. They had.
That's what he did, drop 2 arms, that's good.
Oh, you're going to see Complexity is remaining split up here on the opener, much like many.
So they showed B presence. They saw that they were pushed and could be Sunroom, and they just immediately fall back.
Now CLG are going to, excuse me. Now CLG are going to be holding inside of checkers for the most part, just waiting this one out. Still kind of moving FNS around a little bit, I believe around the heaven area, down below it. But as we do start to see more of coL pushing in, it is going to lead itself to more than likely just be a direct push. It means the A players need to get themselves either towards mid or over to this B side very quickly. Smoke deployed out to delay this. FNS is going to take up the box spot. This has actually really not been used in this half. I don't really think CLG used this at all.
The double.
So they're going to take a risk on it and hope it plays off big time here. However,
they just saw where the smoke came from.
I was about to say, Def should have just spotted that smoke pop off. So Ethan's going to go back out. They may not know about the second player. Regardless, though, Ethan gets that first kill. Nades going in, as we can see. Massive damage done to both of them. FNS at 42, Ethan at 17. They're going to call this off and swing it the other way.
Yeah, but they should have heard all of them and know that this is a possibility, but nobody gets the fallback at all. Kusa's in a decent spot at Toxic, though, to maybe do something, but he has a scout.
He doesn't hear them moving into the site either. He's going to hear him now, but swings out. That should look like it was a headshot. Well, regardless, he peeks it, gets another hit anyway. Afterwards, though, not only does Surreal knock out FNS elsewhere on the map, but Slemmy indeed takes down Kusta. So even 3v3, they still hold Highway presence. Oh, nice swing from Surreal. It seemed like Cutler had that kill dead to rights, but no. Now Desi's eliminated Ricky, so Ethan's still stuck in Z right now. He's going to be able to swing out. Takes him a moment, but he finally gets that finalization on Surreal there to take him out of the picture. Now Ethan, though, still extremely low, is going to have to try and clutch this out by some miracle if he wants to secure the double digits for CLG coming out of the half. Pushing towards it, tries to go for that kill, but it's not going to happen. So coL is on the comeback path, trying to stop CLG from pushing forward into what could be a 5th place position overall in the North American League at the end of this season. Come back in just a few moments, folks, and we'll have the second half to see if CLG can indeed close up with a 2-0, or if coL is going to come back and split it 1-1.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
For the last time tonight, folks, welcome back to the ESL Pro League. It's still Complexity versus CLG, and CLG holds the advantage here on Cash for their second map. It's a slight advantage, though, much like our previous map. It's only 9-6 in CLG's favor, so plenty of room for CLG to bounce back into it and still try to split this set 1-1 for the night. And CLG, it's certainly going to help them, as there's a few teams trying to chase their win record to be able to try to put CLG back down in the relegation position and keep themselves safe for the next season of Pro League. Right now, CLG has that spot, but they're going to want to try and secure a few more wins themselves, make sure that they're out of the clear. Whereas CLG also trying to push themselves forward enough to be in the top 6, so they really want that 2-0. Anyway, we're live with it. Complexity now jumping over to the CT side, and CLG on the T side. I keep getting confused. They will start with a C.
Yeah, Slummy having a rough one again, 3-10. But like I said, Complexity could have won a lot more rounds. They just didn't capitalize on a lot of their opportunities. A lot of nice retakes occurred for CLG on the east side. Slummy and Depp getting aggro A main, and then the door push is going to come.
Yeah, CLG going to be trying to push out pretty quickly here, not wasting any time with it. And there is, much like what we saw from CLG in the first half, there is presence from coL on this site. 1-to-1 trades, heavy damage onto Ethan, though, to be able to pick up that trade. But the same is true for some of the guys on coL right now. FNS capitalizing another kill, Kusta keeping his planter alive, as Ethan is able to put that on the ground, and they continue to play aggressively here. Kusta swinging out a little bit more as he tries to look for a few more kills, but it's actually Ethan that claims the next one. Nice shots from Desi, hunting for FNS's head as well, but now he's been surrounded. Thankfully, Surreal bails Desi out a bit there. He's able to pick up one more kill. Unfortunately, Surreal's gone down, so it's just Desi left alive. They've restricted it to a 1v1 here. Desi's going to have the 3K to close out, but it won't happen. It's Ethan with a 4K that brings CLG back into the fold with the lead here as they secure another pistol.
Yeah, Ethan with a great round. I mean, that's both pistols for CLG. Ethan gets the 4K on the T-side pistol. Acoustic gets the 4K on the CT pistol. So nice individual effort for both those players to lock down those rounds and give their team just a, I mean, it's like playing with a 6-round handicap almost, you know?
Yeah, Ethan's also going massive here, too.
Yeah, to promote equality, maybe we should have handicaps in Counter-Strike and CSGO. What do you think?
What do you, can you elaborate?
Well, your handicap would be like a 14. So you'd just be like, if there's 5 blues, you'd be given like 14 rounds cushion if you played against Vendetta over there.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, you gotta promote, it's gotta be equality, man. You know?
I could work with like a 10-round cushion, maybe. You don't have to go right to 14. I could play a little bit more than that. The pistol round, you never know. It's like a roll of the dice in itself a lot of ways. But CLG in this round are cleaning up pretty handily. The only one left alive for coL is just going to be Android over on the other site now, and obviously completely detached from this. A few nice deagle shots are still a very well possibility, but winning the round, probably not. The bomb is actually still way out towards mid, so it's going to take him a few more seconds to get that in position, but still, once he plants it, everything should be good, and Android's not really looking to lurk over to the other site or anything like that. He's more focused on saving this deagle for the next round, probably, or at the very least, just trying to get as many kills as possible before he dies.
Clean anti-eco, though. Going to come out from CLG. Kusta with a nice 3K. Ooh. Some bit random.
Scared him, dude.
It scared me.
He flicked towards it. So Android still hunting for heads here. Oh, all right. He gets that one, too. 3 more to go now. I think he saw the shadow of the player on boost, so he might try to get tricky with this one and go out the other way to look for it. So we'll see. Yeah, he knows he's up there. He just can't find him because he's way in the back of boost up. And obviously going out the doorways. Death. There's another one from Android. I think he's going to miss his other player pushing him, though. At this point, though, it doesn't really matter. He's done the damage that's necessary. If he gets a 4th one, it's just ridiculous, but he'll end up with 3 as FNS seals the deal.
Yeah, Android's Deeg is no joke, man. He has some really nice shots.
And so now this takes us into coL's full save round here. Pretty much absolute minimal investment except for Slemmy, who purchases the smoke. And it should be pretty easy sailing for CLG here, as they are... Complexity, this is just going to stack over on the A-bomb site. Hope that CLG send it in that direction, but in a moment it is looking like they are going to go into B, and the only one defending there is going to be Android. You can do some work with a deagle, but with a USB, probably a much lessened effectiveness overall here. So we do start to see the executes come back out. Kusta first to strike. He also lights up another player, but he himself was brought down pretty low, so he's not going to want to re-peek that directly. Ooh, might have had a choice a second ago there, but thankfully still makes it into the vents before being scouted out by those players in mid. So CLG taking it, and Ricky should be well aware of this push that's about to work its way into the garage. Just 3 more to knock back out. Pretty straightforward here for CLG, as I said before, so they're going to be able to claim the 12th.
What was that?
With the body?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, does that sometimes. I think it's like a server thing. It's weird. But this is exactly the same situation that we found ourselves in.
Actually, it was.
Yeah.
6-12 on coL.
So now this is going to come down to coL really winning out the first gun round and being able to battle it back, as otherwise, very much so CLG will have an easy time of pushing themselves up to 16 rounds here. But coL already did it once back on Cobblestone, so we're going to have to see if they can do it again here on Cash. And that's a great start. Moving in, taking the aggressive play over in Squeaky, and catching the first kill on Ethan. And that's been their big player so far, too, so eliminating a massive portion of the fragging power from CLG right off the bat is going to be able to help their case. Still have Ricky and a few of the others that we've seen some good stuff from as well, so you don't want to count them completely out just yet. But after deploying a bit of utility into the B site, we do start to see their shift happening over here towards A, where the actual hit is rolling in towards. And it didn't really seem to sell complexity the other way, but regardless, they got the site under their control. Kusa sneaking up through mid, was able to find Slemmy out too. Unfortunately, he's going to be found by Desi on a flank, so trade there does still leave complexity with a man up in this situation. Everyone from CLG is positioned in this site and ready to hold it off in the post plant, though, so that's the only advantage they have going in their favor. Cutler still having a Molotov to play with. He was caught jumping out. FNS was caught jumping back out, and now Ricky's going to get mollied out from his own position. Cutler just goes spraying wildly, and that's going to give it all away. Complexity with a really clean retake will be able to win out the first gun round.
Yeah, and they really didn't even need to win that round, CLG. They just need to get more kills. So if you're FNS there, you don't need to just go for the home run play and jump out to Toxic. Like, it's just not necessary, because you really just need to get a couple kills and you win the round. Or, you know, not necessarily the round, but you play for the next round, essentially, right? To just ruin the Complexity's economy. So just stay in A main there, get your 1 kill. Hopefully your teammates get like 1 each, and then all of a sudden coL probably wins the round, but they probably win with like 1 left. And then you just win this round, you pretty much win the game. Similar to what we saw on coL. So Surreal started it out last round with a pick at door. This round just playing a bit more standard. I think he's just in the A site, right?
Yeah, I think so.
And they have a 2-1-2 setup with, I believe that is Slemmy at middle, kind of spotting highway. So mid control is going to be pretty easy for CLG to take if they want it. But then any type of like direct A take will be very difficult to win the round, because not only do they have an offer there, they have Depp at the forklift. He has a bunch of utility. Slemmy could quick rotate to A. So they really want to start out with a mid control here, and that's what they're going to opt for.
CLG just being cautious of additional mid presence here too. As you can see the molly going into the little mini cubby over there. Ethan creeping back up. He's going to have to full check sandbags. But waiting around the corner is going to be their first target. It'll be Slemmy. He's prepped for this. I'm not sure if he realizes the fact that 2 have already moved up here. He's definitely waiting for them to probably cross over towards vents. But seeing that Molotov just re-secures what he thinks is working this way. And Ethan just kind of peeked out here now. We did see the flashbang hitting it, and Slemmy did indeed think it was just 1 player. But Ricky remained in the open because he thought he could pick up an additional kill. And that is going to lead to his death. So 4v3 advantage to the Complexity camp. Cutler's going to try to change that. Moves in, and again, 1-to-1 trade. Not going to be what CLG needs here. They need clean kills. They need that right there. What FNS picked up. And Kusa's going to try to capitalize on it even more, so he knows one escaped over there towards Toxic. Could be up on top, but another battle taken and lost by CLG that Kusa now has to try and save. 15 seconds left. They've got to try to go for the plant. Kusa just wants that kill. He's going to try to go for the last one as well. There's 10 seconds left. He can still go pick up the bomb and be able to plant this, but oh, he's really running into the timer now. He is going to be able to pull it off, and I don't even think Desi's going to try to push on that at all. Still stuck over here by Truck, but Kusa may not check for it. Here's the problem. He's going to have to wrap around it, sees it, but no, Desi wins it out, so that's going to give the round to coL. And now they're back in the match, 8-12.
Yeah, and Desi did a really good job of just not making any noise. He literally won that 1v1 because he just made no noise. No noise at all. Kusa has to worry about the flank, he has to worry about door, he has to worry about highway, and then, sure enough, he just kind of walks into Desi, and, you know, Desi just gets a nice, easy kill on him.
So that's going to force the save from CLG here now, as they do just go for the half purchase into this round with Tech 9s, P250s, little spreads of utility here and there. Their players are going to try to go pretty quickly into A. Def, I'm not sure if he realized that Ethan already got up to the box. So he knows now, though, with those bullets hitting the wall. They'll throw in Molotovs, HE grenades, anything to try and hold back the tide of CLG from pushing back into the A site, since they weren't really prepped for that hit so early in the round. CLG, looks like they're going to oblige and go for it anyway after this Molotov, of course. But Desi already catching not one, but both of the players trying to push in towards mid. Ethan leads the charge out onto the site. Oh, okay. Just finds Slemmy through the smoke there as he catches him in NBK. And Def as well. Destroyed by Kusa. That's the plant. They're going to get a plant at the very least here. They've evened it back out to a 3v3. Two of them now have M4s as well to play with. With armor, I should mention. Everybody bought up armor. They're going to boost Ethan up on top. Good nade, though. Did massive damage. And Desi just casually taps on the one. Finishes off the second. Android gets the third and final kill. So Desi ends up with a massive 4K in this round. And Complexity will push up to 9.
And that was great rotation by Complexity. The A take happens. What does the B player do? He goes into Z, he watches their middle and their highway, and then they also have an anchor at B, so we're going to see a tactical pause, I'm assuming by CLG probably, as they're going to get a full buy here, and they want to make sure they get, you know, maybe their bread and butter. You know, what are they going to do to stop this Complexity run? It's exactly how you want to rotate, though.
Yep. Good stuff from Desi overall here, even the sort of tactical play at the end here, followed up by that nade. He gets both these kills easily.
Yeah, sometimes what counters that is when they do an A take and you have like an opper just sitting on boost waiting for that guy, because that is like the proper rotation, because you need somebody to watch your highway there, and then that opper just, you know, kills the person clearing out mid and Z.
Back into the next round here with CLG having a full buy to play off of, including the op. Back into the picture here for Kusta. Complexity continuing to kind of stack up their own money, though, winning out these rounds consistently. CLG, much like over on coBel, are struggling to close out with those last few crucial gun rounds to push them over the edge up to 16. Ricky quickly up towards Squeaky Doorway, and Ethan as well with the smoke wall out in mid is going to be ready to deploy, but he's going to have to wait for his own smoke wall to fade. Thankfully, Ricky got the first kill over in Squeaky. That's Surreal going down. Slemmy, they didn't account for him back over here at Sandbag, so Ethan is going to fall directly after that. Another trade, but the bomb is already on the ground, so this is relying on a lot of quick reactions from the Complexity side of things. They all rotate into it, getting ready to push back inside. Def is going to have a monster flank that you'll want to pay attention to in the coming seconds here, but for the rest of the team, they are trying to push back in. Kusta, he's already counted out the truck player. Last two are on highway besides Def. Excuse me, working in on this flank right now. Slemmy also getting an additional kill against Cutler here, so it's down to 2 now, and Kusta not really hitting his shots, but FNS so sneaky, wrapping around the backside, he gets 2, and Kusta finally secures another shot for the final kill to give CLG their 13th.
Yeah, Surreal getting entry'd, A sites open. A lot of utility on both teams. Good amount of Molotovs, decent smoke for CLG. Complexity doesn't really utilize theirs to the fullest, right? They don't really force anybody out with Molotovs too well. FNS just pushing through the smoke. Surprises 2 of them, you know, to clinch that round for his team. And now Complexity's money wasn't in a great spot. They're at an eco, and this is basically just CLG's game to lose at this point.
Yeah, they're going to have to push in pretty quickly. Complexity won't have any impact here, as CLG already getting prepped up in A main, but with these upgraded pistols, they can't even really do that now. They're going to have to just sit back, wait, hope they can hit a couple lucky shots here. Desi's got the Deagle in hand. Android, unfortunately, doesn't, so I doubt we're going to see any of those heroics that we saw back on the second round, where he was definitely keeping the economy low for the CLG side of things. But for right now, just a split opener from CLG, spreading their players out across the map and making sure the Complexity don't try to do anything crazy aggressive to try and counter them out overall, and make things more chaotic than it needs to be. After some delay, though, we do finally start to see CLG grouping back up, getting ready to play this out towards mid-control first, and the only one there to defend it, much like many of the past rounds, is just going to be Slemmy playing it out from the white box. So it should be relatively easy to get control of, even if Slemmy, regardless, I should say, if Slemmy peeks it or not. They're still playing it really carefully, though. You can see like utility being used here, pretty much all their utility used except for smokes in mid to take control there. Molotov's gone. All they have left are one molly sitting on Kusta, and then flashbang besides that. Kusta catches death going back outside of Squeaky, though, and Slemmy is also eliminated with 0 damage converted onto any of the players from CLG. It's not until right now that we see some done from Surreal. Android also tries to hunt back out. FNS is actually in a really good position. He just has to account for Android sneaking in from Z. He wasn't able to spot the feet of him just yet, but with the smoke fading, he's going to catch that kill. They know where Desi's at, however, so the round is over. It's CLG pushing up to 14, with at most 1 to 2 players lost here and hunting down Desi.
I mean, if they hunt him
Yeah,
down, they don't have to. It's just a deagle. He's going to want to upgrade it the following round, but...
Yeah, I'm looking for him. They're giving him space at the very least. As you do see, Ricky finally hits the shot, taking him out. So that's CLG pushing up towards victory here. Unless we can see CLG, or excuse me, not CLG, Complexity win out this gun round and break CLG to buy their own chance to get back into the game again. They're now 5 rounds behind. And CLG really only need this one round here because that'll put Complexity onto a pretty bad force buy in the next round. And at that point, it would be very easy to secure the victory. We're going to see CLG moving very quickly through the B halls, and we haven't actually seen a whole lot of B halls pressure so far from CLG, so this is something new from them moving up. Desi may not necessarily expect this so early. And Android is really going to have to try and bail out his teammate, unless Ricky kind of gets drawn to those bullets, which I'm sure he heard from Android there, waiting for the peek on the right side. Desi gets knocked out regardless there in that corner by Ethan, so they're going to take him down, and now they have to worry about is Android sitting back on the site, but also now Surreal too, as he's rotated up towards Heaven, so picking up 1 kill against Ethan. It is delaying the hit. It doesn't seem to be changing up the dynamic just yet for CLG. I think they're waiting, however, for Cutler to try and open up Squeaky and see what the A site is looking like. If it's going to be wide open, they can pull the players back and try to go for a hit over there instead. But if there is still going to be resistance from the CTs, they might as well just follow through with their play over here on this site. In the meantime, stay peeked out, try to see if they can punish anyone getting over-aggressive on the CT side. And if that's the case, then they can follow through, in towards the B play. And that is looking like what they are going to choose to do here now. Slowly creeping up, but Ricky got all the way underneath of Heaven. Android showing his shoulder. Ricky does not want to shoot on that until he gets close enough to secure the kill. And he's going to swing into it, but Android knows he's there, so he's able to fully swing back out, picks up that kill against Ricky. All of a sudden, CLG don't seem to have a lot of bargaining chips to work with anymore. They're down to 20 seconds. The bomb rotated over to A, so they are going to be able to get the plant. And Kusta now having to try and keep himself alive over there, and at the very least, weigh off a few of these players before he rotates back off. Cutler caught trying to go back. Now, they've been split to a huge degree. Kusta has to take a shortcut, go out towards mid. He's got one for free. That's Surreal gone down. FNS making a move here. That's dangerous. No, but oh, the peek into the headshot, and one more to go. FNS secures the last 2 kills, and that sends CLG up to 15.
Complexity just with the full over-rotate. And it played out exactly how you said. They waited for Cutler. He kind of got that info at A that nobody was there. They plant the bomb. I believe it's planted for A main as well, so... FNS just kind of runs back there, meets up with Kusta. Maybe it's not actually, I didn't see that on the ground. But yeah, just like a full over-rotate by Complexity. Android actually played the site very well, just jiggle peeking, jiggle peeking, jiggle peeking. Yeah. That was nicely played by him, but Def didn't need to rotate from A, I don't think.
I think they only had a truck player at A, that was it.
Yeah.
At the end of it.
Yeah.
So they left it wide open, essentially. So this will be a pause from Complexity now. Since they're still going to be trying to win this one out. And actually, interesting stat point there that the production has pointed out for you is FNS, really 4th in kills, but he's number 1 in ADR overall, 104.1 over the next team.
It's that round where Ethan aced. Remember?
Yeah,
like
that's
4
right.
Assists.
Yeah. He pretty much
did like 300 damage.
He pretty much killed all of them.
I remember he threw the nade. Almost every kill was assist. He got like 300 damage that round.
Mm-hmm.
It's all off that round.
That's making the difference right there.
Yeah.
Because scores would be flipped.
9
wasn't
assists.
That. So into what could be the last round here in Complexities. You can see don't get the greatest of buys going. 3 umps, so there's something there, and actually pretty decent utility.
Ooh, the ump guarantee.
I don't know, man. Are you calling it right now? Probably not.
I would have got that kill.
Yeah. Well, Ricky's going to catch the first kill, but they... Ooh, this is going to be interesting here. They're trying to push back in. FNS realizes it, though, and both of them just get completely destroyed. So they're down to the pistol players. All the umps are dead.
The double run through smoke at mid main while your teammate flashes you.
So it's down to Slemmy here. He actually has everyone except Ethan is one-tappable for Slemmy right now, but it's interesting that he ends up taking the battle versus the one that he can't one-tap. So at the end of it, it is going to indeed be CLG that take it 2-0, and I was right, Dazed. I call it a 2-0.
You guys all were right.
You said it would split 1-1. What's up?
I mean, no, man, I just got it wrong. I don't know what to say.
All right, guys. So we're going to bring the analysts into the conversation now and give their thoughts as to how map number 2 played out. Guys, go ahead, take it away.
I think we could tell who's running that desk over there at this point in time. I
one
think it's
clear alpha.
One clear color truly running the show over there. But just along that lines of running the show, I mean, CLG ran that one.
Yeah, no, they got into it. It looked like they were, getting or falling into that same pattern as they did on coL, really, where they, again, win pistol second half and then kind of struggled to close that out in pistols, in weapon rounds. One of the big differences here, though, is the fact that during those rounds after Complexity wins the first buy round in the second half, is that CLG do such a good job with limited utility and limited weaponry to do economic damage to Complexity. So the second they actually lose a round, they're right back to an eco. CLG get multiple rounds in a row, get to build up a bit of an economy and so on. And that obviously goes a long way for you, especially when it's fairly tight, because you got to remember the first half, that was pretty, pretty much in the similar fashion as well. Very close rounds, even though Complexity pretty much did the same thing over and over again by going towards B. They were constantly, finding kills, finding plants and so on. And that's, why they do it. But yeah, no, CLG in the end run away with it, but it was a pretty hotly contested match.
I mean, even through the first half, we saw a 9-6 scoreline in CLG's favor, and in all reality, not a too terrible place for Complexity to find themselves. No, there was definitely room to build and something to go off of there. But I mean, it just did not come together. Obviously, looking further into the map, I mean, even in the first half, I think Slimmy's sitting at like 3 and 10.
Yeah,
like.
That and losing both pistols.
Yeah, it just really it hurts the momentum there in terms of like getting anything going whatsoever.
Yeah, but I do think that like their T side, obviously, you can always talk about how they should be able to have more variety to their play, but I think they got into a situation where they figured out that the B bomb site for CLG was clearly a weakness, where they were able to get on site, whether they had weapons, whether they were rocking Tech 9s or whatnot, and they were kind of just going with that, which I think is completely fair. Obviously, when the end goal is to win, you just do, if only one thing works, just keep doing that thing until CLG actually understands how to adapt to it. So I think that's perfectly fine. And I think probably the biggest swing here in this game is the fact that Kust and Nate both find 4 kills in the pistol rounds to kind of secure CLG that easy start.
Well, CLG now 2 wins away from slipping up to that 5th spot. A really good position for CounterLogic Gaming, a team that we weren't sure how they would feel going. Or how we felt about them going forward. In terms of now we're getting in the crunch time, it's really a race to the playoffs. But seeing them halfway there in their goal, good on them. Let them continue to flourish and come up in that light. I think they're on a good trajectory right now, and keeping it up would be, obviously in their best interest.
Exactly.
Nonetheless, a great series there from CounterLogic Gaming. Complexity still needs to go to the drawing board, really kind of figure it out and hone it down, how they want to approach it, how they want to do it from here, because, this isn't the end of the road. It's probably slightly discouraging, but more so than that, put a little bit more in there and you can take it.
Yeah,
a little more time, I think.
Just a little bit better CT sides in itself, actually, because their T side, they definitely have an idea of what they want to do, which is obviously great for them. And I think their CT sides, if they can muster up those a tiny bit more, strengthen them up a little bit, they could actually go a long way.
Well, I think if you did miss that match, or even the 3 maps before that, I don't know what the hell you were doing with your life, but you need to head over to youtube.com/ESLCS, where you can watch these VODs as well as any of the other VODs throughout the entirety of this season. YouTube having been a great home.
Oh, yeah, no, it's pretty much homepage. I've already started up Chrome, it's already there, loaded up, ready for me to watch some games.
Absolutely. So let's go ahead and recap today's matches as they were played out. You'll take a look now on the graphic. NRG making pretty quick work of Rush there.
Yeah.
A really kind of anticipated turnout. Then we look at the later games today with CLG coming away with 2 map wins, having a little bit more trouble on the first one. As you do see that 16-14 scoreline on coL.
Yeah, I will say, though, that 69 is a bit misleading on Cash. I think Complexity honestly put up a decent fight on both maps.
Yeah. I mean, there's tons of games where the scoreline's not indicative to just how close it was. It come down to a 1vx, and some guy just pulls something out of his back pocket because that's where you pull things from. Nonetheless, let's take a look now at the standings for NA Pro League going across the board. I think being in this playoff hunt, it's very important to note that some of these teams are definitely spacing themselves out from the rest of the pack.
They definitely are, and already we can kind of see that you know, 11-win club is starting to get broken up. No longer within playoff territory, to put it that way, or not as safe as, at least with NRG picking up 2 wins today. And yeah, you can really tell that the race is tightening up right now. It's going to be really fun to see. Tomorrow we have CLG versus Renegades, and you can tell just by the standings, 2 wins in that game, that could be a massive swing for both teams.
We actually have the other race going on here at the bottom of the standings, where we've got Rush, Winter Fox, and Foundation.
The not-so-fun one?
Yeah, trying not to be last place overall.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the European side of things. Navi, Astralis, Mousesports in your top 3, G2 North, and FaZe cleaning up that top 6. And in all reality, I think this is kind of how you could see this going. It's weird in some lights.
I mean, the thing about this EU standings is the fact that it changes so heavily from day to day. You know, yesterday we had Hell Races among the top 6, G2 were in 5th spot, North were in like 3rd. Like everything's just subject to change really with those standings right there. And I think that's also, you know, something worth keeping an eye on going forward. Definitely something to reiterate here is it is the top 6 teams from each region that do advance on and play at that $1 million final, or excuse me, over. They try to get their whoa, hold on now before we make some promises that we can't keep. Yeah. They tried to get their big piece of the pie, which is that entirety of a $1 million prize. Exactly. I was for a second there was thought you were writing checks or something. Yeah, like, man, you know, I'm going to supplement the other out of own pocket. I'm kidding, not happening. Yeah. But nonetheless, yes, very important to note that the top 6 teams from each region do advance on to those Dallas LAN finals. So if you want to go to that, you better grab your tickets. proleague.com/Dallas, where they have them for sale all day, every day, unless Vendetta's on the website, in which case he's buying them up in a fury. Yeah. Accurate. Not even gonna lie. Yeah, let's take a look now at tomorrow's matches, because tomorrow will be the final day of Week 8, and we will be here to bring it to you. Counterlogic Gaming Renegades could be a real barn burner. NRG and Misfits, maybe. I think it has potential. I think the first one's going to be the one we're going to go to. Yeah, I think that's the most exciting game. But the second one, you have to consider, you know, Misfits. We haven't seen them with we've seen 2 games with the new Frenchies, but that was just Winter Fox, who were playing from Australia. This is going to be their first real test versus NRG, and they might just be that team that messes up for NRG's playoff hopes, maybe. I mean, this would be the time of the season where roster changes are happening. Oh, wait, that's the whole season? Yeah, pretty true. So, yeah, I'm not going to put it out of the realm of possibility that anything's possible here at NA Pro League. Yeah, I think regardless, it's going to be a pretty good day of games tomorrow, regardless of what happens, what kind of lineups we wake up to. But, you know, it remains to be seen. But, yeah, definitely looking forward to CLG Renegades. Well, that is one matchup we're going to have to bring to you tomorrow. That does it for us here at ESL Pro League, second night of Week 8. And we'll be back tomorrow at the same great place, with a great time, and most importantly, our great faces. Thanks for joining us tonight.